Chapter 1599. The wondrous rock rushed out of the ancestral dragon pagoda and floated in the air above the spatial zone. Countless golden lights rushed out from the wondrous rock. Chi waves rolled and shook the heavens. The commotion was too great. No one knew what kind of commotion the monkey would cause when it jumped out from the rock. The commotion is too big. It will definitely attract a lot of people. Jiang Chen's expression froze. Immediately, he formed a seal with both of his hands and cast out a great formation, covering the surrounding 10 miles. He wanted to use this formation to hide the commotion caused by Long Xueqi. In fact, with Jiang Chen's current cultivation base, it was already enough to protect Long Xueqi. However, in order to not be disturbed by external factors, Jiang Chen had to be careful. It would be the safest to completely cover this place. Not only that, after setting up the formation, Jiang Chen also walked out of the formation. His eyes were cold. This was the most crucial moment for Long Xueqi. Jiang Chen wouldn't be polite to anyone who wanted to disturb Long Xueqi. Anyone who wanted to disturb him would be killed by Jiang Chen without mercy. Rumble. The heavens and earth shook. The commotion inside the wondrous rock became louder and louder. It was as if countless thunders were rolling down from the 9 heavens, causing people's souls to feel heavy. Rays of golden light were like silk and satin, materializing into a heavenly river. This was a very mystical scene. This was the scene of the birth of a living being. This was fate, the incarnation of luck. The birth of an immemorial battle spirit would definitely be earth-shattering and attract the attention of everyone. It was the best choice for Long Xueqi to be born here. After all, there weren't many people here. It wouldn't affect him too much. Ka. The incomparably sturdy wondrous rock began to emit cracking sounds. Cracks appeared one after another. Very quickly, it became like a spider web, densely packed together. Golden light shot out from the cracks, turning the entire space into a golden ocean. That was the aura of an immemorial battle spirit. A peerless monster was about to be born, shocking the world. Monkey, with such a huge formation, will it attract the heavenly tribulation? Jiang Chen began to worry. He knew the situation of the heavenly tribulation the best. Back when he was in Saint Origin World, he had been struck by lightning many times. Because the laws in the immortal world were firmer and more advanced, he didn't experience the heavenly tribulation after arriving in the immortal world. However, the birth of the monkey was too heaven-defying. An immemorial battle spirit that had been nurtured for an unknown period of time was bound to suffer the heavenly tribulation. Don't worry, I'm a creature of heaven and earth. What I absorb is the essence of heaven and earth, which is in line with the laws of heaven and earth and karmic luck. I'll be acknowledged and accepted by heaven and earth, so there won't be any heavenly tribulation. Otherwise, if I undergo the heavenly tribulation here, even the space left behind by the Buddha Supreme wouldn't be able to withstand it. Long Xueqi's voice reverberated from the wondrous rock. Only then did Jiang Chen feel relieved. One should know that the heavenly tribulation wasn't separated by spatial boundaries. No matter where you were, you wouldn't be able to escape from the heavenly tribulation. Just imagine, if the heavenly tribulation descended on this space, even if it was left behind by the ancient Buddha Supreme, it would still be destroyed by the heavenly tribulation. At that time, the entire space would collapse and the consequences would be unimaginable. However, Long Xueqi was different from the other heaven-defying creatures. He was born from the fusion of heaven and earth, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, which was in line with the heavenly Tao and was acknowledged by the laws of heaven and earth. Moreover, he had comprehended the great unrestrained heart sutra, which allowed him to walk out of the shackles and see the light of day again. Ka. More and more cracks appeared on the surface of the wondrous rock. It was going to explode at any time, but Jiang Chen also knew that it would take some time for the rock to explode. The birth of an immemorial battle spirit wasn't that simple. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Several silhouettes came one after another. Even though Jiang Chen had used a great array to conceal Long Xueqi's aura, the commotion was too big. It was impossible to completely conceal it. Therefore, the cultivators who were closer to the rock were naturally attracted by the commotion. What is that? What a powerful aura! Is that the ancient light of God of War? This wondrous rock must be a rare treasure. Mystical, too mystical. I can smell the aura of an ancient battle spirit. There's a powerful creature gestating inside this rock. It seems like it's going to be born soon. This is a peerless treasure. To think that there would be such a mystical stone within the immortal stash of the ancient Buddha. I wonder how long it has been nurtured. If I can get my hands on this stone, I will be able to make the living being within the stone obey me. I can even refine it and obtain endless benefits. That's right. They didn't know that this wondrous stone was released by Jiang Chen. They thought that it had always existed here and was a treasure left behind by an ancient Buddha. Moreover, they weren't fools. They knew how terrifying this immemorial battle spirit was. This was a living being of the heavens and earth. If they could obtain it, they would be able to gain the recognition of the living being inside and use it for their own use. Even if they couldn't, they could still refine it before it was fully born. Absorbing the essence of a living being of the heavens and earth would bring unimaginable benefits. At that time, their cultivation would definitely improve tremendously. As for Jiang Chen's existence, no one cared about him. In their point of view, the white-robed young man standing outside the rock was the same as them. It was just that he arrived earlier than them. Treasures of heavens and earth would belong to those who had the ability to obtain them. Facing a treasure like this wondrous stone, everyone would naturally fight for it with their own means. In their eyes, Jiang Chen was merely an immortal king. Naturally, none of them would spare him a glance. With such a cultivation base, he didn't even have the qualifications to be their opponent. If he really wanted to snatch the treasure from them, he would only be seeking his own humiliation. He would only be cannon fodder and would be killed instantly. Clang! Jiang Chen's eyes were cold. With a clang, he took out the heavenly saint's sword. The dragon sword let out a sky-shaking sword cry that shook the heavens. The dragon sword in his hand trembled unceasingly, like a real dragon that had come to life. If you don't want to die, scram immediately. Jiang Chen's cold eyes swept across the crowd. His tone was equally cold. The sword light was dazzling, almost rippling with substantial killing intent. This group of people's thoughts had already fallen on the wondrous stone. They were simply courting death. Now was the most critical moment for the emergence of Long Shan. Anyone who dared to take half a step forward would be punished by Jiang Chen and die a graveless death. Jiang Chen's reminder meant that he was giving them a chance, a last chance. He hoped that they would cherish it, but it seemed like it was impossible. The wondrous rock was too attractive. It had completely stimulated the greed and desire in their hearts. Under such circumstances they could only kill. Jiang Chen didn't know what to do. Humph! A puny immortal king also wants to monopolize it? That's right. Do you think that this treasure belongs to you just because you are the first to discover it? Ridiculous! It seems like you don't know the rules of the Golden Horizon at all. Don't talk nonsense with him. Kill him first. This wondrous stone is mine today. Whoever dares to stop me will die. Everyone had been blinded by their greed. They simply ignored Jiang Chen's reminder and rushed over almost at the same time. I know the rules of the Golden Horizon better than all of you. Jiang Chen's black hair fluttered in the wind. Killing intent shot out. With a sway of his body, he transformed into his dragon form. He didn't want to be entangled with these bastards. In order to ensure the smooth emergence of Long Shan, he wanted to kill them with a single strike. He wouldn't give them any chance to resist. Jiang Chen moved like a ferocious tiger. The heavenly saint's sword turned into a dazzling light and slashed through the neck of the man at the front. The man let out a shrill cry and was decapitated on the spot. An early immortal emperor genius died without even having the chance to react. What? Upon seeing this, the others exclaimed. Each of their eyes widened, unable to believe what they saw. An immortal king had suddenly casted out a transformation technique. The lethality of this technique had reached such a degree that even an early immortal emperor could be killed with a single strike. If they didn't see this with their own eyes, they wouldn't believe it even if they were beaten to death. Swoosh swoosh. Jiang Chen didn't care about the shock of these people. 2 more geniuses died under his sword. The whole process was as easy and casual as cutting melons and vegetables. Not to mention resisting, they didn't even have the chance to react. They were completely vulnerable in front of Jiang Chen. Not good. We have underestimated him. This man is too powerful. Run. The remaining geniuses hastily halted their charge. Although the treasure was good, it was nothing compared to their lives. All of them knew that they had underestimated this immortal king. It turned out that he was an extremely abnormal bastard. He had killed so many of them in just a blink. What they needed to do now was to run away and save their lives. None of you can leave. I have given you all a chance, but you all didn't know how to cherish it. Jiang Chen's dragon eyes were blazing with flames. His killing intent soared to the sky. He held the long sword upside down and lunged at the few of them. This was, after all, a cruel world. There were no rules in Golden Horizon. Death had always been a normal thing. Arg! Along with a few screams, the geniuses died tragically under Jiang Chen's sword. Their brocade pouches automatically flew into Jiang Chen's hand. Jiang Chen's facial expression didn't change at all after killing these geniuses. He stood in the void with the Heavenly Saint's sword. His dragon form hadn't recovered yet. Next he would kill whoever came. Chapter 1600. Bang! All of a sudden, a cracking sound could be heard from within the wondrous rock. Jiang Chen could see that the top of the wondrous rock had already cracked open. An extremely tyrannical energy suddenly rushed out, and the top of the wondrous rock shattered with a cracking sound. A roar that seemed to come from the primordial times came from within the wondrous rock. Long Shersan's head also popped out, and his fiery golden eyes scanned the surroundings. The golden monkey hairs on his head were like sharp swords, and any one of them could pierce through the space. Long Shersan let out an earth-shattering roar. His body began to expand, and countless golden lights flashed continuously, like sharp swords, rushing out from within the wondrous rock. The wondrous rock continued to make cracking sounds, and the cracks on its surface continued to spread. It looked like it was about to explode and collapse. Good, it's about to come out. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up, knowing that nothing could stop Long Shersan from coming out. He immediately heaved a sigh of relief. He retracted his dragon form and returned to his original appearance. Rumble! With a loud bang, the wondrous rock completely exploded, turning into countless pieces. Long Shersan was completely out, and he let out a crazy roar in excitement. His body continued to grow, and in the blink of an eye, he had turned into a giant golden ape. Just by looking at his body, one could tell that he was at least tens of feet tall like a mountain. This was a true battle saint ape, with golden monkey hair all over his body. Each strand was like a sharp sword or steel needle, and was extremely sharp. Any one of them could be made into a divine weapon. There were golden scales on his chest, and those were dragon scales. This was the biggest difference between a battle saint ape and a battle saint ape. I, Long Shersan, am finally out. I'm out, haha. Long Shersan pounded his chest with his fists and roared excitedly into the sky. His laughter was earth-shattering, lingering in the void and echoing endlessly. Jiang Chen raised his head. This was truly a giant of the supreme ancient immortal realms. Just by standing there, people could only look up to him. Golden light erupted from his body. This was a berserk aura. The muscles on his arms were like small mountains, filled with explosive energy. The iron cudgel in his hand shone with boundless light, as if it wanted to poke a hole in the sky. This was an unrivaled great demon, a spirit of heaven and earth, natural luck and karmic luck fused into one. Monkey, don't be too arrogant. Hurry up and retract your body. Jiang Chen shouted out loudly. This fellow was a bit too excited. Jiang Chen's main body was too terrifying and too berserked. Okay. Long Shersan replied. He started to retract his aura and his gigantic body started to shrink. In the blink of an eye, his body that was tens of zhang tall shrank to the size of an ordinary human. After that, Long Shersan actually transformed into a human. He looked to be around the same age as Jiang Chen. His thick black hair fluttered in the wind. His eyes were bright, and his features were incomparably delicate. He wore a clean yellow robe and looked just like a pretty boy. Fuck! Looking at Long Shersan's human form, Jiang Chen staggered and almost fainted. This bastard was so handsome. Just like a scholar. How did he look like a ferocious ancient battle spirit? He was worlds apart from his previous image. If one were to look at him just from his appearance, there was no way they could link him to that unrivaled giant ape from before. Call me Brother Shersan from now on. Long Shersan spoke with incomparable arrogance. Although this fellow looked handsome, his words were still as domineering as ever. His every move revealed an indomitable aura. That was the arrogance that emanated from his bones, which couldn't be concealed by his appearance. Just like Jiang Chen, if Jiang Chen didn't flip out, no one would treat this handsome young man as a peerless killing god. Especially Long Shersan's eyes, which were incomparably bright. Golden light would flow out of his eyes whenever they moved, adding a strong mystical luster to his appearance. Brother Shersan? I think it's better for me to call you Monkey. Jiang Chen curled his lips. Although this fellow had transformed into a human form, he was still a monkey in essence. Jiang Chen decided to let this fellow keep the title of Brother Shersan for his own narcissism. His grandma. I have finally broken through the shackles. I, Brother Shersan, can't stand watching you run amok in the golden horizon. Long Shersan kept his iron staff and complained. Even though he had transformed into a scholar, his nature still couldn't be changed. A wolf in sheep's clothing. It seems like you are going to deceive a lot of ignorant people with your current appearance. Jiang Chen shook his head. This fellow looked so weak that it was easy for his enemies to ignore him. Who would have thought that this weak-looking fellow could erupt with earth-shattering waves at any time? Anyone who looked down on him would eventually suffer the consequences of their own actions. Aren't you the same? A super abnormal being who has deceived the ignorant eyes of so many people? Dragon Shersan looked at Jiang Chen with disdain. These two bastards were actually the same kind of people. Both of them were super abnormal and monstrous geniuses. Both of them had an appearance that didn't look powerful at all. I was born with it. By the way, what's your current cultivation base? It seems to be an intermediate immortal emperor, right? Jiang Chen glanced at Long Shersan and spoke. That's right. My current cultivation base is indeed at the intermediate immortal emperor realm, but those so-called geniuses are all dead souls in the hands of Master Monkey. Long Shersan spoke in an incomparably overbearing and arrogant manner, but Jiang Chen knew that he was just trying his luck. Given Long Shersan's ability, even the geniuses of the immortal court in the Golden Horizon wouldn't be a match for him. If someone like Yi Peng fought Long Shersan, he was afraid that Yi Peng would also be beaten to a pulp. All right. Now that you have been born, we brothers will have a good adventure in this Golden Horizon. Jiang Chen patted Long Shersan's shoulder. Then, the two of them flew side by side towards the center of the spatial zone. It had been quite some time since they entered this ancient path. They couldn't afford to waste any more time. Otherwise, their journey would be delayed. After all, there was still the great earth immortal milk, a peerless divine medicine. If they could obtain the 9 drops of great earth immortal milk, the benefits would be boundless. Now, the most crucial thing was to find the entrance to the center of the Golden Horizon, which was to find the passageway that connected this ancient path to the inner spatial zone. As for the spatial zone in front of them, it was no longer attractive to Jiang Chen and Long Shersan. One should know that although the ancient Buddha had a profound foundation, this place was after all divided into 81 spatial zones. All the treasures of the Buddha had been spread out. Now that the Great Unrestrained Heart Sutra had appeared in this ancient path, there wouldn't be any other treasures. It was also impossible for the ancient Buddha to store all the treasures in this spatial zone. Therefore, Jiang Chen and Long Shersan didn't pay attention to any treasures along the way. They were already quite satisfied with obtaining the Great Unrestrained Heart Sutra. According to their previous thoughts, Long Shersan would at least need to obtain the Great Earth Immortal Milk before he could be born from the wondrous rock. Now that he had obtained the Great Earth Immortal Milk, it was a great thing for the two of them. Hum. All of a sudden, a powerful wave of battle spread from a direction of the void, alarming Jiang Chen and Long Shersan. That was the wave of battle. Perhaps because the distance was relatively far, the wave of battle wasn't very strong, but to Jiang Chen and Long Shersan, they could still sense it clearly. Someone is fighting. Let's go and have a look. Long Shersan said. Let them fight their own battle. It has nothing to do with us. We should hurry on with our journey. Jiang Chen said that battles were happening everywhere in the Golden Horizon. Jiang Chen wasn't interested in the battles of others. He was only interested in the Great Earth Immortal Milk. Let's go and have a look. Master Monkey has just been born. Let's go and see who is fighting. Long Shersan didn't care whether Jiang Chen agreed or not. He pulled Jiang Chen's arm and flew towards the direction of the wave of battle. Jiang Chen was speechless, but it was understandable. After all, this bastard had just emerged from the rock. Any movement would be able to arouse his interest. Very soon, Jiang Chen and Long Shersan arrived at the place where the battle was taking place. The wave of battle was getting stronger. In front of them was a void that was surrounded by airflow, as though it had been sealed. At the center of the airflow was a battlefield. A few silhouettes were fighting fiercely. If one took a closer look, they would see 5 silhouettes. 4 of them were besieging one person in the middle. The one being besieged was none other than the Saintess of Exquisite Paradise, Lan Lingji. Standing opposite her was an evil-looking man in black robe. He was none other than He Lang. The eyes of the other three were hollow and lifeless. They were actually the corpse puppets created by Corpse Een sect. They were the corpse puppets of Hei Lang. Each of them had the cultivation base of an intermediate immortal emperor, just like Hei Lang. At this moment, Lan Lingji was besieged in the middle. A trace of blood trickled down from the corner of her mouth. Her beautiful face had turned pale. Obviously, she had suffered a serious injury and was in a real crisis. Hei Lang, I never thought that you have refined 3 corpse puppets. Lan Lingji spoke coldly. Her combat strength was almost the same as Hei Lang. If it was a one-on-one fight, she wouldn't care about Hei Lang at all. Even if Hei Lang had sinister means, it was almost impossible for him to defeat Lan Lingji. But what she didn't expect was that Hei Lang's trump card was actually 3 corpse puppets. Each of them had the strength of an intermediate immortal emperor, and was perfectly controlled by Hei Lang. The 3 corpse puppets worked together perfectly, completely besieging Lan Lingji, almost forming an airtight encirclement, making Lan Lingji a real turtle in a jar. Lan Lingji had great ability. If she was in Hei Lang's shoes, she was afraid that she would have already died after being besieged by Hei Lang. This was how terrifying the corpse sect was. This was also the reason why outsiders didn't want to clash with them. Their methods were too terrifying. Almost every disciple of the corpse sect had a powerful corpse puppet with them. When they fought against them, they weren't fighting just one person. Hei Lang had 3 corpse puppets with him. Anyone on the same level as him would be unlucky to run into him. Chapter 1601. Jia. Lan Lingji, I, Hei Lang, have said that you will be my woman sooner or later. Since you insist on resisting, I have no choice but to use force. In order to deal with you, I have used all my means and trump cards to show you my true strength. There aren't many people in Corpse Een sect who can refine 3 corpse puppets. Hei Lang laughed evilly. He had deliberately chosen to enter the same ancient path as Lan Lingji. His purpose was very clear. He was here for Lan Lingji. After entering this spatial zone, he had been searching for her. As for the treasures here, he wasn't interested in them at all. He hated anything that was related to Buddha sect. Not long ago, Hei Lang had sensed Lan Lingji's qi and followed her. Then, this scene appeared before his eyes. It could be said that the heavens never let down those who wait. In his point of view, Lan Lingji was already his prey. He would never let go of such a great opportunity. The saintess of exquisite paradise was the goddess in the hearts of thousands of men. She was a famous genius in East Xuanyu. No one dared to blaspheme her. She had always been high and mighty. But now, this saintess was about to fall into his hands and be at his mercy. To any man, it was a kind of pride and a great sense of achievement to get a peerless saintess like Lan Lingji. Apart from cultivating an evil cultivation method, Hei Lang himself was also a lustful person. He had long been interested in Lan Lingji in East Xuanyu, but because Lan Lingji was the saintess of exquisite paradise, he didn't have the chance to make his move. This time, he encountered her alone in the golden horizon. To Hei Lang, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Shameless bastard. Lan Lingji's face was unsightly. Her eyes were full of disgust when she looked at Hei Lang. Even when she heard Hei Lang's voice, she would feel disgusted. As a saintess with a high and mighty position, she had never encountered such a predicament before. Presently, she had already suffered a certain degree of injury. Hei Lang and the 3 corpse puppets had completely sealed off the battlefield. It would be difficult for her to escape now. Jia. Lan Lingji, don't resist anymore. Just submit to me and become my woman. Isn't that great? Hei Lang revealed a sinister smile. He didn't care about Lan Lingji's disgust towards him as he only needed to achieve his goal. Humph. Black Wolf, do you think that I, Lan Lingji, am so easy to deal with? Even if I have to fight to the death with you today, don't even think about succeeding. Lan Lingji harumphed coldly. She was also a woman with a strong character. Even if she had to pay with her life, she wouldn't let Hei Lang taint her innocence. Besides, she wasn't someone who could be easily dealt with. If she died, Hei Lang would also have to pay an extremely heavy price. A life-and-death struggle? I'm afraid you won't have the chance. Lan Lingji, since you refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit, don't blame me for being impolite. Hei Lang's eyes glinted evilly. Under his command, the 3 corpse puppets roared and lunged at Lan Lingji. Now that the entire scene was under Hei Lang's control, it seemed impossible for Lan Lingji to escape. Lan Lingji's facial expression changed slightly. A blue long sword appeared in her hand. It was an incomparably mystical sword that radiated azure radiance. Instantly, she engaged in a fierce battle with the 3 corpse puppets. The corpse puppets of Corpse-Ene's sect weren't that terrifying in a one-on-one battle, but the most frightening thing about them was their teamwork, especially with their masters. The teamwork between the 3 corpse puppets had reached a flawless level. Lan Lingji had suffered a certain degree of injury, which made her inferior in the fierce battle. She might fall into a crisis at any time. Barf! Not long after that, Lan Lingji spurted out a mouthful of blood. Her facial expression turned even more unsightly. Lan Lingji, you won't be able to escape today. You must become my woman. Haha. He Lang laughed heartily. Today, he was determined to get Lan Lingji. He would never give her any chance. Don't even think about it. Lan Lingji's ferocious nature was completely aroused. Her beautiful eyes bloomed with flames. Terrifying energy began to stir in her body. Even if she had to pay the price of her life, she wouldn't let He Lang have his way. Hung Long. The battle was very intense. As the saint girl of exquisite paradise, Lan Lingji had some means, but it seemed like she wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. This scene happened to be witnessed by Jiang Chen and Long Shan, who had just arrived. Before Jiang Chen could react, Long Shan was infuriated. Motherfucker! What kind of ability is bullying a woman? I can't stand it the most. Long Shan was incomparably infuriated. He Lang deserves to die. The enmity between me and Corpse-Ene's sect is irreconcilable. Since we've met today, I'm going to kill He Lang. Lan Lingji is the saint girl of exquisite paradise. I don't have any enmity with exquisite paradise, so I can befriend her. It's always better to have one more friend than one more enemy. Jiang Chen spoke. His chi fluctuated, ready to strike. Let me do it. You'd better stand aside when it comes to saving a damsel in distress. You already have so many wives. Leave one for your brother. Long Shan grabbed Jiang Chen's arm and said with a smirk. Haha, so you have taken a fancy to the saint girl. I wonder if she will like you, you damned monkey. Jiang Chen burst into laughter. A gentleman wouldn't take away someone's love. Of course, Jiang Chen would give such a good opportunity to Monkey. After all, he didn't have any feelings for Lan Lingji. Long Shan had just attacked and was about to perform well. Now that there was a beauty in front of him, it was a great opportunity for him. An unparalleled beauty like Lan Lingji would be coveted by thousands of men. It was only normal for Monkey to have taken a fancy to her. Fuck. You've seen through me. Looks like we can't be brothers anymore. Long Shan glared at Jiang Chen. You'd better act quickly. If you don't, Lan Lingji won't be able to hold on any longer. Jiang Chen reminded. Master Monkey is here. With a sway of his body, Long Shan dashed out. A reddish-gold iron staff appeared in his hand. Although he looked like a fair-skinned scholar, once the battle began, the chi of a battle saint ape would be fully revealed. On the battlefield, Lan Lingji was repeatedly injured. Her eyes were filled with ruthlessness, ready to perish together with her enemies. At this moment, an incomparably powerful figure suddenly broke into the battlefield and came to her side. Beauty, Brother Shan is here to save you. Long Shan winked at Lan Lingji. Lan Lingji was stunned. She had never thought that a person would appear at such a critical moment. However, she wasn't interested in Dragon Shan's flirtatious glance. If it was during normal times, she would have given the person a slap on the face if he dared to do so. Who's that? He Lang looked over at Long Shan, feeling somewhat surprised. This battlefield had already been sealed off by him and the 3 corpse puppets. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to come in, but this brat was able to break in so easily. It showed that this brat had extraordinary abilities. However, when He Lang saw that the intruder was only an intermediate immortal emperor, he let out a sigh of relief. As long as the opponent wasn't a late immortal emperor like Yi Peng, He Lang wouldn't care at all. Given his means, he wouldn't put anyone who was at the same level as him in his eyes. I'm Long Shan. He Lang, you are a man. Why are you bullying a woman here? What the fuck are you? Long Shan scolded without giving any face to He Lang. Haha. It seems like a hero saving the beauty. Brat, you are too impulsive. Why didn't you measure your own ability before attacking? Since you have come, let's die together. He Lang laughed aloud, totally not putting Longshan in his eyes. He controlled the 3 corpse puppets to attack Longshan at the same time. Be careful. These corpse puppets are very powerful. Their teamwork is extremely good. Lan Lingji hastily warned. They are the ones who should be careful. Have a taste of Brother Shersan's staff. Draconic Shersan leaped up and struck one of the corpse puppets with his iron cudgel. Bang! The speed was too fast. The staff was like Mount Tai. Even under Hei Lang's precise control, the corpse puppet couldn't evade the staff at all. Long Shersan's staff hit the head of the corpse puppet precisely. The formidable body of the corpse puppet exploded instantly, turning into powder. What? Hei Lang and Lan Lingji exclaimed at the same time. The way they looked at Long Shersan had completely changed because they knew too well about the scariness of these corpse puppets. Hei Lang knew very well that these corpse puppets were refined by him. Lan Lingji, who had fought against them and was severely injured, naturally knew how scary they were. However, Long Shersan had killed one of them with a simple staff strike. The whole process was as easy as crushing an ant. This was definitely not an accident, because such an accident would definitely not happen. The only explanation was that this guy was simply too strong. Who exactly are you? Hei Lang's tone turned solemn. Someone you can't afford to offend. All of a sudden dazzling divine light shot out from Long Shersan's eyes. His black hair fluttered in the wind. The staff in his hand shone brilliantly like a divine weapon. Without a word, he swung it horizontally at the second corpse puppet. Bang! Just like before, the powerful corpse puppet had an intermediate immortal emperor cultivation base, but it couldn't put up any resistance under the iron staff of Long Shersan. Its resistance was negligible. Under the situation where it couldn't evade, it was killed by Long Shersan and turned into powder. Before Hei Lang could react, the iron staff in Long Shersan's hand had already been swung at the last corpse puppet. Stop! Hei Lang was shocked. How would he dare to be negligent? He hastily made a move, hoping to snatch the corpse puppet from Long Shersan's iron staff. Only he knew how much effort it took to refine a corpse puppet. Chapter 1602. Hei Lang realized that this scholarly fellow was not an ordinary person. However, it was already too late for him to snatch the corpse puppet. Be it in terms of strength or speed, he was no match for Long Shersan. Bang! Long Shersan didn't care about Hei Lang at all. He didn't even spare a glance at Hei Lang, who was lunging at him. The iron staff in his hand smashed down heavily on the head of the last corpse puppet. As expected, this corpse puppet was not much stronger than the previous ones. It was smashed to pieces by Long Shersan's staff. Bastard! Hei Lang was enraged. An incomparably chilling black broadsword appeared in his hand and he slashed at Long Shersan. Long Shersan casually raised his iron staff, which collided with Hei Lang's broadsword. Only after clashing with Long Shersan did Hei Lang realize how terrifying Long Shersan was. Hei Lang could feel the surging energy coming out from Long Shersan's body. It was a destructive energy that could erupt with a casual move. Even with his own abilities, he was no match for Long Shersan at all. This was the gap between them. Clang! The broadsword slashed against Long Shersan's iron staff, causing Hei Lang to suffer from a powerful backlash. His entire body was sent flying tens of feet away while coughing out blood. A casual move from Long Shersan had seriously injured Hei Lang, rendering him incapable of fighting back. A piece of trash like you wants to fight your grandpa monkey? You're really overestimating yourself. Long Shersan looked at Hei Lang with eyes full of contempt and disdain. That was a kind of innate arrogance, but Long Shersan had the capital to be arrogant. A trash like Hei Lang was indeed not qualified to be Long Shersan's opponent. Compared to a mighty immemorial battle spirit, Hei Lang wasn't even on the same level. Lan Lingji gaped at Long Shersan with her mouth wide open. She was so shocked that she couldn't close her mouth for a long time. Her beautiful eyes glowed with a strange light. As the saintess of exquisite paradise, Lan Lingji had seen all kinds of geniuses, but it was her first time seeing someone as ferocious as Long Shersan. She knew Hei Lang's strength very well. After all, she had just fought with Hei Lang and almost lost her life. Although this Long Shersan was also an intermediate immortal emperor, the gap between them was just too huge. She could see that the mighty Hei Lang couldn't withstand a single blow from Long Shersan. Which monstrous genius does he come from? How could he be so terrifying? Lan Lingji's heart quivered. At the same time, she couldn't help but be fascinated and attracted by Long Shersan's demeanor. A strong man would always be able to attract women. Moreover, Long Shersan was her savior. Just this point alone was enough for her to have a good impression of Long Shersan. At least, she wouldn't dislike him. It was hard for a peerless saintess like Lan Lingji to pay attention to a man. But now, the emergence of Dragon Shersan had caught her attention and she began to pay attention to him. "You, who exactly are you?" He Lang spoke ferociously. The loss of 3 corpse puppets had dealt a great blow to him. Those were his life's work. Now, only he knew the hatred he had for Long Shersan. If he had the chance to kill Long Shersan, he would never let him die so easily. Unfortunately, He Lang knew very well that it was almost impossible for him to take revenge. His opponent was just too strong. It seemed like it was already good enough for him to keep his life. The one who wants your life. Long Shersan didn't want to talk nonsense with He Lang. He lifted the iron staff and smashed it at He Lang. With extreme speed, he reached He Lang in a blink. Hold on. He Lang was scared out of his wits. Today, he had met a character who was even more ruthless than him. He Lang didn't even give him the slightest bit of face. He was really unlucky. If he was smashed by this staff, he would probably be smashed to death like the 3 corpse puppets before. "If you have any last words, say them quickly," Long Shersan said. "Don't kill me. You and I aren't enemies. As long as you let me go, I promise I won't find trouble with you in the future. I, He Lang, am the most valued genius of Corpsine sect. Killing me won't do you any good," He Lang said in a trembling voice. He was now terrified. He had always been the one killing others and had never experienced the feeling of death. But now, he could already smell the scent of death. It was a kind of coldness and terror as if he had fallen into an ice cave. He didn't want to die. How could a rising genius of Corpsine sect be willing to die like this? He still wanted to obtain the great earth immortal milk. "You're right." Long Shersan nodded and pretended to be in contemplation. Upon seeing this, He Lang's face revealed a look of surprise. It seemed like his identity as a disciple of Corpsine sect was very effective. As long as he could escape with his life today, he would certainly kill his opponent in the future to avenge today's death. "All right. As long as you don't kill me, we can still be friends," He Lang said hastily. "Young Master Long, don't listen to this man. He is cunning and strange. Leaving him alive will only bring disaster." Lan Lingji said, "You're right. It won't do me any good if I kill you, but if someone else kills you, they will benefit from it." Long Shersan nodded, then turned to Jiang Chen who was watching the battle from afar and said aloud, "Little Chinzi, come and kill him." He Lang's words undoubtedly reminded Long Shersan, but Long Shersan absolutely didn't want to spare his life out of kindness because he didn't have the identity brocade pouch with him. If Jiang Chen killed He Lang, it would be different. He could directly obtain He Lang's brocade pouch. Putting aside whether there were treasures in the brocade pouch, at least his luck would be absorbed by Jiang Chen. Upon hearing this, Lan Lingji and He Lang looked towards the direction of Long Shersan's voice at the same time and saw a white-robed youth with one hand behind his back. With light steps, he arrived at the battlefield very quickly. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth curved into a smile. Without any superfluous words, the Heavenly Saint's sword appeared in his hand and he thrust it at He Lang's head. "He's right. There are plenty of benefits for me to kill you," Jiang Chen said. The Heavenly Saint's sword pierced through He Lang's glabella. Blood spurted out, drawing a dark red line. You! He Lang's eyes widened. Even at the moment of his death, he was still dumbfounded. Things happened too fast. He didn't even have the chance to react. Great joy and great sorrow came too quickly. He thought that Shersan had spared his life, but he didn't expect that someone would come out of nowhere and kill him without saying a word. He didn't even know who the white-clothed man was, nor did he know what kind of enmity he had with the white-clothed man. "I forgot to tell you that my name is Jiang Chen. The reason why I killed you is to save you from threatening me with your identity as a disciple of Corpsine sect, because such a threat is useless against me. Your Corpsine sect and I have long been irreconcilable," Jiang Chen said, letting He Lang know the reason for his death. You are Jiang Chen." He Lang's eyes glinted with the last trace of astonishment, and then his eyes closed completely. His vitality was gone. The brocade pouch on his body automatically drifted out and fell into Jiang Chen's hand. He Lang knew that his death wasn't unjust, because if Jiang Chen fell into his hands, he would certainly kill Jiang Chen. Therefore, it was easy to understand why Jiang Chen would kill him. You are the Jiang Chen who has created an uproar in East Xuanyu? Lan Lingji looked over at Jiang Chen and asked in astonishment. Jiang Chen's reputation in East Xuanyu was very great. Apart from being famous, he had also done some great things in Golden Horizon. As a member of East Xuanyu, it was impossible for Lan Lingji not to have heard of Jiang Chen's name. Now that she finally saw Jiang Chen in person, she was a little surprised. She didn't expect him to be so young and handsome, which was the complete opposite of the fiendish devil that was rumored to be. I'm indeed Jiang Chen. Today, my brother and I were passing by this place and happened to see the saintess being trapped by Hei Lang. That's why we came to your rescue. Jiang Chen smiled. Upon hearing this, Lan Lingji couldn't help but sigh. Thinking of the crisis just now, she couldn't help feeling a lingering fear. Her eyes shifted to Long Shersan with much gentleness. If it wasn't for Long Shersan who took the initiative to rescue her, the consequences would be unimaginable. Lingji thanks young Master Long for saving my life. From now on, you two will be good friends of Exquisite Paradise. Lan Lingji spoke and expressed her gratitude sincerely. It doesn't matter if we are friends or not. Just the two of us will be friends. Long Shersan chuckled at Lan Lingji, and didn't forget to throw a coquettish wink at her at the critical moment. Seeing Long Shersan's reaction, Lan Lingji lowered her head and blushed. This Long Shersan's behavior was frivolous and even flirted with her. If it was someone else, she would have given him a good beating. However, not only did Lan Lingji not feel disgusted, but she also had a strange feeling. When Lan Lingji noticed this, she was incomparably shocked. It was an indescribable feeling, but she knew that she didn't hate Long Shersan. Even if Long Shersan's behavior was frivolous, she was still very happy. Lan Lingji told herself that it was because Long Shersan had saved her, but as a matter of fact, she also knew that it might have something to do with that, but it wasn't entirely because of that. Young Master Long has saved Lingji. Of course we are friends. Lan Lingji returned to her normal state very quickly. After all, she was the saint girl of Exquisite Paradise. Her temperament was incomparable to ordinary people. Lan Lingji was even more astonished by the strength of Dragon Shersan. How could she have never heard of such a terrifying peerless genius? This in itself was very strange. As for Jiang Chen, she had also heard a little about him, but Jiang Chen seemed to only be an immortal king. Therefore, she didn't really care about him. The one she was interested in now was Long Shersan. I wonder if Miss Lan has any harvest in this spatial zone? Asked Jiang Chen. No. There doesn't seem to be any treasure or danger here. Chapter 1603. That's normal. After all, there are 81 ancient paths here. Our luck isn't that bad. Although there are no benefits in this spatial zone, at least there aren't any dangers. What we should do now is to find the exit that leads to the center of the Immortal Vault. If someone else reaches the center of the Immortal Vault first, I'm afraid that the Great Earth Immortal Milk will be gone. Jiang Chen spoke. You're right. Why don't we go together? Lan Lingji suggested. She was still injured and needed some time to recover. If she could join forces with Long Shersan, it would undoubtedly be beneficial to her. All right, let's go together. Long Shersan nodded immediately. It was exactly what he wanted. Killing Hei Lang was also a kind of harvest. It was equivalent to getting rid of a formidable enemy. Jiang Chen, Long Shersan and Lan Lingji walked together towards the center of the Immortal Vault. When the three of them joined forces, they were almost unstoppable in the Golden Horizon. Apparently, there were no more treasures in this spatial zone. What they needed to do now was to go to the center of the Immortal Vault and search for the Great Earth Immortal Milk. Jiang Chen was very interested in the Great Earth Immortal Milk. Although he had already advanced to the late Immortal King realm, the number of dragon marks in his body had only reached 1.2 million. His cultivation base wasn't stable yet. If he could obtain the Great Earth Immortal Milk, his strength would certainly improve a lot. At that time, his combat strength would be much stronger and he would have nothing to fear. Meanwhile, in another ancient path, Tyrant had also found an ancient palace. The palace was dilapidated and looked no different from the one Jiang Chen had found before. The ancient palace was located in an illusory void. It was very hard to discover, but Tyrant had a deep affinity with Buddha. His senses were much stronger than others when he came to the remains left behind by a Buddha Supreme. Outside the gate of the ancient palace was the same as the one Jiang Chen had found before. There was a formation blocking the way. The formation had been worn down for a long time. To Tyrant, breaking this formation was an incomparably simple thing. Amitabha. Tyrant clasped his palms together. Pure Buddhist light emerged from his body as he rushed towards the ancient palace. As if sensing the aura of Tyrant, the formation outside the ancient palace was directly broken. The dilapidated door of the ancient palace opened automatically as if it was specially waiting for Tyrant's arrival. Seeing this, Tyrant couldn't help but feel happy, but at the same time, he also felt sad. After all, a powerful ancient Buddha had fallen here. It was a sad thing. As a descendant of Buddhism, Tyrant naturally didn't feel good. After regaining his senses, Tyrant began to stride towards the interior of the ancient palace. Now that this ancient palace was open for him, there might be a fortune waiting for him. Naturally, he wouldn't give it up. His current cultivation base had yet to break through to the Immortal Emperor realm. He was merely at the peak of the half-step Immortal Emperor realm, but he was infinitely close to the true Immortal Emperor realm. It was just a matter of fortune for him to advance to the true Immortal Emperor realm. Speaking of fortune, Tyrant's fortune could be said to be the greatest among all the immortal treasures left behind by the Buddha. As soon as Tyrant entered the ancient palace, golden Buddhist light rushed out. For an instant, the dark ancient palace was completely illuminated. The entire ancient palace was filled with golden brilliance. Lines of Sanskrit characters were drifting in the void, looking extremely mystical. Wang Wang. The void trembled. A fist-sized golden ball was drifting back and forth in the void of the ancient palace, then came to Tyrant's eyes. Lines of mystical Sanskrit characters emerged on the surface of the ball, forming into runes. At the center of the ball, there seemed to be an ancient eminent monk sitting cross-legged in meditation with a solemn face. This was a peerless Buddha, a supreme Buddha venerable, like a legendary ancient Arhat. Every movement of his was exuding pure Buddha chi. Sarira. Tyrant's eyes sparkled. This was the Sarira of Buddha sect, the lifetime essence left behind by the ancient Buddha venerable. The Sarira in front of him was the size of a fist. Tyrant had never seen such a huge Sarira before. Judging from the chi emitted from the Sarira, it was at least left behind by a late immortal venerable supreme Buddha. Tyrant swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty. He was completely dumbfounded. What was a peerless treasure? This Sarira was the true peerless treasure. The great earth immortal milk was nothing compared to the Sarira of a late immortal venerable supreme Buddha, especially to a disciple of Buddha sect like Tyrant, because they could obtain a lot of things from the Sarira. Tyrant stretched out his hand gently and found that his palm was trembling. When his palm was about to touch the Sarira, he hastily retracted it. He felt that it was disrespectful to treat the inheritance of an ancient Buddha in such a manner. Amitabha. Disciple Tyrant is very fortunate to receive the inheritance of the Buddha Venerable. Tyrant clasped his palms together and bowed deeply to the Sarira. Then he bowed 3 times before reaching out to touch the Sarira. The Sarira of a late immortal venerable supreme Buddha was the lifetime essence of the Buddha Venerable. It was his true inheritance. Anyone who obtained the inheritance of a great Buddha would eventually shine brightly. Wang Wang. As soon as Tyrant touched the Sarira vibrated violently. It wasn't a sign of resistance, but a kind of approval and excitement, as though this Sarira was specially kept for Tyrant. It couldn't be helped. Tyrant's affinity with Buddha was too deep, which was why the Sarira was attracted to him. A Sarira like this had a certain spirituality. No matter how long it had been, its spirituality wouldn't disappear. If it couldn't find the person it admired, it wouldn't appear. In other words, if it wasn't Tyrant who appeared in the ancient palace, it was afraid that the Sarira wouldn't appear at all. One had to admit that the ancient Buddha Venerable who left behind these ruins was incomparably wise. He used the 9 drops of great earth immortal milk as bait to attract everyone's attention. As a matter of fact, what he really cared about was the Sarira and the Great Unrestrained Heart Sutra. Needless to say, the Sarira contained the lifetime essence and painstaking effort of the Buddha Venerable. It was almost all of his inheritance. The Great Unrestrained Heart Sutra was also the supreme mental cultivation technique of Buddha sect. It was a treasure that couldn't be measured by value. This was a great opportunity for Tyrant. This Sarira alone was enough to make his trip to Golden Horizon worthwhile. The weight of this Sarira was just too great. If Tyrant could refine it, no one knew what level his cultivation base would reach. Tyrant held the Saraira in his hand. An ancient will was immediately transmitted out, giving him a sense of intimacy. Without hesitation, Tyrant turned and closed the door of the ancient palace, sat cross-legged and began to refine the Saraira. After refining this Saraira, my cultivation base will surely advance to the intermediate immortal emperor realm in a short period of time. Chapter 1604. This was Tyrant's great fortune. No one could estimate the value of this relic. Not even Tyrant himself could estimate how much benefit this relic could bring him. His current mood was incomparably excited. Great Buddha, Great Buddha, Great Buddha, Great Buddha, Great Buddha, Great Buddha. I wonder if little Chunzi, De Huang and Sister Ning have entered this immortal vault. I'll work hard to improve my cultivation base first before going to look for them, Tyrant muttered to himself. He had met his senior brother Hao Ran before, and knew that Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog had entered the Golden Horizon. Hao Ran also said that there was a black-clothed beautiful girl following beside Jiang Chen. Without a doubt, he knew that she was Wu Ningzhu. This made Tyrant incomparably happy. His brothers had reunited and could fight side by side again. However, Tyrant didn't know if Jiang Chen had entered this immortal vault left behind by the ancient Buddha. If he was, they might be able to meet each other. After all, the Golden Horizon was just too vast. It would be incomparably difficult to encounter each other coincidentally. After obtaining the relic, Tyrant had lost interest in the other treasures in the immortal vault. Even the 9 drops of Great Earth immortal milk couldn't attract him anymore. After all, the value of the relic was beyond everything. The Great Earth immortal milk simply couldn't be compared to it. However, Tyrant also had to improve his cultivation base as soon as possible, and enter the center of the immortal vault, where the 9 drops of Great Earth immortal milk were. He knew that he wasn't interested in the Great Earth immortal milk, but Jiang Chen would certainly be. If Jiang Chen had entered this place, he would certainly search for the Great Earth immortal milk. Therefore, if he wanted to meet Jiang Chen, he must go to the center of the immortal vault. On the other side, Jiang Chen and the other 2 had already reached the end of the ancient path. There were also other geniuses who had reached the end of the ancient path. They looked around, trying to find the entrance to the center of the immortal vault, but found nothing at the end of the ancient path. What's going on? We've already walked to the end of the ancient path. Why isn't there an entrance to the center of the immortal trove? Could it be that we've been tricked by the old monk? There's an 80% chance that we've been tricked. The old monk's stone tablet said that there are 81 ancient roads, and every ancient road has treasures and dangers. However, we've calmly walked all the way here. Not to mention treasures, there's not even any danger. Not a single evil spirit has appeared. If this isn't a trick, then what is? Don't talk anymore. I'm afraid the ancient path is not as simple as we think it is. Let's keep searching. Everyone was a little flustered and exasperated. They didn't have much respect for the ancient Buddha who left behind this immortal vault. They began to call him Old Monk. As a matter of fact, they had been depressed on this ancient path for a long time. Because of the words left on the stone tablet, they felt that there must be a rare treasure on this ancient path. Even if it wasn't a great treasure, there should at least be some high-grade immortal metastones or immortal weapons. Never had they thought that they would reach the end. Not to mention immortal metastones, not even a strand of hair could be found. This was not the most depressing thing. The most depressing thing was that not even a single evil spirit had appeared. Where was the promised treasure? Where was the promised danger? If this wasn't being played, what else could it be? Upon hearing the complaints of these people, Jiang Chen and Long Shan couldn't help but laugh, because all the dangers and treasures in the spatial zone had been obtained by the 2 of them. The danger of the evil spirit had allowed Jiang Chen to repair the Zulong Tower and raise the Zulong Tower to 38.5 levels. The 39th level was about to be fully condensed. His cultivation base had also reached the late immortal king realm. The great unrestrained heart sutra had allowed Long Shan to break free from the shackles of the wondrous stone, allowing him to be born in advance. However, if these words were to be spoken out, the eyes of these people would probably eat them alive. Of course, they would never say such a thing. As the saying goes, getting rich quietly was the true freedom. As a matter of fact, compared to these people, Lan Lingji was the most depressed. Not only did she not obtain anything, she was also almost tricked by Hei Lang. If it wasn't for Long Shan's help at the critical moment, she really didn't know what would have happened to her. Why isn't there an entrance? Don't tell me we have to go back the way we came? Lan Lingji said with a frown. Let's wait and see. It's certainly impossible to go back the way we came. The ancient path has already been closed. I'm afraid we can't go back at all. Jiang Chen said. As soon as Jiang Chen's voice faded, the void ahead suddenly trembled. Then, an illusory passageway appeared in front of them with a rumbling sound. It's a passageway. This is the entrance to the center of the immortal vault. I didn't expect it to open automatically. Haha, I thought we have been fooled. Let's go. Once we enter this passageway, we will be able to reach the center of the immortal vault and see the great earth immortal milk. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. If the people from the other ancient paths arrive first, I'm afraid we won't have a share anymore. The sudden appearance of the passageway made the agitated crowd excited. One by one, they flew into the passageway. After all, they didn't get anything on this ancient path. Their mood was very bad. They were eager to go to the center of the immortal vault to have a look. The treasures there must be extraordinary. If they could get some of them, this trip wouldn't be in vain. In the blink of an eye, everyone had entered the passageway. Jiang Chen and Long Shan exchanged a glance. Without any delay, the three of them vanished into the passageway. After the previous recuperation, Lan Lingji's injuries had fully recovered. Every movement she made exuded the bearing and elegance of a saintess. The passageway of the void was very short. It ended almost in the blink of an eye. When Jiang Chen and the others walked out of the passageway, they saw silhouettes rushing out from different directions. For an instant, the spatial zone at the center of the immortal vault was filled with at least 1,000 people. More and more people were still coming out. Seeing so many people all of a sudden, everyone's face revealed a trace of astonishment. Obviously, such a situation was beyond their imagination. Many of them had the same idea: to enter the passageway before the others in order to obtain some benefits and treasures. But now, it seemed like their wish was shattered. However, they weren't fools. They immediately figured out the key point. Obviously, all the passageways at the end of the 81 ancient paths opened at the same time. Before the passageways opened, there were already a lot of people waiting in each ancient path, just like Jiang Chen and the others. Therefore, the moment the passageways opened, so many people appeared. This was the only explanation. It seems like a lot of people have died on the ancient paths, Lan Lingji said. Everyone could see this. When they first entered the Golden Horizon, there were nearly 3,000 people. But now, there were only slightly more than 1,000 people. Including those who came out one after another and those who had yet to come out of the ancient paths, there were at most 2,000 people. In other words, nearly 1,000 people had lost their lives in the 81 ancient paths. This was very cruel, but this was the Golden Horizon. The existence itself was dangerous and cruel. Anyone who stepped into this place should be prepared to die at any time. People were dying all the time in this place. There were battles between humans and evil spirits, between humans and humans. There were also all kinds of dangers. This was an ancient battlefield, a land of war. It was perfectly normal for thousands of people to die in the 81 ancient paths. Of course, they didn't die in the hands of the evil spirits. All of them died in the hands of Jiang Chen. In that case, the other ancient paths would also be the same. Even if they didn't encounter a ruthless figure like Jiang Chen, they would certainly encounter powerful evil spirits. After all, the powerful evil spirits on Jiang Chen's ancient path had been killed by Jiang Chen. If Jiang Chen didn't kill them, no one knew how many people would die when the hundreds of evil spirits spread out. Damn it! The old monk is playing his old card. He's still playing tricks on us even though he's already dead. All the passageways have opened at the same time. Even if the great earth immortal milk appears, it will still be a fierce battle. That's right. Look, even Yi Peng has come out. Who can compete with him? There are also those peerless geniuses of major powers, the saintess of exquisite paradise and a few intermediate immortal emperors. With them here, we won't be able to get a single strand of hair. That's not necessarily true. Even if we can't get the great earth immortal milk, we can still get some other treasures. We can't return empty-handed. Many of those who weren't strong enough began to feel disheartened. This wasn't the result they wanted. It was the situation they didn't want to see the most. Now that there were so many experts, it would be even more difficult for them to get the treasures. However, their eyes were filled with ruthlessness. Since they had already come this far, they absolutely couldn't return empty-handed. Even if the pressure of the competition was great, they wouldn't give up so easily. Dang dang dang. All of a sudden, the sound of a bell was heard from the front. It was an extremely ancient bell. Along with the ringing of the bell, the entire world seemed to have quietened down. Along with the ringing of the bell, a large expanse of golden brilliance and dazzling Buddha light appeared in front of them. This is the ancient bell. It's not the one being rung now. It's the echo of the sound wave left behind by tens of thousands of years ago. Long Shersan said, the echo left behind for tens of thousands of years. Truly unimaginable. Lan Lingji sighed. There's an ancient temple in front. The great earth immortal milk is right there. Someone yelled. Everyone was instantly stirred up. One by one, they yelled excitedly and flew towards the ancient temple at full speed, fearing that they would be half a step slower. An ancient temple that has existed for countless years should be left behind by the ancient Buddha. It should be the true place of inheritance. The 9 drops of great earth immortal milk should be inside. Let's go. Chapter 1605. Everyone flew towards the ancient temple. Those who appeared here were the geniuses of geniuses. Their speed was extremely fast. In just a few blinks, they had arrived at their destination. Everyone gaped, shocked by the scene in front of them. Up ahead was a vast expanse of emptiness. An ancient temple hovered there. The ancient temple didn't look big, only having a dozen rooms and an ancient hall. These ancient halls and rooms were all golden in color. Despite the passage of time, their radiance didn't seem to diminish at all. Not only that, after being bathed in the Buddha light for so long, the ancient temple looked even more mystical, giving off a feeling of supremacy. This was the sacred land of Buddha sect. If Tyrant and Grandmaster Hao Ran were here, they would certainly kneel down and salute. Dong dong. The ancient bell sound was still reverberating in the sky. It came from within the ancient temple. No one saw the existence of the bell, but the bell sound continued for a long time. What truly attracted people's attention was the mysterious celestial pond in the sky above the ancient temple. The celestial pond wasn't very big, it was only a square foot, and it was completely condensed from Buddha light. It was completely golden, and on the surface of the celestial pond, there were lotus flowers carved. Those were the holy lotuses of the Buddhist path, and they shone brightly, as though they could come alive at any time. Wang wang. The celestial pond trembled, and 9 rays of light as white as jade rushed out. These 9 rays of light were like 9 sharp swords that pierced through the heavens. Each ray of light seemed to be corporeal, and the pure Buddhist light couldn't conceal them in the slightest. The appearance of these 9 rays of light immediately attracted everyone's attention. Look, it's the great earth immortal milk. That's the light emitted by the 9 drops of great earth immortal milk. The great earth immortal milk is in that immortal pond. That's right. It must be the great earth immortal milk. That's the spiritual essence of the heavens and earth. It's too precious. The immortal chi it emits can increase the lifespan of an ordinary person by 100 years. Sure enough, the old monk didn't lie. There are indeed 9 drops of great earth immortal milk here. It's too precious. If I can get one of them, the benefits will be boundless. My cultivation base will immediately advance to the immortal emperor realm, and I will undergo another round of marrow cleansing, increasing my talent by another level. Everyone was excited. The great earth immortal milk was the essence of heaven and earth. It was a peerless divine medicine that could cleanse one's marrow and bring the dead back to life. The attraction of such a divine medicine was just too great. Even an immortal venerable would be moved if he appeared here. If the news of 9 drops of great earth immortal milk was spread out, it would certainly cause a great chaos, attracting thousands of experts to fight for it. I must get the great earth immortal milk. Someone couldn't control his excitement and took the lead to fly towards the immortal pond. Upon seeing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but shake his head. This guy was just too impulsive. He didn't even know how strong he was. How dare a puny little half-step immortal emperor try to snatch the great earth immortal milk? This was basically no different from courting death. Shwa! Sure enough, before that person could even fly to the side of the celestial pond, he was cut in half by a sword that floated out from behind. He didn't even have time to scream. Humph! An ant-like thing wants to obtain the great earth immortal milk? Don't you know whether you have the ability or not? With a cold harumph, a youth in black robe walked out. He was a genius of a major power in Radiant's immortal domain. He had a cultivation base of peak intermediate immortal emperor. He was extremely powerful. The moment he attacked, he killed someone. The strength of this youth had also sobered up those who had been blinded by the great earth immortal milk. Many of their eyes revealed endless disappointment, then began to shake their heads and sigh. Although they didn't want to admit it, they knew very well that the great earth immortal milk had nothing to do with them. It was absolutely not something they could touch. Should we act now? Lan Lingji asked, her beautiful eyes looking at Long Shersan. Don't be hasty. It's not that simple. Long Shersan spoke. He raised his eyes and looked at the immortal pond above. His eyes flickered with reddish-golden light. The light didn't rush out from his eyes. It was just a flash, but Lan Lingji still noticed it. Her heart was filled with astonishment. She had never seen such mystical eyes before. The fiery golden eyes could see through everything. Long Shersan had already predicted that the immortal pond wouldn't be that simple. Now that he had used the fiery golden eyes, nothing could be hidden anymore. How is it? Jiang Chen asked. Sure enough, it's not that simple. Let's wait and see first. Long Shersan said with a smile. Killing one person had a great deterrent effect. The genius from the Radiance Immortal Domain had a smile on his face. He stretched out his hand and grabbed towards the celestial pool. Just as his hand was about to touch the celestial pool, a bright light suddenly erupted outside the celestial pool. A golden hand appeared out of thin air and collided with the palm of the genius. Bang! The ancient force was extremely powerful. Even an intermediate immortal emperor was bounced back. Voila! Golden light began to rush out from the surroundings of the celestial pool. Rays of golden light rapidly condensed and soon, they became 9 monks. 9 monks made entirely out of gold. Each of the monks had their palms placed together in a solemn manner. Their eyes were golden in color, and they did not seem to have any life force within them. The 9 monks stood in 9 different directions, sealing off the entire celestial pond and even the area beneath it. These are the protectors left behind. They aren't real humans. They were created by the ancient Buddha using the essence of Buddha sect to protect the ancient temple and the great earth immortal milk. Dragon Shersan said. The 9 protectors had been hiding in the void all this while and did not give off any aura at all. The protectors would only appear if someone touched the celestial pool. Dragon Shersan's eyes of fire and gold had already seen them previously. Therefore, he was extremely calm. What's that? They're left behind by the ancient Buddha to protect the immortal pond. These monks should have very powerful cultivation base. That's right. These monks aren't real living beings. They are created. Their strength is terrifying, but it's a pity that too much time has passed. The energy in their bodies is constantly being consumed. Even so, each of the protectors is equivalent to an intermediate immortal emperor supreme expert. When the 9 of them work together, even a late immortal emperor expert won't be able to cross the immortal pond. The sudden appearance of the 9 protectors immediately set off a wave of commotion. Many of them were shocked. The means of the ancient Buddha was unimaginable. Fortunately, too much time had passed. Otherwise, these 9 protectors alone were enough to slaughter everyone here. Of course, the responsibility of the protectors was to protect the immortal pond and the ancient temple. They wouldn't take the initiative to attack. As long as one didn't take the initiative to approach the immortal pond, one wouldn't be in any danger and wouldn't be attacked by the protectors. Let me see how powerful these protectors are. The genius of Radiance Immortal Domain revealed a hint of ruthlessness. Both of his hands formed a powerful seal and launched an attack at the protector that had pushed him back. The eyes of the protector shone brightly. Both of his hands struck out the seal of Buddha sect, colliding with the genius of Radiance Immortal Domain once more. Hung Long. The powerful shockwaves of the battle tore the void apart, but the immortal pond and the ancient temple remained unshaken. The genius was forced back 3 steps. His facial expression began to change. What a powerful protector. Each of their cultivation base is almost the same as mine. More importantly, they can join forces with each other. It seems like it's going to be extremely difficult to get the great earth immortal milk in the immortal pond. The genius was shocked, but there was nothing he could do. The 9 protectors were guarding the immortal pond firmly. It was almost impossible to get past them to get the great earth immortal milk. The current situation was very obvious. The only way to get the great earth immortal milk was to get rid of these protectors. Let me have a try. As soon as Yi Pang walked out, he immediately became the focus of everyone's attention. Clearly, the only one who could destroy these protectors and get the Great Earth Immortal Milk was him. Yi Peng's body shook. The powerful qi of a late immortal emperor was immediately unleashed from his body. Under the impact of the powerful qi waves, everyone felt tremendous pressure. Sure enough, a genius from the immortal court was extraordinary. It seemed like Yi Peng would be able to destroy these protectors. But at the same time, the other geniuses also felt some pressure. Because of Yi Peng's presence, it would be extremely difficult for them to get the Great Earth Immortal Milk. Yi Peng walked towards the immortal pond step by step. Just as he was about to reach the immortal pond, the bodies of the 9 protectors suddenly shone brightly. Each of the protectors began to move. They seemed to have sensed the strength of their opponent, so they began to concoct their own energy. Yi Peng was ready to strike. His movement was very simple. It was a punch, but it was no ordinary punch. It was something that absolutely couldn't be underestimated. Just like the 3 punches of wisdom of the northern and southern dynasties, this punch contained an extremely powerful immortal technique. It wasn't as simple as a punch. Yi Peng's punch was aimed at one of the protectors. The 9 protectors seemed to have sensed it. They immediately turned around and formed a circle, aiming their palms at the back of the protector in front of them. For a moment, all the energy converged into the body of the protector at the front. An extremely vast energy light wave rushed out from the top of the protector's head. Hong. The protector's movement was very simple. Both of his hands formed a powerful seal of Buddha sect. It was the same move that he used to deal with the genius of Radiant's immortal domain. It seemed to be the only move, but its power was incomparable. Bang! The seal of Buddha sect struck out by the protector collided with Yi Peng's fist. The impact of such an intense collision was just too shocking. The void cracked inch by inch. Some geniuses who were slightly closer to the center of the battle felt suffocated and hastily retreated. Chapter 1606. However, a shocking ending occurred. Everyone originally thought that with Yi Peng's methods, he would definitely be able to destroy these protectors. However, Yi Peng's attack didn't cause the slightest bit of harm to the protectors. Instead, that powerful Buddhist seal made Yi Peng feel somewhat uncomfortable. What a powerful protector! The power of these 9 protectors can perfectly overlap and fuse together. Even I can't break their defense and take half a step into the immortal pond. Yi Peng was shocked and his facial expression changed slightly. Although these protectors have existed for tens of thousands of years, the residual power is still very terrifying. It's hard to imagine how powerful they were when they were first created. The strength of a mighty immortal venerable is indeed beyond our imagination. Even Yi Peng isn't a match for them. Is there no way to break this defense? Doesn't that mean we can't get the 9 drops of Great Earth Immortal Milk? Also, there must be some treasures in the ancient temple. We can't return empty-handed. The 9 protectors are just too strong. It's going to be extremely difficult to break their defense. Everyone sighed. Especially those experts who couldn't get their hands on the 9 drops of Great Earth Immortal Milk in the immortal pond. That kind of feeling was really unbearable. Monkey, you should be very confident in dealing with these 9 protectors, right? Jiang Chen looked over at Long Shersan. Lan Lingji too looked over with astonishment. Although she knew that Long Shersan was very powerful, especially when he killed He Lang, she didn't think that Long Shersan could fight Yi Peng. Now that Yi Peng couldn't break these protectors, she was afraid that Long Shersan wouldn't be able to do it either. If Master Monkey takes action, none of these protectors will be able to withstand a strike from me. But I always feel that things aren't that simple. If we kill these protectors, there will surely be a greater crisis. Perhaps, it will be a real disaster. So we'd better wait and see. There are people who want the Great Earth Immortal Milk more than us. I believe these 9 protectors won't be able to stop them. Long Shersan's eyes sparkled as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen nodded. Long Shersan had the fiery golden eyes. His words were the most trustworthy. Lan Lingji also chose to believe in Long Shersan. After all, Long Shersan had already discovered the existence of the 9 protectors. Even with my ability, I can't destroy them. Now that the Great Earth Immortal Milk is right in front of us, we can't just stand and watch. I want to invite all the intermediate immortal emperors to attack together. I have already found out that these 9 protectors can join forces. As long as we attack from different directions, we will be able to break their joint attack. At that time, the defense of the protectors will collapse by itself. Yi Peng's eyes kept sweeping back and forth across the 9 protectors. Even with my ability, I can't destroy them. Now that the Great Earth Immortal Milk is right in front of us, we can't just stand and watch. Yi Peng's words immediately stirred the crowd, especially those intermediate immortal emperors. They exchanged glances with each other, feeling that Yi Peng's words were the right choice. Given the current situation, this was the only and best way to break the defense of the protectors and successfully obtain the Great Earth Immortal Milk. In that case, how do we distribute the Great Earth Immortal Milk? You, Yi Peng, have a powerful cultivation base that none of us can defeat you. If you take away all the Great Earth Immortal Milk after we contribute our strength, wouldn't our efforts be in vain? Someone asked. This was the most crucial question and also the most important concern of all the intermediate immortal emperors. After all, Yi Peng's means was just too powerful. Even if they joined forces, they wouldn't be able to defeat Yi Peng. Once they helped Yi Peng to break the defense of the protectors, they wouldn't be able to get a share of the Great Earth Immortal Milk. You don't have to worry about this. As long as we can break the defense of the protectors, each of you will get a drop of Great Earth Immortal Milk. The rest will belong to me. I, Yi Peng, am a member of the Immortal Court. I will never go back on my words. If you don't help me, none of us will get it. Yi Peng spoke. He glanced around. Including Lan Lingji and Long Shan, there were a total of 6 intermediate immortal emperors. The 6 of them should be enough. At that time, he would still get 6 drops of Great Earth Immortal Milk. Although he couldn't get all of them, it was still better than getting nothing. After listening to Yi Peng's words, the 4 intermediate immortal emperors were visibly moved. They felt that this was a very worthwhile deal. It was already good enough to get a drop of Great Earth Immortal Milk. It was better than getting nothing at all. Yi Peng would certainly contribute the most. Therefore, they didn't have any objection to Yi Peng getting the most Great Earth Immortal Milk. After all, this was a world where strength was respected. Given that Yi Peng's ability was greater than theirs, it was only natural that he would get more. All right, I promise you. Me too. The 4 intermediate immortal emperors agreed. Their purpose of entering this immortal vault was to get the Great Earth Immortal Milk. They weren't that greedy. After all, there were too many experts here. It was impossible to get all of the Great Earth Immortal Milk. Now that they had the chance to get a drop of it, they had already achieved their goal. As for the others, they could only watch Yi Peng and the others divide the Great Earth Immortal Milk among themselves. Even if they had complaints in their hearts, they wouldn't dare to voice it out, because they knew very well that it was useless to voice it out. The Great Earth Immortal Milk had nothing to do with them. They were only looking forward to seeing some good stuff in the ancient temples. Subsequently, Yi Peng looked over at Lan Lingji and Long Shan and said, "What about you two? We aren't interested in the Great Earth Immortal Milk. You two can settle it yourselves," Long Shan said. After listening to Long Shan's words, Yi Peng's face turned cold. In his point of view, it wasn't important whether Long Shan wanted the Great Earth Immortal Milk or not. What was more important was that Long Shan didn't give him face in front of so many people. What kind of figure was Yi Peng? Everyone would agree to his plan except for Long Shan, which made him lose face. Naturally, Yi Peng was angry. It's fine if you don't want to participate, but you don't have the right to replace the Saintess of Exquisite Paradise. Yi Peng spoke to Lang Lang, then shifted his eyes to Lan Lingji. Me too. I'll listen to him. Lan Lingji's attitude was as firm as Long Shan's. Given how arrogant the Saintess was, she wasn't someone that Yi Peng could suppress. Humph. You all are not giving me face. Yi Peng harumphed coldly. What face do you have? In front of Brother Shan, your face isn't even worth a fart. What kind of figure was Long Shan? How could he put a character like Yi Peng in his eyes? Given his temper, he couldn't even stand an unfriendly gaze from Yi Peng. As a matter of fact, if it wasn't because Long Shan felt that there was something wrong with his protector, Yi Peng wouldn't have the chance to interfere with the Great Earth Immortal Milk. Hong. Long Shan's words had undoubtedly infuriated Yi Peng. A surge of intense anger rushed out of his body, accompanied by intense killing intent. What kind of figure was he? He had already reached the late immortal emperor realm at such a young age. He was a genius among geniuses. Plus, he was a member of the Immortal Court, which represented the high and mighty Immortal Court. No one had ever dared to talk to him in such a manner. Brat, you are courting death. Yi Peng's eyes were incomparably cold. It seemed like he would attack Longshan any time. Do you want to fight? I advise you to think it through. Longshan was calm and composed. He didn't put Yi Peng in his eyes at all. If Yi Peng dared to attack him, Longshan absolutely wouldn't mind sending him to the Western Paradise. Good. You are the first one who dares to talk to me in such a manner. I won't argue with you now, but when I get the Great Earth Immortal Milk, you will die a graveless death. Yi Peng left behind a ruthless remark. In his opinion, he would certainly do what he said. He was determined to kill this brat who dared to oppose him. He believed that if it wasn't because of the Great Earth Immortal Milk, Longshan would already be a dead man by now. Subsequently, Yi Peng shifted his gaze to the four of them and said, "It's fine if they don't attack. The 5 of us are enough. You all just need to cooperate with me." Yi Peng was proud and arrogant. "Stop talking nonsense. Let's do it." The black-robed youth who attacked just now was already somewhat impatient. "Let's attack together. Each of you will choose a protector from 4 different directions so that they can't fuse the energy." Yi Peng spoke. The 4 of them didn't hesitate. With incredible speed, they appeared in 4 different directions in the blink of an eye. Each of them unleashed their own powerful qi. Some of them even drew out their immortal weapon. The aura of an intermediate immortal emperor soared into the sky and attacked one of the protectors respectively. Just like before, after being threatened by the enemy, the 4 guardians who were attacked immediately pushed out their hands and struck out powerful Buddhist seals towards their opponents. Good. Upon seeing this, Yi Peng yelled. He seized the opportunity and attacked decisively. He struck out a few powerful punches in a row. The huge golden fist was aimed at the protector that he attacked just now. Hung Long. Yi Peng's attack power was just too powerful. This was his full-force attack. His purpose was to crush one of the protectors. As long as one of the protectors was destroyed, the other protectors would collapse on their own and would no longer pose any threat. Yi Peng's timing was just right. When he attacked, the 9 protectors were fighting separately. It was the time when they couldn't fuse their energy. Because of the disturbance from the other 4, it was basically impossible for the protectors to unite instantly. Ka-cha! Cracks instantly appeared on the golden body of the protector that was attacked by Yi Peng. The cracks continued to expand, seemingly about to shatter. Haha! Upon seeing this, Yi Peng burst into laughter and struck out another punch at lightning speed. Under such a strong attack, the protector finally couldn't hold on any longer. His body shattered with a bang. The shattering of the physical body of the protector also caused the other protectors to suffer a great impact. Their bodies began to shake violently. Cracks also appeared on the bodies of the 4 protectors that were fighting the other 4. Chapter 1607. The 9 guardians were created by Yi Peng. Their defensive power was very singular. Plus, after a long period of time, they were no longer as strong as before. Therefore, it wasn't difficult to destroy them. Just like now, Yi Peng and the other 4 had cooperated with each other to destroy the guardian with a single move. Now, one of the guardians had already collapsed and the other 4 were injured. Serious cracks had appeared on their bodies. If this continued, it wouldn't take long before all 9 guardians collapsed. Look, one of the guardians has been killed by Yi Peng. Their defense is going to be broken soon. Impressive. It seems like the 9 drops of Great Earth Immortal Milk are going to be in our hands soon. What a pity that we don't have a share of it. We can forget about the Great Earth Immortal Milk. After all, we didn't contribute anything. In my opinion, there should be some treasures and benefits in the ancient temple. If we're lucky, we might be able to get something. If that's the case, this trip to the Immortal Vault won't be in vain. Many of them could see that the guardians had been destroyed. All the guardians were about to be destroyed and the Great Earth Immortal Milk would soon fall into the hands of Yi Peng and the others. There was almost no doubt about this. Although many of them felt regretful about such an ending, they would still have the opportunity to enter the ancient temple even if they couldn't get the Great Earth Immortal Milk. There must be something extraordinary inside this ancient temple. Let's attack together and destroy all these monks. Yi Peng's qi soared into the sky. A powerful energy was launched towards another guardian. It was a destructive energy. After the fusion and overlapping of the defense was broken, how could the guardians be a match for Yi Peng? They didn't have any spiritual wisdom. They only relied on their will to protect the immortal pond. Even their movements were simple. Bang! Without the slightest surprise, another guardian died at Yi Peng's hands. At the same time, the other 4 geniuses each destroyed a guardian. At this point, 6 out of the 9 guardians were destroyed, and only 3 remained. But the outcome of their battle was almost imaginable. In the distance, Jiang Chen knitted his brows and couldn't help but say, "I always feel that destroying these guardians is a very unwise choice. It might cause unnecessary trouble." Jiang Chen cultivated the great soul derivation technique and the great divination art. Therefore, he had a certain perception towards bad things that were about to happen. In his perception, killing these guardians was absolutely not a good thing. Could it be that there are other terrifying existences hiding? Lan Lingji was a little surprised. Initially, she had the same thought as Yi Peng and the others. As long as they destroyed the guardians, they would be able to obtain the immortal pool. These 9 guardians were the last line of defense in the immortal vault. As long as they destroyed them, they would be able to get everything. However, the words of Long Shersan and Jiang Chen had changed her mind. "It's hard to say. I have a bad feeling about it." Jiang Chen shook his head. As more and more guardians were killed, the underlying bad feeling became stronger and stronger. Up in the sky, Yi Peng and the others were in a state of excitement. They didn't even think about whether more terrifying existences would appear after killing these guardians. To them, the Great Earth Immortal Milk was the most important. After the guardians were killed, the Great Earth Immortal Milk would be theirs. In their eyes, there was only the Great Earth Immortal Milk. "Let me do it." Yi Peng's murderous aura soared to the sky. Violent energy surged out from him like a vast ocean. In the blink of an eye, the remaining 3 guardians were covered. Having lost the cooperation of the other guardians, these 3 guardians seemed to be somewhat vulnerable. Under Yi Peng's powerful attack, the 3 guardians were instantly blown up. 9 guardians were now completely killed. The 9 guardians turned into 9 rays of light and rushed into the ancient temple. The immortal pool appeared in front of everyone. It seemed to have no more defense. The 9 rays of jade-white light of the Great Earth Immortal Milk had a fatal attraction. "The Great Earth Immortal Milk is finally in my hands." Yi Peng's eyes were very bright. Without hesitation, he reached out his hand to grab the immortal pool. Just as his hand was about to touch the immortal pool, his facial expression changed dramatically. "Not good." Yi Peng sighed inwardly. As a late immortal emperor expert, his sense of danger was beyond ordinary people. At this moment, he sensed an extreme danger. It was a danger that he had never experienced before. It could endanger his life. Yi Peng reacted very quickly. He hastily retracted his hand and retreated at the same time. The whole process was extremely fast. The other 4 intermediate immortal emperor geniuses were still in a dazed state, not knowing what had happened. Yi Peng was about to get the Great Earth Immortal Milk. Why did he suddenly retract his hand and retreat? But in the next moment, they knew the reason. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Hung Long. A giant golden palm suddenly stretched out from the ancient temple below. The palm was like a palm leaf fan, turning into an indestructible cage, enshrouding the 4 of them. The 4 of them were horrified. Their faces were filled with extreme fear. They tried their best to escape from the grasp of this giant palm, but it was a pity that they were powerless. Their strength was just too weak in front of this giant palm. It was like the strength of an ant, not even worth mentioning. Bang! Arg! All of a sudden, a destructive force surged out from the giant palm. The 4 intermediate immortal emperors let out miserable wails. Their bodies were completely shattered by the impact of this force, turning into a mist of blood. Hua! The sudden change was too horrifying. An uproar was set off among the crowd. Everyone's face turned incomparably unsightly, especially Yi Peng. He still had a lingering fear in his heart. If it wasn't for his quick reaction just now, he would have already become a dead man. Lan Lingji gaped in horror, then looked at Long Shersan and Jiang Chen with admiring eyes. At the same time, she felt incomparably fortunate. Long Shersan and Jiang Chen had saved her life once again. She could almost imagine that if it wasn't for Jiang Chen and Long Shersan, she would have agreed to Yi Peng's suggestion and attacked the guardian together with the other 4 geniuses. If that was really the case, she would probably end up like those 4 geniuses. What's going on? Why is there still such a powerful existence? It's just too powerful. An intermediate immortal emperor supreme genius was killed just like that. Countless people exclaimed. The scene was just too terrifying, making them tremble with fear. All of a sudden, a rumbling sound was heard from the ancient temple. Then, a ray of golden light flashed. A figure drifted out of the ancient temple like a ghost. It was an old monk in a golden kasaya. No, it was an ancient Buddha, a mighty ancient Buddha. The ancient Buddha appeared. His whole body was radiating power. Just by standing there, everyone felt as though they were standing in front of a towering mountain, suffocating them. The ancient Buddha was born, but anyone with a discerning eye could see that the ancient Buddha's eyes were empty. Moreover, there was not the slightest bit of vitality in the ancient Buddha's body. This was a dead person, a corpse. It was unknown why it could stand up again. This is the ancient Buddha. This immortal vault was left behind by him. He has been dead for tens of thousands of years. Now, his corpse has undergone an unusual change. This isn't an evil spirit, but it's very terrifying. Long Shersan's facial expression changed slightly. A mighty ancient Buddha. Even though he has been dead for tens of thousands of years, his corporeal body is still intact. The ancient Buddha has always been transforming and hiding here. Perhaps, he will come back to life after another 10,000 years. It seems like the 9 drops of Great Earth Immortal Milk played a certain role in his transformation. Jiang Chen spoke. The ancient Buddha that had been dead for tens of thousands of years wouldn't be able to resist him, even if he was just a corpse. What a terrifying ancient Buddha. How could he be alarmed? If the ancient Buddha gets angry, all of us will be buried here. That's right. No one knows how powerful the ancient Buddha is. Even if it's just a corpse, it's still terrifying. The 4 geniuses just now are examples. What should we do now? With such an ancient Buddha here, I'm afraid it's impossible to get the Great Earth Immortal Milk or enter the ancient temple. Everyone's facial expression changed. Some of them were still thinking about the Great Earth Immortal Milk and the treasures in the ancient temple even at this moment. Such greed could really kill people. Yi Peng stared at the ancient Buddha with an incomparably unsightly expression. The depth of his eyes was filled with fear. He had just experienced the terror of the ancient Buddha. If it wasn't for his quick reaction, he would absolutely be the same as the 4 geniuses, even if he was a late immortal emperor. In the face of a mighty ancient Buddha, there was no difference between a late immortal emperor and an intermediate immortal emperor. An ant would always be an ant. No matter how big an ant was, it was just a representation of weakness. The ancient Buddha stretched out his palm. On his palm, there were 9 rays of golden light flowing. Someone recognized them. They were the 9 rays of light that were formed by the 9 shattered guardians. Upon seeing the 9 rays of light, the hollow eyes of the ancient Buddha suddenly emitted a dazzling light. That was the light of death and dense killing intent. Not good. Everyone, leave quickly. The death of the 9 guardians has enraged the ancient Buddha. We are all going to die. Someone exclaimed. The scene instantly turned chaotic. If the ancient Buddha made a move, it would absolutely be a disaster to so many people on the scene. The ancient Buddha moved. His face was expressionless, but his eyes were very cold. All of a sudden, he reached out his huge hand and clawed at the crowd below. Hung Long! Arg! Blood-curdling screams filled the sky. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. The ancient Buddha had made his move, intending to kill all the living beings here. He was infuriated. He was just a corpse now. He didn't have too much spiritual wisdom and didn't have the slightest bit of mercy. His only thought now was to kill everyone here. Chapter 1608. This was a catastrophe. If the ancient Buddha attacked with all his strength, everyone in this spatial zone would be killed. No one would be able to escape. This was almost certain. The ancient Buddha was too powerful. Even though it was just a corpse, it wasn't something that these people could fight. The gap between them was just too huge. Run! Someone shouted and began to flee with his tail between his legs. He was afraid that he would lose his life if he was even half a step slower. No one could estimate the extent of the ancient Buddha's strength. It was not a problem for it to kill them easily. Damn it! I told you there would be big trouble after these bastards killed those guardians. Jiang Chen couldn't help but curse. Now that the ancient Buddha had gone berserk, who could control such a scene? The situation had completely gone out of control. Facing the mighty corpse of the ancient Buddha, only death awaited them. What should we do now? Lan Lingji's facial expression was extremely unsightly. The strength of the ancient Buddha was beyond her imagination. No one had expected such an ending. Nothing. Run. Jiang Chen said, then turned and ran. There was indeed no other way at this moment. The ancient Buddha had been infuriated. The merciful Buddha had now become the Buddha of slaughter. No one could make the ancient Buddha stop. The ancient Buddha was going to kill everyone here. Arg! Blood-curdling screams rang out incessantly. The powerful ancient Buddha was expressionless. He had completely become the incarnation of slaughter. He was completely enraged. Every time he attacked, he would kill more than 10 people. Such a scene was truly too bloody. This was a true calamity. Compared to those evil spirits, the ancient Buddha was the truly terrifying one. With their abilities, they could still deal with the evil spirits, but in front of the ancient Buddha, they didn't even have the slightest strength to retaliate. They could only wait for death. Yi Peng was the fastest. He was now trembling with fear. How could he still care about the great earth immortal milk? Compared to his life, any treasure was worthless. Yi Peng, you motherfucker. Some people scolded Yi Peng as they ran. They didn't blame the ancient Buddha, but they cursed Yi Peng's ancestors in their hearts. All of this was caused by Yi Peng. If Yi Peng didn't kill the 9 guardians, the ancient Buddha wouldn't be angry, and there wouldn't be such a scene. Unfortunately, it was too late. The ancient Buddha had already been enraged. Actually, this thing. All of them were greedy, so they couldn't blame Yi Peng completely. In the beginning, all of them were thinking about the benefits inside the ancient shrine. They hoped that after Yi Peng killed the guardian, even if they couldn't get the great earth immortal milk, they could still enter the ancient shrine and obtain some benefits. Now that they had suffered a catastrophe, it was their fate. Rumble. Ah. The ancient Buddha had completely turned into a killing machine, constantly killing people. The endless blood and screams couldn't move the ancient Buddha in the slightest. In other words, he was no longer the merciful ancient Buddha from tens of thousands of years ago. Instead, he was a powerful corpse that was attacked by anger. He had no thoughts and only knew how to kill. Perhaps when the ancient Buddha left this relic, he did not expect such a scene to happen. But all of this was happening, and the slaughter was continuing. It seemed that there was no way to stop it. Damn it, everyone scatter and escape in different directions. Don't gather together. Hurry up and split up. If you don't want to die, find the exit. You must find the exit. Otherwise, we'll all die here. Despair. Everyone was in despair. They knew very well that it was almost impossible to find the exit. This was the center of the immortal vault, the spatial zone left behind by a late immortal venerable. It was extremely firm. The spatial passageway that they used to come here had already been closed. At this moment, this was a completely enclosed spatial zone. There was no way to find the exit. They could only wait for death, but no one wanted to die. What they could do was to scatter and escape in all directions. After all, there was only one Buddha Venerable. He could only choose one direction to kill. If they gathered together, the Buddha Venerable could kill all of them with a single slap. Their thoughts were right, but unfortunately, the outcome couldn't be changed. Even if they scattered in all directions, the final outcome would still be death. It was just that some of them would die a little later. This spatial zone was only so big. As long as the ancient Buddha's anger didn't dissipate, it was only a matter of time before he killed everyone here. Voila! The ancient Buddha's face was calm. He regarded all living beings as ants. With a wave of his huge palm, a large patch of the void was frozen in an instant. At least 30+ people were completely confined in that spatial zone. Their frantically escaping bodies were frozen in an instant. They couldn't even move. No! Everyone's face was filled with unprecedented fear. That was the fear of death. At this moment, the glory of the past was gone. The glory of geniuses couldn't even withstand a single blow. What half-step immortal emperor? What early immortal emperor? All of them had turned into dust. Hong. In the next moment, the frozen void exploded. All those who fell into it were blown to death. None of them had intact bodies, turning into a large mist of blood. Everyone was trembling with fear. Some of them were shivering. The ancient Buddha was just too powerful. It made them feel despair. It's over. It's over. We can't escape. We are all going to die here. What should we do now? Who can save us? Some of them had a pale face. They had completely given up the hope of survival. The change was just too fast. They simply couldn't accept it. A moment ago, they were still excited about the great earth immortal milk. In the next moment, they were facing a disaster. Despair came too fast, like a dream. Unfortunately, this wasn't a dream. In just a blink of an eye, at least 200 people had died in the hands of the ancient Buddha. The scene was completely chaotic. Everyone was in despair. They couldn't find the exit. They didn't know if they would be the next one to die. They had nowhere to escape. The ancient Buddha could seal the void with a casual strike. Even the void could be destroyed, let alone them. Hung Long. Arg! The ancient Buddha struck again. Another dozen of them died tragically without any strength to resist. Some of them tried to use powerful attacks to resist, but it was useless. The final outcome was still death. Dong! The ancient Buddha took a step in the sky, creating a huge hole in the void. Its huge body appeared in front of Jiang Chen and the others like a ghost. An indescribable pressure instantly pressed down on them. Not good. Jiang Chen cursed inwardly. The ancient Buddha's whereabouts were unpredictable and its speed was just too fast. Now that they had been completely sealed, a little bit of its qi could kill them. Even if Jiang Chen wanted to open the Zulong Tower, it would be impossible. This was an unprecedented crisis. Lan Lingji's facial expression changed dramatically. She was in despair instantly. In the face of such a powerful ancient Buddha, there was nothing she could do. At the most critical moment, Long Shan still had a calm face. Suddenly, he put his palms together and chanted an incantation. A qi of great freedom flowed out from Long Shan's body. The qi was very weak. Ordinary people couldn't feel it, but the ancient Buddha could. The ancient Buddha's eyes flickered. It gave Long Shan a glance, then turned around and dashed towards another direction. After the ancient Buddha left, Jiang Chen, Long Shan and Lan Lingji couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. The relief of the pressure almost made them collapse, especially Lan Lingji, who felt that she had taken a stroll through the gates of hell. The ancient Buddha didn't attack us. Young Master Long really has a good method. The way Lan Lingji looked at Long Shan changed once more. She didn't know what method Long Shan had used, but she had witnessed Long Shan's miraculousness. A peerless figure like him was destined to have limitless achievements in the future. Furthermore, Lan Lingji's reliance and affection towards Long Shan grew stronger. From the first time they met until now, Long Shan had saved her 3 times. Jiang Chen and Long Shan exchanged a glance and saw the relief in each other's eyes. Lan Lingji didn't know what happened just now, but both of them were incomparably clear that the qi of the Great Freedom Heart Sutra must have resonated with the ancient Buddha. That was why the ancient Buddha subconsciously abandoned them and turned around to kill the others. Spare us, ancient Buddha. We know our mistake. Arg, please spare us, Buddha. As long as you kill me, I will worship you every day after I get out of here. Countless people were in despair. Many of them were crying and begging for mercy, but it was useless. What welcomed them was the cruel slaughter of the ancient Buddha. The infuriated ancient Buddha had only killing intent in its eyes. In front of it, everything was just a target to be slaughtered. Arg! Blood-curdling screams filled the sky. This was originally an immortal vault, but now, it had turned into hell on earth. Too many people died. The supreme geniuses of the 3 immortal realms who thought themselves to be extraordinary couldn't even withstand a single strike in the face of this calamity. When the ancient Buddhas acted, not a single one of them was spared. More than half of them had already died in the hands of the ancient Buddhas. This was a massacre without suspense. In the distance, Yi Peng was also fleeing in panic. At this time, even he couldn't help but feel despair in his heart. He could almost imagine that even if he didn't die now, he would still die after the ancient Buddha killed everyone here. Moreover, he was the one who killed the 9 guardians. If the ancient Buddha wanted to kill him, he wouldn't show any mercy. At this time, the passageway in the void suddenly opened again. A silhouette appeared in this spatial zone. This passageway was one way. One could enter, but not exit. Obviously, this person had just come from the ancient path and encountered such a brutal scene. He was immediately dumbfounded. Motherfucker! What's going on? The newcomer couldn't help but curse with a dumbfounded look. He was wearing a kasaya with Buddha beads hanging around his neck. Who else could he be if he wasn't a monk? This bastard had been refining the Saraira in the ancient path and had wasted a lot of time. Chapter 1609. The current tyrant had undergone tremendous changes compared to before. The biggest change was, of course, his cultivation base. Previously, he was only a half-step immortal emperor. Although he was only a step away from the true immortal emperor realm, a half-step immortal emperor was still a half-step immortal emperor. There was still a certain gap between him and a true immortal emperor. However, after refining the relic, Tyrant's cultivation base had already reached the intermediate immortal emperor realm. More importantly, he had only refined less than 1% of the energy essence in the relic. The rest was stored in his body, allowing him to refine and absorb it at any time. The relic was originally a legacy left behind by an eminent monk of Buddha sect. It was an inheritance. If such an inheritance fell into the hands of an ordinary person, the person wouldn't be able to exert its greatest effect. At most, the person could only use the relic to temporarily enhance their cultivation base. But it was a completely different story when the relic fell into the hands of Tyrant. Tyrant had a deep affinity with Buddha and knew how to use the relic. To put it bluntly, this relic alone was enough for Tyrant to cultivate to the immortal venerable realm. This was simply an unimaginable benefit. To put it bluntly, among the tens of thousands of geniuses who came to Golden Horizon, the one who obtained the greatest benefit was none other than Tyrant. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to describe this guy as a lucky bastard. At this moment, Tyrant could only see a mighty ancient Buddha massacring countless geniuses. The air was filled with a pungent smell of blood. Countless geniuses were running wildly in all directions, crying and screaming for their parents. Obviously, they were going all out in order to survive. Tyrant was dumbfounded. He had no idea what was going on, but he immediately saw Jiang Chen. No matter what had happened here or how dangerous this place was, meeting Jiang Chen here was something worth being happy about. Little Chunzi. With a sway of his body, Tyrant appeared in front of Jiang Chen in a blink. Monk. Jiang Chen couldn't hide his joy when he saw Tyrant. When he fought with Grandmaster Hao Ran, he already knew that Tyrant had come to Golden Horizon together with him. Therefore, Jiang Chen had been looking for Tyrant. He didn't expect to meet Tyrant in such a place. When Jiang Chen saw Tyrant's current cultivation base, his face revealed a look of astonishment. He remembered very clearly that Grandmaster Hao Ran said that Tyrant was merely a half-step immortal emperor, but this bastard had already advanced to the intermediate immortal emperor realm. This motherfucker's progress was just too fast. You have already advanced to the intermediate immortal emperor realm? Shameless. Jiang Chen punched the monk's chest. In such a hellish place, he was still in the mood to joke around. However, Jiang Chen wasn't worried now because the monkey had the Great Freedom Heart Sutra. At least the ancient Buddha wouldn't come to kill them now. I just obtained some fortuitous encounters. Tyrant chuckled. Pah! Just at this time, a slap landed on Tyrant's shoulder. The slap was so loud that Tyrant couldn't help but grin. He then turned and glared at Long San. Who the fuck are you? How can you greet your grandpa monk like this? Tyrant wasn't a person who could be trifled with. There weren't many people in this world who could slap his shoulder like this. If it wasn't because he saw Jiang Chen standing beside the other party, Tyrant was afraid that he would have slapped the other party. Upon hearing Tyrant's words, Lan Lingji almost spurted out a mouthful of saliva. She initially thought that this monk was an eminent monk of White Dragon Temple, but she didn't expect that this monk didn't look like an eminent monk at all. Tyrant, you don't even know Brother San? Long San acted as if he was very familiar with Tyrant. Just as he was about to slap Tyrant's shoulder again, Tyrant dodged it. Fuck your sister, Brother San. Who the fuck are you? Tyrant spoke impatiently. It wasn't his fault. Back then, when Jiang Chen obtained the wondrous rock from the One-Line Sky ancient tomb, it was placed in the Zulong Tower. Later on, Jiang Chen and Tyrant fought side by side in the evil abyss. Their brotherhood was very deep. Long San was watching them from inside the wondrous rock, so he naturally wasn't unfamiliar with Tyrant. However, this was the first time Tyrant saw Long San. Not to mention Tyrant, even De Huang Dog hadn't seen Long San before. Long San had just been born for a day. Tyrant, I forgot to introduce him to you. He is Long San. Do you still remember the wondrous rock that I obtained from the ancient tomb? He is the immemorial battle spirit that emerged from the wondrous rock, the Battle Saint Ape. Jiang Chen hastily introduced, fearing that these two would fight each other the first time they met. Such an occasion wasn't suitable for a fight. What? Upon hearing this, Tyrant couldn't help but widen his eyes. Not only him, even Lan Lingji was astonished once more. She stared at Long Shersan. The Battle Saint Ape was a legendary immemorial battle spirit. Lan Lingji finally understood why he was so powerful. If he wasn't powerful, he wouldn't be called a Battle Saint Ape. I've read about the name of the Battle Saint Ape in the ancient scriptures. It possesses the bloodline of the Battle Saint Ape and the True Dragon. It's one of the most powerful battle spirits in the heavens and earth. I never thought that I would really meet one. Tyrant was shocked. Haha. Therefore, it's not a loss for you to call me Brother Shersan. Long Shersan burst into laughter. Unexpectedly, after pondering for a moment, Tyrant said, I'll still call you Monkey. Che. Long Shersan's smile stopped abruptly and was replaced by Jiang Chen's laughter. If these two clowns and a Huang dog were to join them in the future, it would surely be a lively scene. Ugh! The shrill screams continued and the massacre continued. Countless geniuses were dying tragically. The ancient Buddha was completely enraged. The murderous aura on its body was getting thicker and thicker. A black light appeared in its eyes. The originally pure ancient Buddha was actually showing signs of being demonized. Little Chunzi, what's going on? Tyrant asked. It's like this. Jiang Chen told Tyrant everything that had happened here. After listening to it, Tyrant's facial expression turned incomparably solemn. His eyes were fixed on the Buddha Supreme who was killing the geniuses unceasingly. Deep in his eyes, a trace of sadness could be seen. That's right. I have to stop him. Tyrant's tone was incomparably firm. You can't. This ancient Buddha has already lost his mind. He only knows how to kill. His anger has been completely aroused and he won't be able to stop it. You will also die if you go up there. Long Shersan said hastily. No. Although the ancient Buddha is just a corpse, it has already undergone some changes. The murderous intent on his body is getting stronger and stronger. The more people he killed, the stronger the tyrannical chi is. This chi is gradually being demonized. If it can't be stopped soon, the ancient Buddha will be completely demonized. In that case, the ancient Buddha will be completely destroyed, and the tens of thousands of years of corporeal body will go to waste. Tyrant said. You can't save him. He's already dead. Lan Lingji said. Only I can stop him because I've obtained his relic and inheritance. I'm now equivalent to the disciple of the ancient Buddha. I absolutely can't watch him go to the extreme. This ancient temple has existed for too long, but the pure Buddha origin in it is still incomparably deep. I've obtained his relic and now I'm going to help him reincarnate. The ancient Buddha can be reborn after tens of thousands of years of effort. After saying that, Tyrant flew towards the ancient Buddha. This time, Jiang Chen and Dragon Shersan didn't stop him. Jiang Chen knew Tyrant very well. Once he made up his mind, it would be hard to change his mind. Plus, Tyrant had obtained the Sarira of the ancient Buddha. He was a man who valued friendship and righteousness. He would never be willing to see the ancient Buddha fall into oblivion. No wonder his cultivation base can improve so fast. It turns out that he has obtained the relic of the ancient Buddha. Fortune. Long Shersan couldn't help but praise. That's right. He's the one with the deepest affinity with Buddha that I've ever seen. Jiang Chen nodded. Tyrant was indeed the one with the deepest affinity with Buddha. It was a great fortune to be able to obtain the relic of the ancient Buddha. Just this point alone indicated that Tyrant's future would be limitless. Sooner or later, he would become the most dazzling star of Buddha sect. Can he really stop the ancient Buddha? Lan Lingji still couldn't believe it. If he can't stop it, no one in this world will be able to. Then, everyone here will be finished. Jiang Chen said that he had great confidence in Tyrant. The screams were still echoing. The ancient Buddha was massacring wantonly. The evil nature of the ancient Buddha was getting stronger and stronger. He had already become a killing machine. Amit Ba. Just at this moment, a voice that seemed to come from the depths of the void suddenly sounded. A figure appeared in front of the ancient Buddha. The ancient Buddha who was immersed in the massacre halted his movement as though he had heard a summon. He looked at the little monk who had suddenly appeared in front of him. At this moment, Tyrant's body was glowing brightly. The light of the ancient Buddha relic and the edifying light were released. He was going to help the ancient Buddha to purify the evil nature in his body. The evil nature in the ancient Buddha's body wasn't very strong yet. It could be directly eliminated by the edifying light. Ancient Buddha above. Disciple greets you. Tyrant bowed deeply to the ancient Buddha. He showed a rare solemn expression and released the chi of Buddha's sect to the extreme. The ancient Buddha was stunned for a moment. His eyes glowed with a different luster. He stared unblinkingly at the little monk, feeling an unprecedented sense of intimacy. Then, the intense killing intent and tyrannical chi in the ancient Buddha's body gradually subsided. Who's that monk? He seems to be able to make the ancient Buddha stop. He seems to be an eminent monk of White Dragon Temple. My God! The Savior has finally appeared. If he still doesn't show up, we will all be finished. The eminent monk of White Dragon Temple must have some means to restrain the ancient Buddha. It should be possible. Did you all see that? The ancient Buddha didn't take the initiative to kill him. Instead, he stopped there. It seems like it has worked. May the heaven bless the eminent monk of White Dragon Temple to stop this massacre. The scene quietened down all of a sudden. Everyone's eyes shifted to the ancient Buddha and tyrant. Such a situation was undoubtedly a good omen, giving them hope again. Chapter 16:10. The ancient Buddha grew quieter and quieter. The tyrannical chi on his body gradually faded. He seemed to see his past self from tyrant's body, an incomparably familiar chi. Therefore, his hidden consciousness seemed to have sprouted. Please forgive me, Buddha Supreme. Seeing the change of the ancient Buddha, tyrant quickly seized the opportunity. A ray of edifying light entered the glabella of the ancient Buddha. The ancient Buddha's body couldn't help but tremble. In just an instant, the tyrannical chi that had been stimulated in his body was completely edified. Tyrant waved his hand. The edifying light rushed out of the ancient Buddha's body and fell back into his hand. It was impossible for him to use the edifying light to control the ancient Buddha. With a pious heart, he didn't dare to show the slightest neglect and disrespect to the ancient Buddha. Beth! A relic appeared in the glabella of Tyrant. The dazzling relic didn't rush out from his glabella. It just emerged as a phantom, emitting an incomparably pure light. The ancient Buddha was attracted by the chi of the relic. He quickly raised his eyes. His originally empty and dim eyes actually emitted a strange luster when he saw the relic. Buddha Supreme, this disciple has come to help you reincarnate. Tyrant spoke with incomparable respect. He put his palms together and bowed to the ancient Buddha. The ancient Buddha was stunned. The entire scene was silent. Everyone was full of expectation, expecting a miracle to happen. They were hoping that Tyrant could truly stop the ancient Buddha. In that case, their lives would be saved. As for the 9 drops of great earth immortal milk or the treasures in the ancient temple, they had become completely unimportant. After experiencing the life and death calamity just now, they would cherish their lives even more. Compared to life, everything else was just a fleeting cloud. The scene seemed to have turned completely silent. No one spoke. Tyrant maintained his bowing posture. Just like the ancient Buddha, he remained motionless. The atmosphere was incomparably depressing. Many people felt a great pressure. Some even had difficulty breathing. They were worried that the ancient Buddha would go berserk again and kill the little monk. If that was the case, nothing could be changed. Everyone would die here and no one would be able to save their lives. Such silence lasted for about 10 minutes. Then, the ancient Buddha moved mechanically. His eyes glowed with vitality, no longer as empty and lifeless as before. Thank you. The ancient Buddha spoke. His voice was deep and hoarse. It was a voice from tens of thousands of years ago. It was the voice of his final will. He only spoke these 2 words before he closed his eyes. Amitabha. Tyrant had a compassionate and sorrowful expression on his face. He could feel the sorrow in the heart of the ancient Buddha and a sudden sprout of hope. The ancient Buddha closed its eyes. Tyrant waved his hand and a golden radiance emerged. This golden radiance was the pure radiance of Buddha sect. There were lines of Sanskrit floating in the air, forming a huge golden cocoon that covered Tyrant and the ancient Buddha. People could see the situation inside the cocoon through the golden radiance. The ancient Buddha was lying in mid-air. Tyrant's hands were constantly forming seals, sending them into the ancient Buddha's body. Tyrant kept chanting complicated scriptures. The ancient Buddha was lying there with a serene face. It seems like our crisis has been resolved. The little monk is sending the ancient Buddha to the afterlife. He has saved all of our lives. That's right. It was too dangerous just now. If it wasn't for the sudden appearance of this monk, we would all be dead. He is our savior. I hope there won't be any more mistakes. I hope that the little monk can successfully help the ancient Buddha to reincarnate. In that case, this calamity will be completely eliminated. And at this most critical moment, a silhouette flew towards the immortal pond at high speed. It was none other than Yi Peng. His mind was still on the 9 drops of great earth immortal milk. Seeing that the ancient Buddha had been dealt with by tyrant, he acted decisively, wanting to take the 9 drops of great earth immortal milk into his pouch. Swish! Yi Peng's speed was fast, but someone was even faster. Jiang Chen's attention had always been on Yi Peng. He knew that Yi Peng wouldn't give up on the great earth immortal milk. Sure enough, he still made his move. Jiang Chen blocked in front of Yi Peng with the heavenly saint's sword in his hand and said, "Lang Lang. Yi Peng, what are you doing?" "Humph! A puny immortal king dares to stop me? Truly reckless." Yi Peng harumphed coldly. "It's not me who is courting death but you. So many people have died because of your previous actions. Now that the ancient Buddha hasn't been reincarnated completely, if you make a move now, it might cause the ancient Buddha to attack again. At that time, the little monk will die. Everyone here will die. Are you going to disregard the lives of everyone for the sake of the great earth immortal milk?" Jiang Chen spoke coldly. Jiang Chen would never allow Yi Peng to attack the immortal pond at this moment. Tyrant was at the most critical moment. He wouldn't allow any accidents to happen. If Yi Peng's actions infuriated the ancient Buddha again, Tyrant would be the first to be in danger. "Yi Peng, you bastard, you have already killed so many people. Isn't it enough? Damn it! Do you think that you can ignore everything just because you are from the immortal court? Look at how many people have died. Now that the ancient Buddha is at the most critical moment of reincarnation, you will only bring harm to us if you make a move now. Motherfucker! Let's fight this bastard to the death. Everyone attack together and stop him. Let's see if he dares to kill all of us." The crowd was agitated, and Yi Peng's behavior immediately aroused everyone's anger. One figure after another rushed out and blocked in front of Yi Peng. Their cultivation was definitely not as good as Yi Peng's, and their combat power was also far from Yi Peng's, but this could not eliminate their resentment towards Yi Peng. More than 1,000 people had died. Although they were killed by the ancient Buddha, everything was caused by Yi Peng. Now, they finally saw a glimmer of hope. The ancient Buddha was about to be reincarnated by tyrant, but Yi Peng had to rush out at this critical moment to seize the immortal pond. If the ancient Buddha went berserk again, the consequences would be unimaginable. If it was in the past, they would certainly be afraid of Yi Peng and wouldn't dare to approach him, but it was different now. Those who had experienced life and death often didn't care about anything. They had just returned from the gates of hell, plus their resentment towards Yi Peng and Jiang Chen had taken the initiative to attack. What reason did they have to be cowards? For a moment, Yi Peng had become the target of public criticism. Everyone regarded him as their enemy, causing his face to turn incomparably unsightly. If it was in the past, he would certainly attack recklessly and kill everyone who stood in his way, but given the current situation, even he had to reconsider. It seemed that a heaven-shaking war would break out as soon as he made a move. Furthermore, Yi Peng didn't want to alarm the ancient Buddha again. After all, the ancient Buddha was just too powerful. Humph! Yi Peng harumphed coldly, then turned and returned to his previous location. However, his chi had already locked onto the immortal pond. In his point of view, the great earth immortal milk would be his sooner or later. No one here was a match for him. After Tyrant reincarnated the ancient Buddha, the 9 drops of great earth immortal milk would belong to him alone. Chapter 16:11. Yi Peng's plan was indeed a good one. As long as the ancient Buddha was reincarnated, the 9 drops of great earth immortal milk would definitely be his. There were so many people here, but none of them was a match for him. Even the 4 intermediate immortal emperor geniuses who fought with him previously had died. Among these people, only Long Shersan and Lan Lingji were intermediate immortal emperors, but they were still no match for him. Plus, these two didn't give him any face before this. Once he got the great earth immortal milk, he would kill them. Yi Peng's plan was very good, or even perfect. If there were no accidents, the solution would develop according to his plan. Unfortunately, all of this was based on the fact that no one was a match for him. However, Yi Peng, was absolutely not invincible in this spatial zone. Putting aside the fact that Jiang Chen had the strength to fight him in his half-dragon form, just Long Shan alone wasn't someone that Yi Peng could deal with. Seeing Yi Peng taking the initiative to retreat, the others gave up, but they were still on high alert against him. Now was the most critical moment. They would never allow Yi Peng to act recklessly. Under the situation where the ancient Buddha hadn't been reincarnated, if Yi Peng made any unusual moves, everyone would stand up and fight him. Jiang Chen revealed a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. This was Yi Peng's wishful thinking, but it was destined to come to nothing in the end. If Yi Peng was sensible enough, he would find a chance to leave this place. Otherwise, his life would be in danger. Wang, the golden cocoon, was getting bigger and bigger. It was hard to see the situation inside. Chanting of Buddhist scriptures was heard constantly from the cocoon. The ancient Buddha was lying there with a serene face. It was rare for him to be so serene after tens of thousands of years. About 10 minutes later, the cocoon suddenly vanished. Under the control of Tyrant, the body of the ancient Buddha sank into the ancient temple below, disappearing very quickly, as if it had never appeared before. Tyrant put his palms together and turned to look at everyone. Lang said, "The Buddha is reincarnating in the ancient temple. No one is allowed to enter the ancient temple to disturb him. Otherwise, you will have to bear the consequences. In addition, the spatial passageway connecting to the outside is about to open. Everyone, leave this place immediately." After listening to Tyrant's words, everyone couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. Thinking that they would be able to leave this place in a while, their mood became even more excited. It was the feeling of surviving a disaster. Although this place was an immortal trove, none of them had the slightest bit of nostalgia because it was indeed not a place worthy of nostalgia. Thinking of the horrifying massacre of the ancient Buddha, they couldn't wait to leave this place immediately. Nearly 3,000 people had entered the immortal treasury this time, yet less than 1,000 people were still standing here. In other words, a total of 2,000 people had died in this immortal treasury alone. This was an incomparably terrifying adventure. Every one of these people who had died was a heaven's pride, a dragon and phoenix among men, an outstanding talent of their respective major powers. They were all high and mighty figures of the younger generation, but in here, they could only be killed like ants and eventually turned into nothingness, vanishing from this heaven and earth. This was life. Working hard for a lifetime was nothing but a bubble in the end. Thinking about it made people feel sad. Those who were still alive were naturally lucky. Many of them had seen through life and death. This was a good thing for them. This was a rare experience. They believed that after walking out of this place, their temperament would undergo a tremendous change. If they could successfully get out of Golden Horizon alive, they would undergo a transformation in a short period of time. It wouldn't be a problem for them to break through their cultivation base. Hung Long. As soon as the ancient temple fell silent, the immortal pond in the sky shattered with a loud bang. The 9 jade-white lights vanished and turned into 9 drops of milky white immortal milk. They were the Great Earth Immortal Milk. The 9 drops of Great Earth Immortal Milk seemed to be endowed with spirituality as they automatically drifted towards Tyrant and fell into his hands. No one was surprised that Tyrant could easily obtain the 9 drops of Great Earth Immortal Milk. They knew very well that this might be a gift from the ancient Buddha to Tyrant to thank him. No one was jealous. Everyone was very calm and no one wanted to compete with Tyrant for the 9 drops of Great Earth Immortal Milk. Tyrant was their savior and they didn't want to be ungrateful. "Little monk, hand over the Great Earth Immortal Milk and I can spare your life." Yi Peng arrived in front of Tyrant in a flash and spoke loudly. He must get the Great Earth Immortal Milk. Otherwise he would never give up. "Benefactor, you look like a human, but why are your words so stinky?" In this poor monk's opinion, Benefactor must have just crawled out from a cesspool. Tyrant said in a serious manner. His words stunned everyone. They felt that their brains weren't enough to process what he said. Was this still the motherfucking peerless eminent monk? Where was the eminent monk? Where was the solemn and dignified one? Everyone was taken aback by his words. Such a huge contrast could only be seen in Tyrant. Yi Peng didn't expect that the eminent monk of White Dragon Temple, Supreme Heaven, would suddenly swear in such a manner. Moreover, his words were very professional. There wasn't even a single profanity in them. Yi Peng, who was completely unprepared, was stunned. "Ha ha!" Shasan laughed out loud. If he didn't laugh at this moment, he wouldn't be able to escape. If he didn't laugh at this moment, He would be really sorry for Tyrant's seriousness. Damn monk, it seems like you're courting death. Yi Peng was infuriated. As a peerless expert of the immortal court, who wouldn't show respect to him? How dare this monk humiliate him in public? Wasn't he courting death? Hung Long. Just as Yi Peng was about to attack Tyrant, a loud rumble was heard from the sky above the ancient temple. Then, a huge spatial passageway emerged. Yi Peng, if you want to cause trouble, get out of here first. If you start a fight here, you'll probably anger the ancient Buddha and bury everyone here. Jiang Chen said to Yi Peng, then turned and flew towards the spatial passageway. Along with him were Long San, Lan Lingji and Tyrant. That was the spatial passageway that led to the outside of Golden Horizon. It was their only chance to get out of here. Humph. None of you can leave. All of you are going to die today. Yi Peng harumphed coldly. Fearing that Jiang Chen and the others would escape with the Great Earth Immortal Milk, he immediately chased after them at top speed, disappearing from the passageway in the blink of an eye. Everyone, hurry up and leave this place. Remember, don't go to the ancient temple and don't anger the ancient Buddha. Don't worry. Only idiots will go to the ancient temple at this time. I don't want a mountain of treasures inside. Chapter 16:12. In the blink of an eye, everyone had rushed into the spatial passageway and vanished from this immortal vault. The opening of the immortal vault had taught them a lesson and made them vigilant. There were indeed plenty of immortal vaults and relics in Golden Horizon. There were also plenty of benefits and treasures in them. But the greater the benefits, the greater the danger. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that every corner of this place was fraught with danger. Nearly 2,000 people had died in the opening of the immortal vault of the ancient Buddha. If this incident happened in the outside world, it would surely cause a great uproar, but it was very normal for it to happen in Golden Horizon. If it wasn't for Tyrant's timely appearance to expiate the ancient Buddha, the number of people who died wouldn't just be this many. The remaining 1,000 people would also die. None of them would be able to walk out of the immortal vault alive. No one could resist the terror of the ancient Buddha. Everyone would die for sure. And this time, the one who had gained the greatest benefit was undoubtedly Tyrant. Not only did he obtain the Saraira of the ancient Buddha, his cultivation base had risen to an extremely terrifying level. He had also obtained the 9 drops of Great Earth Immortal Milk. Apart from the Great Unrestrained Heart Sutra, all the most precious things in the Immortal Vault had been obtained by Tyrant. The Great Unrestrained Heart Sutra had also allowed Long San to be born in advance. Those evil spirits had helped Jiang Chen to repair and upgrade the Zulong Tower, and even advanced Jiang Chen's cultivation base to the late Immortal King realm. In short, all the benefits in this Immortal Vault had been obtained by Jiang Chen and the others. One had to admit that this was luck, a powerful luck. There was no need to mention about Jiang Chen's luck. As everyone knew, Long San was born after absorbing the essence of the heavens and earth. His luck was unimaginable. Tyrant had a deep affinity with Buddha. If he was in an ordinary immortal vault, his luck and opportunity might be ordinary, but this was the treasure left behind by the Buddha. The treasures inside could be said to be prepared for Tyrant. Bang! In the sky above a barren mountain in Golden Horizon, the void suddenly exploded. Silhouettes were ejected from the inside like cannonballs, but they were after all the experts among the experts. Very quickly, they stabilized their bodies and descended from the void. Yi Peng was the fastest. Yi Peng was the fastest to come out. As soon as he came out, he unleashed his powerful qi, shrouding Tyrant, Jiang Chen and the rest in an instant. Now that he had walked out of the immortal vault, he was the absolute king. He had to get the 9 drops of Great Earth Immortal Milk. As for Jiang Chen, Dragon San and the rest, he wouldn't let them go. Anyone who dared to disobey him would be eliminated one by one to establish his dignity. Tyrant, hand over the Great Earth Immortal Qi and I'll spare you. Without the pressure from the ancient Buddha, he didn't put Tyrant in his eyes at all. None of these people in front of him was a match for him. He could kill them whenever he wanted. At this time, most of them had flown out of the spatial zone. When they saw that Yi Peng was going to attack Tyrant and the others, their faces were filled with anger. After all, Tyrant had saved their lives. In their opinion, Yi Peng was an ungrateful bastard. If Tyrant didn't intervene, Yi Peng would be dead by now. What right did he have to stand here and flaunt his prowess? Despite their anger, no one stood out to speak. Back in the ancient temple, They had no choice but to clash with Yi Peng for their own safety. Plus, Yi Peng had his own scruples. Now, the situation was different. They didn't have the crisis of life and death. No one was willing to stand out at the critical moment, because Yi Peng could kill them without any scruples. They couldn't be blamed for being disloyal. Firstly, there was no such thing as loyalty in Golden Horizon. All of them came from different powers or even different immortal domains. Secondly, even if they stood out, it would be useless because they couldn't stop Yi Peng. All of them were half-step immortal emperors. There weren't many early immortal emperors. The gap between them and Yi Peng was just too great. Tyrant, Long Shersan and Lan Lingji were intermediate immortal emperors. Even if they couldn't defeat Yi Peng, they were at least much stronger than them. Tyrant looked at Yi Peng and was infuriated. He turned to Jiang Chen and spoke earnestly. "Little Chenzi, why don't we beat this son of a BTCH together?" Pooh, as soon as these words were out, many of them almost spurted out blood. Some of them staggered and almost fell to the ground. How could there be such an eminent monk in White Dragon Temple? He didn't have the slightest bit of steadiness that a disciple of Buddha sect should have. No, he still had some steadiness. At least, he looked very steady. Even when he spoke, he looked serious. But why did his words sound so wrong? It didn't match with the image of an eminent monk. "I think it's fine." Jiang Chen chuckled. They had long found Yi Peng an eyesore. This bastard was full of himself, thinking that he was so powerful that he didn't put anyone in his eyes. Little did he know that Jiang Chen and Tyrant were enough to fight him. Jiang Chen was now a late immortal king. Although he couldn't defeat Yi Peng in his half-dragon form, it was still worth a try. Tyrant had already refined the Saraira, and his cultivation base had reached the intermediate immortal emperor realm. His combat strength was afraid that he wouldn't be any weaker than Yi Peng. "Haha! Do I need you two to beat this son of a BTCH? Watch Brother Shersan." Long Shersan laughed aloud and came to Yi Peng first. Long Shersan was the first one who wanted to kill Yi Peng. "Be careful, young Master Long." Lan Lingji hastily warned Dragon Shersan and unleashed her powerful qi, as though she was ready to fight alongside him at any time. "Don't worry, Sister Lingji. Just watch the show." Long Shersan turned his head and winked at Lan Lingji. "I'm going to help him." Tyrant was about to make a move. He didn't know the ability of Long Shersan, but he could tell that Long Shersan was only an intermediate immortal emperor after all. He was afraid that Long Shersan wouldn't be a match for Yi Peng in a one-on-one fight. However, as soon as Tyrant moved, he was pulled back by Jiang Chen. "Let's just watch the show." Seeing the relaxed look on Jiang Chen's face, Tyrant was first stunned, then couldn't help but reveal a surprised look. He might not trust others, but he absolutely trusted Jiang Chen. Since Jiang Chen had said so, it indicated that Jiang Chen was very confident in Long Shersan, which made Tyrant a little surprised about Long Shersan's combat strength. Courting death. On the other side, Yi Peng was infuriated. He felt that he was being looked down upon. In his opinion, the opponent should be kneeling down and begging for mercy when he was infuriated. At the very least, the opponent should be running away with his tail, but judging from the way the opponent was acting, it seemed like he was the prey and was fighting to beat him up. How could Yi Peng stand it? "Brat, you will know who is courting death in a while. Master Monkey will send you to the Western Paradise with one strike." Chapter 16:13. The Iron Staff was the symbol of Long Shersan. Once the Iron Staff was unleashed, someone was destined to be unlucky. Even Jiang Chen couldn't tell what material was the Iron Staff in Long Shersan's hand. He only knew that this Iron Staff was born along with Long Shersan in the Wondrous Rock. Jiang Chen was sure that this Iron Staff was extremely rare and divine. It could casually emit the qi of an ancient divine weapon, which was incomparably mighty. No one knew how much energy and weight it carried when it was unleashed. At this moment, everyone's eyes fell upon the sky, onto Long Shersan. Currently, Long Shersan was holding the Iron Staff, standing against the wind. His black hair danced in the wind. His domineering qi soared into the sky. His yellow robe was fluttering. Even though there was a great distance between them, they could still feel the terrifying energy waves that were released from Long Shersan's body. "He's so powerful. Who is this man? His qi isn't any weaker than Yi Peng. I wonder which monstrous genius he is from. I don't think this man is a reckless man. Since he dares to fight Yi Peng alone, He must have some ability. Perhaps, he really has the ability to fight Yi Peng. It's hard to say. Yi Peng isn't an ordinary man. He's a late immortal emperor supreme expert. His cultivation base is a level higher than that man. Plus, he's a genius of the immortal court with extraordinary talent, which makes him much stronger than ordinary geniuses. There's no need to mention the means he has. It's hard for him to find an opponent at the same level as him, let alone someone with a lower cultivation base than him. Motherfucker. I just don't like Yi Peng. This kind of ungrateful thing is simply shameless. Others have saved his life, but he still wants to kill them and snatch their treasures. That's right. If it wasn't for him, there wouldn't have been so many casualties. My companions died tragically in the immortal vault, crushed by the ancient Buddha. I really hope that this Long San can kill Yi Peng. Many people were talking about it. The powerful aura released by Long San made people feel that he could still fight with Yi Peng. However, they also knew that it would not be easy to kill Yi Peng. After all, there was a huge gap between the two of them, and this gap was irreversible. Yi Peng was also a little surprised by the powerful qi unleashed by Dragon San, but that was all. He had never put Dragon San in his eyes in the beginning. As a supreme genius of the immortal court, his identity had given him extraordinary confidence. He believed that as long as he willed it, he could kill Dragon San with a flick of his finger. It would be as easy as blowing off dust. Brat, you didn't give me face in the ancient temple just now, so I swore that I would kill you. Since you have taken the initiative to stand out, I, Yi Peng, will fulfill your wish. After killing you, I will go and kill that monk. At that time, the great earth immortal milk will be mine, and the luck of all of you will belong to me. Yi Peng was incomparably arrogant. He didn't want to waste any more time. He made a seal with both of his hands. Boundless energy was unleashed, forming into a substantial mountain and smashed towards Long San. This was a powerful immortal technique and an extremely terrifying attack. It seemed that Yi Peng wanted to kill Long San with a single blow. Go to hell! Yi Peng bellowed. The enormous mountain of energy had completely locked onto Long San, and was smashed towards Long San. This kind of locking had almost locked all the qi of the opponent. Under such circumstances, the opponent couldn't dodge it and could only face it head-on. Yi Peng's attack was just too powerful. After all, he was a late immortal emperor peerless genius. The moment he attacked, everyone's eyes widened. Lan Lingji's face was filled with worry. Long San had saved her several times. She naturally didn't want Long San to suffer any harm. On the battlefield, Dragon San had a relaxed look on his face. The powerful pressure did not affect him at all. Nor did it affect him at all. Just as the mountain of energy was about to reach Long San moved. He raised the iron staff in his hand unhurriedly and smashed it at the huge energy hand. Hung Long. The violent energy attack spread out for hundreds of miles, shattering the surrounding barren hills. Yi Peng's energy hand, which could crush anything, seemed vulnerable in front of Dragon San. It was smashed into pieces by Dragon San's staff. Deng deng deng. The aftermath of the violent energy caused Long San to feel an extremely strong recoil. His facial expression changed immediately. He couldn't control his body anymore. He had to take a dozen steps back before he could stabilize himself. What? Yi Peng exclaimed. He simply couldn't believe the reality in front of him. Given his ability, he was defeated by a brat whose cultivation base was weaker than him. This was absolutely intolerable. Humph. Have a taste of Master Monkey's staff. Long San began his counterattack. He stomped, creating a huge hole in the void. In the blink of an eye, he arrived above Yi Peng. The iron staff in his hand was like a giant heavenly pillar, sprinkling down millions of rays of golden light, forming a huge net that enshrouded Long San. Hoo-hoo! The iron staff was indestructible. With a wind-breaking sound, it smashed towards Yi Peng's head with unparalleled momentum. This attack carried all of Long San's power. It was the terrifying aura of an immemorial battle spirit. It was simply too powerful. Everyone's facial expression changed. No one could imagine how powerful this attack was and how much energy it carried. Yi Peng's facial expression changed dramatically. He hadn't even recovered from the shock when Long San's second powerful attack arrived. Moreover, he felt an extremely strong sense of crisis from this attack. However, Yi Peng's reaction was also extremely fast. A sword appeared in his hand like lightning, and he slammed it towards Long Shersan's iron staff. Clang! Unfortunately, Yi Peng's sword couldn't withstand the power of the iron staff. It was directly bounced off by Long Shersan's iron staff. An ocean-like power pressed down on Yi Peng's body, sending him flying. Wah! Yi Peng was lying on the ground. His body was trembling, and he was coughing out blood. The blood was mixed with pieces of his internal organs. It showed how much impact he had suffered from the strike just now. Fortunately, he had a late immortal emperor cultivation base. If he was any other ordinary person, he would have been smashed into meat paste by the strike just now. Swoosh! Long Shersan was like a shadow, standing in front of Yi Peng. The iron staff was pressed against Yi Peng's head. My God! Lan Lingji's beautiful face was stupefied. Her beautiful eyes flickered constantly. She had never been so shocked before. Back when Long Shersan killed He Lang, she already knew that Long Shersan was very powerful, but she didn't think that he was this powerful. Even the mighty Yi Peng, a peerless genius of the immortal court, couldn't withstand a single strike from him. Chapter 16:14. Lan Lingji wasn't the only one who was shocked. Except for Jiang Chen, everyone else was in a state of extreme shock. The mighty immemorial battle spirit and the valiant battle saint ape had never appeared in this world before. Now that it had appeared, it was destined to shake the world. For God's sake, this monkey is pretty awesome. Tyrant blinked his eyes, deeply feeling that he had underestimated Long Shersan. No wonder Jiang Chen asked him to stay and watch the show. My God! Is he still a human? How can he be so powerful? What kind of monster is he? Not even Yi Peng is a match for him. If I didn't see this with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it. This man is too ferocious. Why didn't he attack those guardians in the ancient temple? It seems like he has expected something bad to happen. Haha! This Yi Peng has become an idiot. He has been acting all high and mighty, threatening to kill his opponent, but he doesn't know that he's no match for his opponent. Now, it seems like he's not even qualified to carry the shoes of Long Shersan. Countless people were shocked. Everyone was horrified. This was an outcome that no one could have predicted. The contrast was too great. The powerful Yi Peng was incomparably arrogant a moment ago, but the next moment, he was beaten like a dog lying on the ground. This was simply a form of irony. Yi Peng raised his head and looked at the glittering iron staff in front of him. He finally realized what danger was. It was the threat of death. At this moment, Yi Peng finally knew what fear was. Like everyone else, he was on the verge of death and was on the verge of collapse. Brat, you are now lying in front of Brother Shersan. Do you have any last words? Long Shersan looked at Yi Peng condescendingly. You don't dare to kill me? I'm from the immortal court. If you kill me, you won't be able to escape the punishment of the immortal court. The corner of Yi Peng's mouth revealed a trace of ferocity. Even at this moment, he was still using the backing of the immortal court to threaten Long Shersan. Little did he know that Long Shersan was the same as Jiang Chen. If you dare to threaten me, then you won't even have the chance to say your last words. Long Shersan glared at Yi Peng and thrust his iron staff forward, smashing Yi Peng's head with a bang. Yi Peng probably couldn't believe that Long Shersan would kill him so decisively despite knowing that he was a genius of the immortal court. Bah! What the hell is this? Long Shersan kept his iron staff and spat at Yi Peng's corpse. Then, he turned and walked to Lan Lingji's side, looking like a handsome and domineering man. The way Lan Lingji looked at Long Shersan had obviously changed once again. It had turned from admiration to worship. As the cold saintess of exquisite paradise, she had never put any man in her eyes, but now, Long Shersan had gradually entered her heart. Sister Spirit Maiden, am I handsome? Long Shersan flicked his hair. His narcissistic look made Jiang Chen and Tyrant want to beat him up. Shameless. Lan Lingji curled her lips and turned her head away. Let's go. Let's leave this place. Jiang Chen spoke. Then, the group of four vanished. They didn't care about the remaining people. They didn't know each other and there was no need for them to interact with each other. The next time they met, they might become enemies again. Every corner of the golden horizon was filled with cruelty. After getting rid of those people, the dead man appeared in a quiet valley and stopped. Little Chenzi, why didn't I see De Huang and Sister Ning? Tyrant couldn't help but ask. Previously, He had learned from Grandmaster Hao Ran that De Huang Dog and Wu Ningzhu had entered the immortal vault together. Supposedly, they should be inseparable from Jiang Chen, but he didn't see De Huang Dog and Wu Ningzhu in the immortal vault. There was only Long San beside Jiang Chen. In such a situation, Tyrant had to ask about it. We got separated. Not long ago, I encountered the Northern and Southern dynasties at the Broken Edge Cliff and was hunted by the Northern and Southern dynasties. If it wasn't for Monkey's help, I would have died in the hands of the Northern and Southern dynasties. Jiang Chen told Tyrant about how he met the Northern and Southern dynasties at the Broken Edge Cliff and how he was hunted by the Northern and Southern dynasties. He didn't have anything to hide from Tyrant. Both of them were good brothers who had gone through life and death together. There was nothing they didn't tell each other. As expected, the Northern and Southern dynasties have appeared? I didn't expect them to be so powerful. You and the Northern and Southern dynasties can be considered as old enemies. It seems like there will be a fierce battle in the immortal world. This is just the beginning. Tyrant was obviously a little shaken. After all, they were all too familiar with the Northern and Southern dynasties. They had been enemies with the Northern and Southern dynasties ever since they were in Saint Origin World. They knew that this was an extremely terrifying figure. His clone back then was already so powerful, let alone his current clone. That's right. The clash in the Golden Horizon has just begun. We might meet again soon. Now that the Golden Horizon has only been open for 10 days, there's still a long time before it ends. In the following period of time, this place will certainly become more and more chaotic, but my cultivation base has improved once again. Even if I encounter the Northern and Southern dynasties again, I won't feel so aggrieved anymore. Jiang Chen said. The Northern and Southern dynasties had always been people he valued. He rarely valued his enemies. The Northern and Southern dynasties were one of the few that he did. What's your next plan? Tyrant asked. I'm going to look for De Huang and Sister Ning first. I'm not worried about De Huang, but Sister Ning's cultivation base is just too dangerous in this Golden Horizon. She won't be a match for any of the powerful geniuses she encounters. Now that she's with De Huang, I feel more at ease. I'm just afraid that she might encounter some danger, said Jiang Chen. Now, he was very worried about Wu Ningzhu. After all, he was the one who insisted on bringing Wu Ningzhu here. Although Wu Ningzhu's cultivation base had already advanced to the late Immortal King realm due to the Blood Dragon fruit, such a cultivation base was still too weak in the Golden Horizon. She might encounter a fatal threat at any time. Only by having her by his side would Jiang Chen feel at ease. Tyrant, why aren't you taking out your Great Earth Immortal Milk to share with us? Long San came to Tyrant's side and said, By the way, I've almost forgotten about this. Tyrant came to a sudden realization. Just now, he was busy chatting with Jiang Chen and had forgotten about the Great Earth Immortal Milk. Now that he had obtained 9 drops of Great Earth Immortal Milk, it was a true treasure, a peerless divine medicine. If the few of them consumed it, their cultivation base would certainly improve a lot. In the Golden Horizon, nothing was more important than cultivation base. Chapter 16:15. Buzz. As soon as the Great Earth Immortal Milk emerged, its chi produced buzzing sounds. The void was filled with a strong medicinal fragrance. Even Jiang Chen's eyes couldn't help but be filled with passion when he saw the Great Earth Immortal Milk. This was a peerless divine medicine that was much better than the Blood Dragon fruit. It's indeed worthy of being the legendary Great Earth Immortal Milk. Just the chi it emits is enough to make people intoxicated. If a mortal can absorb a mouthful of the chi emitted by the Great Earth Immortal Milk, his physique will change immediately. Lan Lingji spoke in astonishment. 1 drop per person. Refine it to improve your strength. As for Tyrant, you keep it. It will be useful in the future. Jiang Chen spoke. For a treasure like the Great Earth Immortal Milk, 1 drop per person was enough for the time being. It would be a waste to refine too much at once. Given their current cultivation base, they wouldn't be able to digest too much of it. Such a peerless divine medicine would be useful in the future. Little Chenzi, I have obtained the Sarira of Buddha Venerable. This Great Earth Immortal Milk is useless to me for the time being. You keep it and distribute it to De Huang and Sister Ning when you meet them. Tyrant pushed his hand and passed the Great Earth Immortal Milk to Jiang Chen. Such an action moved Lan Lingji. The way she looked at Tyrant also changed. One should know that the Great Earth Immortal Milk was a supreme treasure that couldn't be bought with money. It couldn't be measured by its value. Tyrant gave away all 9 drops of Great Earth Immortal Milk without batting an eyelid. How much courage did he need? Little sister Lingji, there's no need to be surprised. They have been through life and death with each other. A few drops of Great Earth Immortal Milk is nothing to them. Long Xueqi spoke with a smile. What he admired the most was the life-or-death brotherhood between Jiang Chen and Tyrant. In the cruel immortal world, such friendship was rarely seen. Lan Lingji nodded, but the astonishment on her face didn't disappear. As the saintess of exquisite paradise, she was high and mighty. Apart from respecting her master, Venerable Ling Long, she couldn't understand the relationship between Jiang Chen and Tyrant. All right, then I won't stand on ceremony. Jiang Chen didn't stand on ceremony with Tyrant. He directly received the 9 drops of Great Earth Immortal Milk. There was no need to stand on ceremony between brothers. Besides, Tyrant was right. He had obtained the Sarira of an ancient Buddha, which was a supreme treasure. It was enough for Tyrant to digest in a short period of time. Therefore, although the Great Earth Immortal Milk was precious, it didn't have much use to Tyrant right now. It would be better to give it to Jiang Chen. Miss Lan, you and the monkey take 1 each. Jiang Chen flicked his finger and 2 drops of Great Earth Immortal Milk flew towards Lan Lingji and Long Xueqi. Lan Lingji received the Great Earth Immortal Milk with a hint of excitement on her face. Thank you, young Master Jiang. Lan Lingji expressed her gratitude. She knew that she didn't contribute at all in obtaining the Great Earth Immortal Milk. Jiang Chen could totally refuse to give her any. After all, the Great Earth Immortal Milk wasn't something that could be given out easily. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate to give it to her, which meant that he had already regarded her as one of his own. Among the 3 friends in front of her, Lan Lingji had already decided to befriend Exquisite Paradise. Don't stand on ceremony, Sister Lingji. We will be one of our own in the future. Long Xueqi didn't forget to express his affection for Lan Lingji. Lan Lingji blushed slightly. She could naturally feel the affection of Long Xueqi towards her, and she didn't dislike Long Xueqi at all. In my opinion, we should use the Great Earth Immortal Milk to improve our cultivation base first, then go to other places. Miss Lan, I can see that your cultivation base has already reached the peak of Intermediate Immortal Emperor Realm. If you're lucky enough to refine this drop of Great Earth Immortal Milk, you will advance to the Late Immortal Emperor Realm. Jiang Chen said with a smile. That's right. It shouldn't be a problem for me to advance to the Late Immortal Emperor Realm. Lan Lingji spoke. She seemed very confident in herself. Now, she was also eager to improve her cultivation base. What happened in the Immortal Vault had dealt a great blow to her. At the same time, it had also made her deeply aware of her own shortcomings. An intermediate immortal emperor couldn't guarantee her absolute safety in Golden Horizon. Danger could befall her at any time. You guys refine it first. Tyrant and I will protect you. Long Xueqi kept the drop of Great Earth Immortal Milk and didn't refine it for the time being. He had just been born. His body was still full of energy. Just like Tyrant, he didn't need the Great Earth Immortal Milk to advance to the next realm. Or to put it in another way, given his current condition, even if he consumed the Great Earth Immortal Milk, it wouldn't be of much help to his cultivation base. It would be somewhat wasteful. Jiang Chen and Lan Lingji found a clean place respectively and began to refine the Great Earth Immortal Milk. As a matter of fact, entering the spatial zone of the 33rd level of Zulong Tower was the most suitable place to refine the Great Earth Immortal Milk. However, the spatial zone of the 33rd level was Jiang Chen's biggest secret. He wouldn't reveal it to outsiders easily. After all, Lan Lingji hadn't reached such a level yet. The secret of the spatial zone of the 33rd level must never be leaked out. Once it was known by outsiders, it would be a disaster for Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's method of refining treasures had always been very rough. Even if it was the Great Earth Immortal Milk, Jiang Chen would still swallow it in one gulp. His strong physique and the circulation of the dragon transformation skill were enough for him to withstand the impact of the energy of the Great Earth Immortal Milk. The instant the Great Earth Immortal Milk entered his body, the violent energy began to churn and rush into Jiang Chen's limbs and bones. With Jiang Chen as the center, it formed a large wave of energy that spread over a dozen miles. Under the frenzied circulation of the dragon transformation skill, new dragon marks began to condense and danced in Jiang Chen's qi. The current number of dragon marks in Jiang Chen's body was 1.2 million. His cultivation base could only be considered as having just stepped into the threshold of the late Immortal King realm. The energy of this drop of great earth immortal milk was enough to help Jiang Chen condense another 40,000 dragon marks. That was to say, after refining this drop of great earth immortal milk, Jiang Chen's body would have at least 24 million dragon marks, pushing his cultivation base to the peak of late immortal king realm. He would only be a step away from the half-step immortal emperor realm. Although the increase of 40,000 dragon marks wouldn't allow Jiang Chen to advance to the half-step immortal emperor realm, his combat strength would be raised to a higher level. This was what Jiang Chen wanted to see the most. Chapter 16:16. Sounds of energy explosions were constantly heard in the Silent Valley. Jiang Chen and Lan Lingji were refining the great earth immortal milk rapidly. It seemed that it wouldn't take long for them to completely refine the great earth immortal milk. The commotion here wasn't small, but with the protection of Long Shersan and Tyrant, it was absolutely safe. Long Shersan was an immemorial battle spirit with the perfect inheritance of the battle Saint Ape. Although his cultivation base was only at the intermediate immortal emperor realm, his true combat strength was probably close to that of a half-step immortal venerable. 2 hours later, Jiang Chen was the first to finish refining the great earth immortal milk. He stood up from the ground. His chi was a lot stronger than before. Just as he had expected, this drop of great earth immortal milk had increased the number of his dragon marks to 1,240,000, helping him condense another 40,000 dragon marks. The benefit that Jiang Chen obtained from the great earth immortal milk wasn't just limited to the 40,000 dragon marks. Apart from the rich energy, the great earth immortal milk could also strengthen one's foundation. In other words, after refining the drop of great earth immortal milk, it wouldn't affect Jiang Chen's foundation even though his cultivation base had advanced by leaps and bounds. This was the most important thing. Jiang Chen cultivated the dragon transformation skill. His greatest fear and worry was that his foundation would be affected. An abnormal being is indeed an abnormal being. A drop of great earth immortal milk has been completely refined in such a short time. Long Shersan couldn't help but exclaim at Jiang Chen. Lan Lingji was an intermediate immortal emperor expert, but she had only refined half of the great earth immortal milk. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, was merely a late immortal king. This was the difference between geniuses and monstrous geniuses. On the other side, Lan Lingji, who was working hard to refine the great earth immortal milk, was also aware of what was happening outside. She was shocked to the extreme. Just like what Long Shersan had said, such speed was just too abnormal. As the saintess of exquisite paradise and a secretary taught by her master, plus her cultivation base was at the intermediate immortal emperor realm, under such circumstances, Jiang Chen was still faster than her. If she didn't see it with her own eyes, Lan Lingji would never believe it, but now that the facts were laid before her eyes, she had no choice but to believe it. "Little Chenzi, how do you feel?" Tyrant asked. "Great." Jiang Chen shrugged. His current cultivation base had stabilized at the peak of late immortal king realm. His combat strength had improved a lot, which was enough to deal with anything in this golden horizon. Not long after that, Lan Lingji had also succeeded in refining the great earth immortal milk. An extremely powerful qi rushed out of her body, spreading across dozens of miles. Lan Lingji had successfully broken through to the late immortal emperor realm. Jiang Chen and the others didn't find such a situation surprising. Lan Lingji's cultivation base had already reached the peak of intermediate immortal emperor realm. Plus, her talent was extraordinary. Coupled with the miraculous effect of the great earth immortal milk, it wasn't unusual for her to advance to the late immortal emperor realm. Very quickly, Lan Lingji retracted her powerful qi and slowly stood up from the ground. Her blue robe fluttered in the wind, making her look holy and light like a fairy with unparalleled beauty. "Congratulations, little sister Lingji, for advancing to the late immortal emperor realm," Long Shersan said with a smile. Just as Lan Lingji was about to speak, her facial expression changed abruptly. "What's wrong?" Long Shersan noticed Lan Lingji's abnormality and asked. "The people of exquisite paradise seem to be in danger. I have to go and save them at once." A talisman appeared in Lan Lingji's hand. It was a rare messenger talisman that could be used even in the golden horizon. It was used to transmit messages. The disciples of exquisite paradise could let Lan Lingji sense the danger they were in through this talisman. Lan Lingji was shocked. "If it isn't extremely dangerous, they won't use this talisman to send me a message." Lan Lingji said. "Monkey, you and Miss Lan will go and save them." Jiang Chen spoke. The The golden horizon was filled with dangers everywhere. Without knowing how dangerous the situation was for the disciples of exquisite paradise, Lan Lingji might also be in danger if she went there. If Long Shersan followed her, it would be foolproof. Besides, Jiang Chen was also creating an opportunity for Long Shersan. If he wanted to flirt with the saintess of exquisite paradise, he would have to come into contact with the people of exquisite paradise sooner or later. Lan Lingji had already owed Long Shersan a favor. If the others of exquisite paradise also owed Long Shersan a favor, then even if Long Shersan went to exquisite paradise in the future, he would still be able to walk confidently. What about you two? Monkey looked over at Jiang Chen and Tyrant. We're going to look for De Huang and Sister Ning. Let's split up for now. It won't be long before we meet again. I have an intuition that the secret of the Golden Clan will also be revealed after the opening of the Golden Horizon. At that time, everyone in the entire Golden Horizon will be attracted to it. Jiang Chen spoke. He was proficient in the great divination art and could vaguely perceive some things. As the base camp of the Golden Clan, the Golden Horizon had existed for too long. This place had been opened countless times, but no one had discovered the secret of the Golden Clan. However, this time, through the great divination art, Jiang Chen sensed that the secret of the Golden Clan was likely to surface. All right, that's decided then, Long Shersan said. With Long Shersan following her, Lan Lingji felt much more at ease. Little did she know that she had already developed a sense of dependence on Long Shersan. Long Shersan vanished with Lan Lingji, heading towards the place where the disciples of exquisite paradise were in danger. Little Chenzi, where are we going now? Asked Tyrant. We're going to the center of the Golden Horizon. De Huang is proficient in treasure hunting, so he will definitely be interested in the sacred land of the Golden Clan. If I'm not mistaken, De Huang and Sister Ning are likely to go to the center of the Golden Horizon. Moreover, as the opening of the Golden Horizon gets longer, more and more people will head to the center of the Golden Horizon. That place will soon become a bustling place, said Jiang Chen. His great divination art had yet to reach the 3rd level, but he could vaguely guess and sense something. The sacred land of the Golden Clan was likely to appear. At that time, the entire Golden Horizon would fall into turmoil and chaos. Chapter 16-17. Along the way, Jiang Chen and Tyrant could clearly feel the turbulent qi drifting everywhere in the void. This showed that the Golden Horizon was getting more and more chaotic. Apart from the battles with the evil spirits and the killings caused by the continuous opening of immortal vaults, because most of the experts were rushing towards the central area of the Golden Horizon, the concentration of geniuses was much higher than when they first arrived in the Golden Horizon. The chances of meeting geniuses of the same domain had also increased. Many of them who had deep grudges in the outside world would settle their grudges here. This was a very normal phenomenon. If one's enemy was here, and one had the chance to kill the enemy, who would let go of this opportunity? Thousands of miles of foggy haze and a vast expanse of gray could be seen. A silhouette was fleeing in panic. 3 silhouettes were chasing after him like a meteor. Each of them was filled with murderous intent. The young man in front had an extremely unsightly face. One of his arms was missing. Blood was flowing non-stop. While he was fleeing for his life, he used his other hand to hold the wound of his severed arm. However, the pursuers behind were very sharp. It seemed that it was only a matter of time before they caught up with the young man in front. Jia, Jia. Kid, run as fast as you can. Let's see how long you can run. One of the pursuers let out a sinister smile. Immediately, the 3 of them burst into laughter. Looking at their relaxed faces, they had completely regarded the young man in front of them as their prey. If they were determined to chase after him, they would have caught up with him just now. Obviously, they wanted to have some fun. Seeing the enemy constantly fleeing in despair, the despair in their hearts gradually magnified. They wanted to make the opponent die in infinite despair, expanding the taste of death to the greatest extent. This made them feel incomparably refreshed. It was an incomparably happy thing. On the other side, Jiang Chen and Tyrant were chatting and laughing as they hurried forward. Coincidentally, they bumped into the young man in front of them. The man had already given up all hope, but when he saw the 2 figures, his body couldn't help but stop for a moment. When he saw Jiang Chen's face clearly, his face that was filled with despair suddenly turned into a look of wild joy. Jiang Chen. Senior brother Jiang. The young man with a severed arm roared, almost crying. He knew that he was saved. Others might not be able to save his life, but Jiang Chen would certainly ensure that he wouldn't die. Dong Fei. Jiang Chen was stunned, because the person in front of him was none other than Dong Fei of Genius Prefecture. When Jiang Chen first went to Genius Prefecture, it was Dong Fei who brought him to the registration office. Later on, they came to Golden Horizon together. Dong Fei also obtained a blood dragon fruit, but they parted ways after that. Jiang Chen didn't expect to meet Dong Fei here. The current Dong Fei could be said to be in an extremely sorry state. His body was full of injuries. Although his cultivation base had reached the peak of half-step Immortal Emperor Realm and was only a step away from advancing to the Immortal Emperor Realm, he was now an arrow at the end of its flight. When Dong Fei came to Jiang Chen's side, he couldn't hold on any longer and his body kept shaking. With no time to ask, Jiang Chen took out a medicinal pill with a flip of his palm, which was a special holy medicine for healing. He handed it directly to Dong Fei and said, "Eat it." "Thank you, Senior Jiang." Dong Fei took the elixir and swallowed it directly without even looking at it. Jiang Chen was his most trusted person and would never harm him. So. At this moment, 3 silhouettes caught up. All 3 of them were exuding gloomy qi. There was a skull on their clothes, which was the symbol of Corpse Yin sect. Almost without asking, Jiang Chen knew that the injuries on Dong Fei's body were caused by these 3 bastards. The 3 of them seemed to be at the peak of half-step Immortal Emperor Realm, which was similar to Dong Fei's cultivation base, but 3 against 1. In addition to the vicious means of Corpse Yin sect, it was normal for Dong Fei to be injured. "It's you guys who injured him?" Jiang Chen asked Lung Lung. "Kid, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. If you don't want to die, leave quickly. The matter of our Corpse Yin sect isn't something you can interfere in." The leader spoke, totally not putting Jiang Chen in his eyes. The main reason was that both Jiang Chen and Tyrant had concealed their qi. If one didn't look carefully, it would be hard to see their true cultivation base. As the people of Corpse Yin sect had always been arrogant and despotic, they wouldn't even bother to look at each other's cultivation base. "My name is Jiang Chen. I don't know if you have heard of me." Jiang Chen said plainly. "What? You are Jiang Chen?" The previously arrogant genius of Corpse Yin sect changed his facial expression in an instant. They might not know about others, but the name of Jiang Chen was absolutely well known. "Run!" The 3 of them moved in unison. Without saying a word, they turned around and ran. Their speed was many times faster than when they came here. The arrogance from before was nowhere to be seen. The 3 of them were cursing in their hearts. They were really unlucky. Why did they have to bump into a fiend like Jiang Chen? They had no reason not to run when they bumped into Jiang Chen. Even the genius of Corpse Yin sect, He Kuei, died in the hands of Jiang Chen, let alone them. If they really fought, not to mention resisting, Jiang Chen could slap them into dog shit. "Still want to run?" Jiang Chen harumphed coldly. He clawed at the direction where the 3 of them were running towards. The void in that direction was frozen. The 3 of them who were running away frantically were completely locked in place, unable to move. "All of you go to hell." As soon as Jiang Chen's hand stopped, the space there was crushed into pieces. The 3 of them let out miserable shrieks. Their bodies exploded and turned into a large cloud of blood mist. It could be said that their death was incomparably miserable. Jiang Chen wouldn't show any mercy to the people of Corpse Yin sect. If one day, Jiang Chen had enough strength, he would go to Corpse Yin sect and kill every single one of them. This evil sect shouldn't exist in the heavens and earth. Their method of refining the corpses of others was against the heavenly Tao. It was even worse than the devil sect. Seeing the 3 of them being killed so easily, Dong Fei, who had already recovered slightly, couldn't help but reveal a look of surprise again. "Senior brother Jiang, you have become stronger again." Dong Fei sighed. From the time he parted with Jiang Chen until now, Jiang Chen's transformation was beyond his imagination. During this period of time, he had also made some progress. His cultivation base had reached the peak of half-step Immortal Emperor Realm, only a step away from the true Immortal Emperor Realm. "Dong Fei, how did you encounter the people of Corpse Yin sect?" Jiang Chen asked. At the mention of the 3 sons of Corpse Yin sect, Dong Fei's face changed instantly. "Not good. Senior brother Jiang, hurry up and save King Fan." Dong Fei exclaimed. "Tell me what happened?" Chapter 16-18. Not long ago, I met King Fan. After that, I was hunted by the experts of Corpsine sect, Divine Line sect and Great Cloud Empire. Because their main target was King Fan, they didn't put me in their eyes. That's why I escaped, but I was also hunted by 3 disciples of Corpsine sect. If I hadn't met senior brother Jiang, I'm afraid that I would have lost my life here. Dong Fei spoke with a face full of fear and nervousness. Damn it! It must be King Ping's doing again. Jiang Chen couldn't help but curse. The fact that the encirclement could be carried out so smoothly must have something to do with King Ping. King Ping had been trying to get rid of them since the first day he came to Golden Horizon. It seemed like he hadn't given up until now. Corpsine sect, Divine Line sect and Great Cloud Empire hated him the most. Logically speaking, they wouldn't find trouble with King Fan. I don't know about this, but they said that they wanted to kill senior brother Jiang. Because they couldn't find you, they decided to kill King Fan first to collect some interest. Dong Fei said. Hurry up and take me there. Jiang Chen's facial expression turned unusually unsightly. He knew that this matter must have something to do with him. After all, he was the one who killed the most people of the 3 major powers, especially the 7th prince of Great Cloud Empire. Since they couldn't find him and knew the relationship between him and King Fan, it was only normal for them to want to kill King Fan. However, Jiang Chen believed that King Ping must be involved in this matter. Otherwise, the experts of the 3 major powers wouldn't be able to find Yang Bufan at the same time. As for what method King Ping used to locate Yang Bufan, Jiang Chen had no idea. However, King Ping and Yang Bufan were brothers after all. Both of them were the young kings of Great Qian Empire. Plus, King Ping was very shrewd. He must have the means to locate Yang Bufan. However, all these weren't important now. What was important was to get there as soon as possible. Otherwise, King Fan's life would be in danger. Under the guidance of Dong Fei, Jiang Chen and Dong Fei flew towards a direction at high speed, fearing that they would be a step slower. Dong Fei, what's the current cultivation base of King Fan? Jiang Chen asked. He has just advanced to the intermediate immortal emperor realm. Dong Fei replied. That's better. Given King Fan's strength, even if they join forces, it will still be difficult for them to kill him. Even if they can't defeat him, escaping won't be a problem. Jiang Chen heaved a sigh of relief. He knew Yang Bufan's ability very well. As long as Yang Bufan advanced to the intermediate immortal emperor realm, there wouldn't be any problem. Even if 10 experts of the same level joined hands to deal with Yang Bufan still had the means to escape. No, King Fan is in a very dangerous situation now. Ling Du of Divine Line sect has already advanced to the intermediate immortal emperor realm. There's also Yun Yi of Great Cloud Empire and Niu Meng of Corpsine sect. All of them are intermediate immortal emperors. More importantly, there's a man called Chao Jiao of Corpsine sect. I have no idea where he got the corpse of a late immortal emperor and has successfully refined it. Dong Fei spoke with incomparable worry. If the most powerful expert of the enemy was only an intermediate immortal emperor, he wouldn't be able to trap King Fan at all. King Fan could just bring Dong Fei and escape. There was no need for Dong Fei to escape by himself. What? Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen immediately increased his speed. He had fought with the people of Corpsine sect many times, so he knew how scary this sect was. Not only did they have terrifying means, but they also had a corpse puppet that was as powerful as them. Jiang Chen himself could greatly restrain the people of Corpsine sect, but Yang Bufan wasn't him after all. If the enemy really had a late immortal emperor, then Yang Bufan would be facing great danger. It could be said that he only had a slim chance of surviving this battle. The entire Golden Horizon was filled with this kind of color. In front of them was a barren mountain where a lot of people had gathered. Some were watching the show while some were fighting. The closer they were to the center of the Golden Horizon, the more people there were. There were too many major powers of the 3 immortal domains. Many of them had no relationship with each other, so there was never a lack of people watching the show. At the center of the battlefield, more than a dozen people had besieged a man. The man in the middle was wearing a black robe. His hair was messy and his robe was stained with blood. He was standing in mid-air. His body was trembling, seemingly in danger of falling from the sky at any time. What a pity. I heard that this is King Fan of Great Qian Empire in East Xuanyu. He's also a famous figure in East Xuanyu. It's really a tragedy for him to be besieged by so many people. This is a very normal thing in the Golden Horizon. These people and the major powers have great enmity with each other. Once they encounter each other, they will naturally fight to the death. There are people dying all the time in the Golden Horizon. Even if you are a proud son of the heavens in the outside world, it's too normal for you to die here. Even the great sovereigns have fallen in this ancient battlefield before. But this King Fan is truly powerful. Previously, he was able to withstand the attacks of 4 intermediate immortal emperors without falling into a disadvantageous position. It was the late immortal emperor of Corpsene's sect who managed to injure him. It's a pity for such a genius to die here. If he doesn't die, he will surely have a great achievement in the future. Who said it isn't? But this is fate. I'm afraid that this King Fan can only accept his fate. Unless a miracle happens, he won't be able to live. Many of the onlookers felt pity for Yang Bufan. They had witnessed the battle just now and deeply felt that a genius like Yang Bufan was extremely rare. Not even 4 geniuses of the same level as him could take him down. Only after Chao Jiu of Corpsene's sect attacked him did he manage to injure him and trap him. Yang Bufan, I advise you to find a way to send a message to Jiang Chen at once. Ask Jiang Chen to come over and accept his death. Otherwise, you will die very miserably today. Yunyi Lunglang of Great Cloud Empire spoke. He had another purpose in besieging Yang Bufan this time, to lure Jiang Chen out. He was still brooding over the death of the 7th prince. Only by killing Jiang Chen could he avenge the 7th prince, Yun Zhongxiao. Last time, because of the evil spirit in Jiang Chen's hand, he couldn't succeed. Today, there were so many experts here, including the late immortal emperor of Corpsene's sect. As long as Jiang Chen appeared, he would die for sure. There was no chance of survival. That's right, Yang Bufan. As long as you lure Jiang Chen here, we can grant you a quick death. Chapter 16-19. Whether it was Great Cloud Empire, Corpsene's sect or Divine Line sect, their main target was Jiang Chen. They were bent on getting rid of the monstrous genius, Jiang Chen, to get rid of a great trouble in the future. Unfortunately, they couldn't find Jiang Chen's whereabouts. That was why they were used to besiege Yang Bufan. They wanted to use Yang Bufan to lure Jiang Chen out and then kill Jiang Chen. It wasn't a secret that Yang Bufan had a close relationship with Jiang Chen. In their point of view, Yang Bufan must have a way to contact Jiang Chen. Now that Yang Bufan was seriously injured, if it wasn't because they wanted to use him to lure Jiang Chen, they would have killed Yang Bufan just now. Upon hearing this, the corner of Yang Bufan's mouth revealed a trace of a sneer. He glanced around coldly at the people who besieged him and said, "You bunch of idiots. It's your luck that Jiang Chen isn't here. If he comes, it will be your doomsday. Do you really think you can kill Jiang Chen? You're truly foolish to make an enemy out of Jiang Chen." Yang Bufan's confidence in Jiang Chen had surpassed his own. Since these people wanted to kill Jiang Chen, they were destined to die in the hands of Jiang Chen. There was no doubt about this. These people were still thinking of using him to lure Jiang Chen out. Unfortunately, he didn't leave any talisman to contact Jiang Chen before they separated. Otherwise, he would have already sent a message to Jiang Chen. Humph! Yang Bufan, you have taken Jiang Chen too seriously. He is just relying on the help of an intermediate immortal emperor evil spirit. Otherwise, I would have killed him last time and the 7th prince wouldn't have died. I swear I won't let Jiang Chen leave Golden Horizon alive. Yunyi harumphed coldly. In his heart, he looked down on Jiang Chen. In his opinion, Jiang Chen was merely relying on the help of an evil spirit. He couldn't help but grit his teeth when he recalled the day when the 7th prince was killed. If he had known about the existence of the evil spirit earlier, he could have left with the 7th prince. It was because Jiang Chen was too insidious and cunning that he hid the evil spirit, causing the 7th prince to die tragically in Jiang Chen's hands. This had always troubled Yunyi, and made him want to tear Jiang Chen into pieces. Haha! Yun Zhongxiao is dead. He can only blame himself for being incompetent. If you want to kill him, just kill him. Jiang Chen won't show up. Yang Bufan burst into laughter. He had long heard about the death of Yun Zhongxiao and the crown prince. It was all caused by Jiang Chen. Plus, Jiang Chen killed Yun Zhongxiao in the name of avenging the crown prince, which could be considered as a great contribution to Great Qian Empire. He was afraid that only Jiang Chen could do such a perfect trick. Don't talk nonsense with him. Just kill him. After that, kill Jiang Chen. You also have a part in killing the geniuses of Divine Line sect. Ling Du Longleng spoke. Yang Bufan was also involved in the siege. Since they couldn't lure Jiang Chen out, they might as well not waste any more time and kill Yang Bufan. As for Jiang Chen, there would be plenty of opportunities. Yang Bufan, as the king fan of Great Qian Empire, I wonder if you have any last words? Chao Jiao of Corpse Yin sect asked. If you want to kill me, just kill me. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Yang Bufan's face was cold and arrogant. Today he had fallen here. It could only mean that his luck wasn't good. He couldn't blame others. As the evil lord, when had he ever been afraid of death? Since the moment he stepped into Evil Abyss alone, he had already disregarded life and death. Good. Tough. Unfortunately, you still can't escape death. Chao Jiao spoke. His body exuded a cold killing intent, ready to attack Yang Bufan. Stop. At this moment, a shout was heard from afar. Countless eyes looked over and saw two silhouettes walking out of the void. These two people's chi was unparalleled. Their killing intent soared to the sky and they arrived at the battlefield in a blink of an eye. These two people were naturally Tyrant and Jiang Chen, who had rushed here after hearing the news. As for Dong Fei, he was now resting in Zulong Tower. There would definitely be a great battle in a while, so it wasn't suitable for him to come out. He knew that Jiang Chen's appearance meant that he would be saved. That was a kind of implicit trust. In this world, there was nothing that Jiang Chen couldn't do. He had created many miracles. Tyrant wasn't a stranger to him. Back in Evil Abyss, they had fought side by side. What surprised him was Tyrant's cultivation base. Tyrant's cultivation base had actually grown to such a terrifying extent after they parted ways in One Line Sky. No wonder he was called the monstrous genius of Buddha sect. Jiang Chen. When Yun Yi and Ling Du saw Jiang Chen, they immediately gritted their teeth. Their eyes were about to spurt out flames. Judging by their looks, they couldn't wait to tear Jiang Chen into pieces. So this is the Jiang Chen that they have been looking for all this while. He's merely a late immortal king. This is too ridiculous. How could they attach such importance to such a person? Could it be that this Jiang Chen is a peerless monstrous genius? I thought that Jiang Chen would be very terrifying. It turns out that he hasn't even reached the immortal emperor realm. That monk is pretty powerful. He seems to be an intermediate immortal emperor, but coming here with such a cultivation base is no different than courting death. Innumerable eyes fell upon Jiang Chen. When they realized that Jiang Chen's cultivation base was merely an immortal king, they revealed a look of disappointment. Previously, they could hear the importance they attached to Jiang Chen from their tone. Initially, they thought that this Jiang Chen was a magical and powerful figure. Unexpectedly, he was just a puny immortal king. This was the first time that Chao Jiao met Jiang Chen. His cold eyes fell upon Jiang Chen, as though he wanted to see through Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen ignored the gazes of the crowd and stepped into the center of the battlefield, coming to Yang Bufan's side. Are you all right? Asked Jiang Chen. He heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that Yang Bufan was still unscathed. Fortunately, he wasn't late. If he saw Yang Bufan's corpse when he arrived, he was afraid that Jiang Chen would go mad. It's not a big deal. Jiang Chen. Tyrant. Be careful. That Chao Jiao is very powerful. It's very likely that he has another corpse puppet of the same level. Yang Bufan reminded. Yang Bufan reminded. He knew that the next battle had nothing to do with him. It doesn't matter. I'm the nemesis of Corpse Yin sect. Chapter 1620. Jiang Chen, I never thought that you would really dare to show up and even bring a helper with you. However, you are going to die today, and your helper will die together with you. Release that evil spirit of yours. We will kill them all today to avenge my seventh prince. Yun Yi spoke aloud. His whole body was filled with killing intent. Since Jiang Chen had appeared, it couldn't be any better. He had been waiting for this moment. Even if Jiang Chen brought an intermediate immortal emperor helper, he wouldn't care. After all, he wasn't the one fighting the battle. Apart from Chao Jiao, there were 4 intermediate immortal emperors and 70 to 80% early immortal emperors on their side. Such a formation was destructive to anyone. As you wish. Blood Demon King, come out now. Jiang Chen yelled. The Blood Demon King rushed out of the Zulong Tower immediately. As soon as the Blood Demon King appeared, he pounded his chest with both hands, exuding an incomparably violent chi. A bloodthirsty evil spirit like the Blood Demon was born for slaughter and battle. It had almost gone mad from staying in the Zulong Tower. Every time it was released by Jiang Chen, the Blood Demon would unleash its violent chi through brutal slaughter. As a matter of fact, given Jiang Chen's current cultivation base, he didn't need the Blood Demon King anymore. He alone could handle the situation, but in such a formation, the Blood Demon King could still play a great role. Jiang Chen didn't intend to let any of the geniuses of the three major powers go, including those early immortal emperors. Later, he would deal with Cao Jiu while the Blood Demon King alone could kill all of them. Yuan Yi, it seems like you have been defeated by such a thing. How shameful. Gadfly of Corpse Ean's sect spoke in a strange tone. One had to admit that the people of Corpse Ean's sect were really annoying. They didn't even forget to ridicule their own allies. Yuan Yi darted a glance at Gadfly and didn't hide his disgust. If it wasn't because he had to join forces with Corpse Ean's sect to kill Jiang Chen, he was afraid that he wouldn't even talk to Gadfly. Gadfly was the same as Yuan Yi. Both of them were intermediate immortal emperors. On the side of Divine Line sect, apart from Ling Du, there was another intermediate immortal emperor. His name was Lung Xueqi, a rare genius of Divine Line sect. Just like Yang Lang of Great Chen Empire, he had come to the Golden Horizon 5 years ago. His face was gloomy and he seemed to be in a very bad mood. Leng Xueqi wasn't in a bad mood because of Jiang Chen, but because of himself. As someone who had come to the Golden Horizon for the second time, he had been here for so many days. Almost half of the time had passed since the opening of the Golden Horizon, but he, Leng Xueqi, still hadn't obtained anything, just some small treasures that he couldn't care less about. Seeing his junior brother Ling Du advancing to the intermediate immortal emperor realm through a fortuitous encounter, he felt even more depressed. Additionally, he knew that there would be more treasures appearing at the end of the Golden Horizon. At that time there would be more powerful geniuses. Many geniuses with great luck would advance to the late immortal emperor realm. It wasn't strange at all for half-step immortal venerables to appear. If he still couldn't obtain any benefits and advance to the late immortal emperor realm, his future wouldn't be easy. This was because Lang Xueqi was very clear that an intermediate immortal emperor would no longer be eye-catching at the end of the Golden Horizon. Lang Xueqi's face was filled with killing intent. It seemed like he was going to vent all his depression on Jiang Chen and the others. Enough nonsense. Let's attack together and kill Jiang Chen. Ling Du yelled. Let me go first. Jie. Gadfly let out a gloomy smile and was the first to rush at Jiang Chen. He was very confident in his own ability. Anyone would have to be careful when facing the means of Corpse Ean's sect. Amit Ba. Tyrant put his palms together and took a step forward. Upon seeing this, Jiang Chen just smiled and looked at Gadfly with a pitiful gaze. The cultivation technique of Corpse Ean's sect was evil. Tyrant had a pure affinity with Buddha. He was a true monstrous genius of Buddha sect and possessed several powerful Dharma seals of Buddha sect. Given Tyrant's combat strength, Gadfly had no chance of winning against him. Hung Long. Tyrant struck out. His body was covered with dazzling Buddha light. Under the illumination of this Buddha light, Gadfly's evil cultivation technique was immediately suppressed. Tyrant struck out the immovable Lion King seal. This kind of Dharma seal of Buddha sect was supreme and incomparably powerful. It could suppress all evil in the world. With Tyrant's current ability, he struck out the phantom of the immovable Lion King. An enormous Lion King of Buddha sect pressed down like a mountain, crashing onto Gadfly's body. Gadfly was overly confident at the beginning. He didn't dodge at all. He didn't expect that Tyrant would be so powerful. He had once fought with an eminent monk of White Dragon Temple. Although his chi would be slightly suppressed, Gadfly didn't care about it at all. Plus, he still had powerful corpse puppets on him. But now, Gadfly was appalled. His eyes were filled with intense fear, because he discovered that this monk was completely different from the eminent monk of White Dragon Temple that he had fought before. This was the true Orthodox Buddha sect. Arg! The immovable Lion King seal struck Gadfly's body. The Buddha light seemed to have turned into endless flames, wanting to incinerate an evil person like Gadfly from the inside out. Gadfly let out a blood-curdling scream. Then, the immovable Lion King seal exploded. Gadfly was blasted into 2 halves. Blood spurted out crazily. His internal organs tumbled out. It was extremely disgusting. One strike. Tyrant had killed Gadfly with a single strike. An intermediate immortal emperor genius of corpse insect couldn't even put up the slightest resistance in front of Tyrant. He didn't even have the time to release his corpse puppets before he was killed. Hua! The scene frightened everyone, causing an uproar. Everyone looked at Tyrant with eyes full of horror. They felt like they were in a dream. That was an intermediate immortal emperor expert, but he was killed by a single palm just like that. Tyrant's action was just too fast. No one had expected the ending. When they reacted, Gadfly was already dead. Ling Du, Yun-Yi and the others were dumbfounded. Perhaps in their point of view, given Gadfly's strength, even if he couldn't defeat the opponent, at least he wouldn't die in the first exchange. My God! Where did this monk come from? How can he be so powerful? He's the monstrous genius of White Dragon Temple. He must be from White Dragon Temple. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so powerful. It's not Gadfly's fault. It's not that this monk is so powerful that he's undefeatable. It's just that Tyrant's pure Buddha Chi has a great restraining effect on Gadfly's evil Chi. That's why such an outcome happened. Chapter 16:21. Yang Bufan, who was at the back, also opened his mouth wide in horror. He had seen how powerful Tyrant was back in Evil Abyss, but he didn't think that Tyrant would be this terrifying. Just now, he had fought with Niu Meng and the other three, so he knew how powerful Niu Meng was. Even if Tyrant had a special method to restrain Niu Meng, he was still killed with a single palm strike. This was too shocking. If he didn't see it with his own eyes, he wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. Damned monk, it seems like you are tired of living. How dare you kill the people of my corpsine sect? I'd like to see how powerful your Buddha sect's cultivation method is. Chao Jiao was infuriated. There was no way he wouldn't be angry. Tyrant had killed Niu Meng, a genius of corpsine sect, in front of him. This was no different from slapping his own face. He felt that he had lost all his face. He had to kill Tyrant with his own hands to redeem his face. Chao Jiao's chi soared as he charged towards Tyrant. According to his previous plan, he wasn't going to make a move. After all, he felt that he was too high and mighty to make a move. He only needed to watch Niu Meng and Ling Du attack while he controlled the situation. But now, he had to make a move. He had to kill this monk with his own hands. Amit Ba. Tyrant clasped his palms together. His body was filled with Buddha light. He was ready to attack again. Given his current strength, he wouldn't be inferior to Chao Jiao. If he used the light Buddha body, he would be able to restrain Chao Jiao completely. Let me do it. Jiang Chen pulled Tyrant back. He was prepared to kill Chao Jiao personally. Although Chao Jiao was incomparably powerful in the eyes of others, Jiang Chen didn't put him in his eyes at all. He was confident that he could kill Chao Jiao. Hong. A surge of ancient and terrifying power suddenly gushed out from Jiang Chen's body. Immediately, Jiang Chen's body exploded. He used his dragon transformation and launched a true dragon palm at Chao Jiao. A puny little immortal king dares to fight me? Courting death. Chao Jiao was enraged. He felt that he was being looked down on. Even an immortal king dared to oppose him. This made him extremely furious. Chao Jiao swung a black hand at Jiang Chen's crimson dragon claw. In his opinion, this attack was more than enough to tear this arrogant dragonoid into pieces. Did the other party think that he could stand against him after activating a transformation skill to increase his strength? Chao Jiao was simply ignorant. Rumble. A layer of flames covered the surface of the blood-colored dragon claw and it clashed against Chao Jiao's black-colored palm. Formidable energy waves surged out and even space itself was shattered. Terrifying shockwaves spread out in all directions. If it weren't for the fact that the two of them had opened up a new battlefield in the sky, many of the cultivators below would have been affected by the shockwaves. The consequences of that would be unimaginable. After coming into contact with Jiang Chen's flames, the power of the originally eerie black hand instantly weakened by half. Then, it was directly torn apart by the dragon claw. Looking at Jiang Chen, he was still as imposing as ever. His entire body was emitting an overbearing aura that soared to the sky. He did not seem to be at a disadvantage even after a simple clash with Chao Jiao. What? Chao Jiao exclaimed. The way he looked at Jiang Chen had completely changed. There was no longer any contempt in his eyes. Instead, it was replaced with a trace of solemnity. He had never thought that a puny little immortal king would actually be able to erupt with such powerful combat strength. Under the situation where there was such a huge gap between them, Jiang Chen was able to fight to a draw with him. This was simply an unimaginable miracle. My God! This Jiang Chen is too amazing. No wonder Yun Yi and Ling Do care so much about Jiang Chen. Now, it seems that he is clearly a peerless monster. This is too terrifying. To be able to fight to a draw with Chao Jiao with just the cultivation base of an immortal king, this is a heavenly miracle. No one wasn't shocked. The fact that Jiang Chen and Chao Jiao could fight to a draw was even more shocking than Tyrant killing Gadfly with a single palm strike, because these were two completely different changes. It was understandable for Tyrant to kill someone at the same cultivation base as him, but it was too abnormal for Jiang Chen to fight Chao Jiao, who was at a higher cultivation base than him. Ling Du and Yun Yi's facial expression changed slightly. They had once witnessed the power of Jiang Chen. Now, it seemed that Jiang Chen had improved a lot and had reached the level where he could contend against Chao Jiao. This made them even more determined to get rid of Jiang Chen. Such a monstrous genius would only bring him endless troubles if he was allowed to live. Brother Chao, this man can't be underestimated. Yun Yi urged. Humph! A peerless genius? Today, I, Chao Jiao, will strangle such a genius in the cradle. The two of you will attack together and kill that monk and Yang Bufan. I will kill this arrogant brat. Chao Jiao harumphed coldly and erupted. The skulls on his robe let out ferocious roars. Each of them seemed to have come to life. Gusts of chilly wind blew. Along with endless chi waves, he struck out a huge ghost face, rushing towards Jiang Chen. Evil and crooked cultivator. Can't even withstand a single blow. Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled without the slightest fear. The heavenly saint's sword appeared in his hand with a clang. Boundless flames surged as he slashed at the ghost face. Although he could restrain Chao Jiao, he couldn't deny the scariness of Chao Jiao. This was the first time that Jiang Chen fought a late immortal emperor. He was somewhat looking forward to it. Therefore, he was prepared to use Chao Jiao to test his combat strength. As for the situation below, he wasn't worried at all. Tyrant's combat strength was beyond any one of them. Plus, he had the help of the Blood Demon King. With the cooperation of the Blood Demon King and Tyrant, it wouldn't be a problem for them to stop the three intermediate immortal emperors. As for those early immortal emperor geniuses, even if Yang Bufan was injured, he would still be able to deal with them. At least, he wouldn't have any problem keeping himself alive. Let's attack together and kill them. This monk only killed Gadfly because the cultivation technique of Buddha sect can restrain the cultivation technique of Corpsine sect. In fact, this monk isn't that scary. Ling Du, you go and stop that evil creature. Lang Xueqi, the two of us will kill that monk. The rest of you, go and kill Yang Bufan. Yun Yi spoke aloud like an expert in arranging troops, but one had to admit that Yun Yi's arrangement was undoubtedly the best. According to the opponent's situation, Tyrant was the most powerful one. Two of them were needed to attack together. The evil creature alone could hold it off, while the rest of the early immortal emperors would go and kill the injured Yang Bufan. Chapter 1622. Because Jiang Chen was just too scary. Not to mention Yun Yi and Ling Du. Even Lang Xueqi could deeply feel the terror of Jiang Chen. Everything about Jiang Chen was known from Ling Du. It could be said that Lang Xueqi didn't care about it at all. After all, hearing and seeing were two completely different things. Now Jiang Chen was able to fight Chao Jiao, which made Lang Xueqi feel that it was necessary to kill Jiang Chen. Such a person grew too fast and was exceedingly monstrous. If they didn't get rid of him this time, who knew how terrifying Jiang Chen would become the next time they encountered him? If they allowed Jiang Chen to continue growing, he would become a great threat to their sect sooner or later. They knew this very well. For a moment, all the experts unleashed their powerful combat strength. A cruel war was about to begin. According to the previous arrangement, Yun Yi and Lang Qiu would attack Tyrant from the left and right. Ling Du would deal with the Blood Demon King, and the rest of the early immortal emperors began to besiege Yang Bufan. Now that Jiang Chen had been lured here, they wouldn't show any mercy to Yang Bufan. Grandpa Monk will send you all to the pure land of Nirvana. Tyrant spoke with a solemn face. His facial expression didn't change in the slightest when he saw the two great experts attacking him. Instead, his eyes glowed with the light of battle. He waved both of his hands at the same time, casting out the Supreme Dharma King seal of Buddha sect. Akalanatha seal and a movable Dharma king seal. The two supreme Dharma seals unleashed extremely powerful chi waves, striking at Lang Xueqi and Yun-yi respectively. What a powerful monk! Their facial expression changed slightly. Only after facing Tyrant head-on did they know how terrifying Tyrant was. They finally understood why Gadfly was killed by Tyrant with a single palm strike. Even if they were to defend against the powerful Dharma seals of Buddha sect, they would still pale in comparison, let alone Gadfly who was being restrained. Both of them didn't dare to be negligent. They casted out their most powerful immortal skills to fight Tyrant. Hung Long. The violent energy shockwaves caused the void to explode, creating one big hole after another. The cold aura sent chills down everyone's spines. Thud thud thud. Under such a powerful attack, Yun-yi and Lang Xueqi were forced to retreat over a dozen steps before they could stabilize themselves. Both of their expressions were extremely ugly. They were still forced to retreat even though they were fighting 2 against 1. It could be seen just how powerful the monk was. On the other side, the Blood Demon King roared, also suppressing Ling Du perfectly. Apart from them, those early immortal emperors who had joined forces to kill Yang Bufan also found it hard to get close to Yang Bufan's body. As the saying goes, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. Although Yang Bufan was injured, he still wasn't someone these people could deal with. Incredible! These fellows are way too monstrous. By the looks of it, it will be very difficult for Chao Jiao and the others to kill Zhang Chen and the others. I can already tell that the monk is extremely terrifying. Even if Yun-yi and Lang Qiu joined forces, they would still not be a match for him. That evil spirit is also extremely powerful. It seems like even Ling Du will be suppressed. Unless Chao Jiao kills Zhang Chen, the consequences will be hard to say. That's right, they're all too abnormal, terrifyingly strong. Those onlookers were so shocked that they couldn't speak a word. Originally, there was no suspense in the battle. But now, there were signs of a reversal. How could they not be surprised? Brother Lung, this monk is very powerful. Don't hold back anymore. Yun-yi spoke. Immediately, a combat sword appeared in his hand while an iron fan appeared in Lang Xueqi's hand. Both of them were incomparably powerful immortal weapons. After the two of them sensed the terror of the monk, they didn't dare to be negligent anymore. They exerted their full strength and lunged at the monk again. In the sky, the battle between Zhang Chen and Chao Jiao had reached its climax. Zhang Chen was holding the combat sword upside down, slashing at Chao Jiao constantly. His combat sword was like a dragon. The body of the sword was covered with raging flames that were enough to burn everything, including the qi emitted by Chao Jiao. Chao Jiao had used all the terrifying and ruthless means of Corpsene's sect, but none of them could stop the combat sword of Zhang Chen. As a result, Chao Jiao was forced to retreat step by step, falling into a disadvantageous position. Fuck! Chao Jiao was truly enraged. He couldn't help but curse out loud. To anyone, such a battle would be incomparably sullen. His combat strength was firmly suppressed, and he simply couldn't unleash his full strength. The raging flames seemed to be specially used to suppress him, causing him to feel incomparably uncomfortable. What made Chao Jiao feel even more uncomfortable was that, given his cultivation base and strength, he was actually being suppressed by an immortal king. This was like a fucking dream. A scene that he wouldn't even be able to dream of. Chao Jiao, you will die for sure today. If you have any powerful means, hurry up and use them. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't even have the time to use them. Zhang Chen's aura was unparalleled. The heavenly saint's sword transformed into a dragon. Holding the dragon's tail, he slashed at Chao Jiao unceasingly. Every attack would leave a deep mark in the void. Corpse puppet come out. Both of Chao Jiao's eyes turned red, feeling extremely sullen. He had no choice but to release his corpse puppet. This was something that he had just obtained not long ago and had successfully refined. Given the current situation, even if he didn't want to admit it, it had become a fact that he couldn't defeat Zhang Chen. However, he couldn't afford to lose. If he was really defeated by an immortal king today, he would have no face to return to Corpsene's sect, and no face to continue living in East Xuanyu. An extremely powerful corpse puppet appeared. It was also a late immortal emperor. As soon as it appeared, it pounced at Zhang Chen. In Chao Jiao's point of view, he didn't believe that he couldn't defeat Zhang Chen if he joined forces with the corpse puppet. Just in time, Zhang Chen bellowed. The Qilin arm was struck out. His footsteps were mysterious, and his speed was extremely fast. In just a blink, He had already arrived in front of the corpse puppet. "I'm not going to play with you anymore. Go to hell." The Qilin divine arm was completely formed from raging flames. It was the fusion of 3 types of supreme flames, the perfect fusion of the true dragon palm and the Qilin divine arm. Such a fierce and powerful attack smashed onto the body of the corpse puppet. Hung Long. The corpse puppet didn't even have the chance to resist before it was killed by Jiang Chen's Qilin divine arm and burned into ashes. Upon seeing this, Chao Jiao was dumbfounded. Initially, he wanted to join forces with the corpse puppet to deal with Jiang Chen, but he had never thought that Jiang Chen would act so quickly, not giving him any chance to cooperate with the corpse puppet. What he didn't expect was that apart from the combat sword in Jiang Chen's hand, he also had such a powerful attack that caused the corpse puppet to die instantly. "Bastard! You killed my corpse puppet and destroyed my painstaking efforts." Chapter 16:23. Don't even think about leaving. The scene was shaken once more. Jiang Chen's strength had once again raised the shock of everyone to another level. The fact that he could force the late immortal Emperor Chao Jiao to retreat was already shocking enough. Now, Jiang Chen had shattered Chao Jiao's corpse puppet with a single strike. Could he be any crazier? One should know that Chao Jiao's corpse puppet wasn't as simple as an ordinary puppet. It had the strength of a late immortal emperor. Even if it didn't cooperate with Chao Jiao, it was already powerful enough in a one-on-one battle. Who would have thought that such a powerful corpse puppet would be shattered by Jiang Chen in a single strike? The scene was simply too shocking. How could this be? How could that Jiang Chen be so powerful? It's the flame in his hand. His flame is extremely powerful. I have heard from the 7th Prince that the reason why he was defeated by Jiang Chen in Genius Prefecture of Great Chen Empire was because his flame was too powerful. I believe that his flame had a tremendous suppression on Chao Jiao, just like how Tyrant restrained Gadfly. Under such suppression, Chao Jiao couldn't exert his full combat strength during the battle. That's why he wasn't a match for Jiang Chen. Ling Du and Lang Xueqi couldn't believe what was happening in front of them. Yun Yi thought of the key point. Back then, when Yun Zhongxiao went to Great Chen Empire to challenge the geniuses of Dan Prefecture, he was defeated by Jiang Chen, or more precisely, he was defeated by the flame in Jiang Chen's hand. During the battle between Jiang Chen and Chao Jiao, he had clearly seen that Jiang Chen's flame was the combination of 3 types of supreme flames. Such a flame was the nemesis of Corpse Yin sect. Its suppression was much stronger than Tyrant's. That was why Chao Jiao was killed as soon as he released his corpse puppet. But no matter what the reason was, it seemed unrealistic to rely on Chao Jiao to kill Jiang Chen today. Additionally, Jiang Chen's speed of growth had exceeded their imagination. Given Jiang Chen's current combat strength, even Chao Jiao was no match for him, let alone them. Such a situation made the 3 of them feel incomparably uncomfortable. They had missed a chance to kill Jiang Chen. If they couldn't kill him today, they were afraid that Jiang Chen would grow to a terrifying extent the next time they encountered him. At that time, they were afraid that it would be their doomsday. "Blood Demon, you go and kill the others. I'll deal with these 3. When Tyrant saw Jiang Chen killing the corpse puppet, he knew that Chao Jiao would die for sure today. According to Jiang Chen's habit, he wouldn't let any of the geniuses of the 3 major powers go. Not a single one of them would be able to escape today. Additionally, Yang Bufan had been besieged by the early immortal emperors and was in a difficult position. If he was in his prime, these geniuses wouldn't even be enough to fill the gap between his teeth. But the current situation was different. Yang Bufan had been seriously injured. He couldn't even exert 1/10 of his combat strength. Additionally, the more intense the battle, the more serious his injuries would be, which would affect his recuperation in the future. On the other hand, each of the early immortal emperor geniuses was as ferocious as tigers. They kept attacking Yang Bufan. If this continued, Yang Bufan's life would be in danger. Therefore, it was the most suitable time to let the blood demon take action. His strength was tyrannical and his means were ferocious. Once he attacked, it would be the doomsday of those geniuses. As for Ling Du's side, Tyrant alone was enough to deal with the 3 of them. Given Tyrant's current strength, it wouldn't be a problem for him to fight the 3 of them alone. By the time Jiang Chen killed Chao Jiao, the blood demon would have killed all the early immortal emperors. At that time, it would be hard for Yun Yi and the other 2 to escape. As a matter of fact, the current situation was just as Tyrant had expected, because he knew Jiang Chen's ability all too well. As long as Chao Jiu was dead, everyone would be finished. If Yun-yi and Lang Xueqi wanted to live, they still had a chance to escape now. Unfortunately, the three of them didn't seem to have the intention to leave at this moment, because they were still very confident in their strength and Chao Jiu. At least, they felt that Chao Jiu wouldn't be killed by Jiang Chen. However, this kind of confidence would only harm themselves in the end. Roar! Upon hearing Tyrant's words, the blood demon roared wildly, got rid of Ling Du, and lunged at the others. Where do you think you're going? Ling Du bellowed and lunged at the blood demon. At this moment, he must never let the blood demon deal with the others. Otherwise, it would be the real doomsday for those people. He had fought the blood demon for a long time and knew his strength very well. Once he lunged at the blood demon, he would be like a tiger in a flock of sheep. Amit Ba! Tyrant put his palms together. With a sway of his body, he appeared in front of Ling Du, completely cutting off Ling Du's path of escape, leaving Ling Du no way to stop the blood demon. Damned monk, you're courting death! Ling Du's face was filled with ferocity and overbearingness. He struck out a palm at Tyrant, then yelled at Yun-yi and Lang Xueqi. One of you will deal with that evil creature. Needless to say, Yun-yi had already lunged at the evil creature. They weren't fools. They knew the seriousness of the situation. If they wanted to kill the blood demon, those people would die for sure. To the major powers of East Xuanyu, an early immortal emperor was a rare supreme genius. The death of any one of them would be a great loss. Humph! Tao Light Buddha Body. Kingdom of Buddha. Tyrant harumphed coldly. He was completely enraged. Instantly, he casted out the powerful Tao Light Buddha Body. His body grew a few times taller. His body was covered in dazzling golden light, making him look like a supreme arhat. At the same time, Tyrant struck out the Kingdom of Buddha. It was a technique that was equivalent to a domain. Countless pure Buddha light formed a huge domain, enveloping the three of them. Then, he used the Tao Light Buddha Body to suppress it. The three of them instantly felt tremendous pressure. Damn it! How can this monk be so terrifying? Yun-yi cursed, feeling the urge to cough up blood. He was currently being shrouded by the Kingdom of Buddha and was being suppressed by the Tao Light Buddha Body. There was no way for him to deal with the blood demon. He could only stay and fight Tyrant. Let's join forces and kill this monk. I don't believe he's so powerful that he can fight the three of us alone. Lang Xueqi unleashed all of his powerful qi. The iron fan in his hand produced a gust of wind, striking out waves of powerful energy at Tyrant. At the same time, Ling Du and Yun-yi joined forces on the left and right. The three intermediate immortal emperors unleashed all of their techniques. Terrifying energy interweaved into a huge net. It was colorful and extremely beautiful, but such energy was absolutely not something to be admired, because it was fatal. Amit Ba! In the face of the three's powerful attacks, Tyrant wasn't afraid at all. He took out a string of Buddha beads from his neck. Each of the Buddha beads was branded with ancient and mystical Sanskrit. Under Tyrant's control, the Buddha beads turned into weapons. The Buddha beads continued to grow in size, like a heavenly circle. The vibrations caused cracks to appear in the void. Then, it smashed towards the energy net formed by the three of them. Hung long. The heavens and earth shook. Huge holes were created one after another in the void. Black air currents kept drifting out from the inside of the void. The scene was horrifying. What was even more shocking was that Tyrant didn't seem to be in a disadvantageous position despite fighting the three of them alone. My God! How heaven-defying is this monk? I have seen the eminent monks of White Dragon Temple before, but none of them were as terrifying as him. He must be a monstrous genius of Buddha sect, a rare and peerless genius of White Dragon Temple. He has an incomparable affinity with Buddha and possesses many powerful combat skills of Buddha sect. Look at that powerful Buddha body. It's almost the same as the legendary golden body Arhat. This is truly a heaven-shaking reversal. The experts of the three major powers have been hell-bent on luring Jiang Chen out. Now, the situation has been completely reversed. Chao Jiu doesn't seem to be a match for Jiang Chen. Tyrant isn't in a disadvantageous position despite fighting the three of them alone. The moment that Evil Soul made his move, the lives of the others will be in danger. No one wasn't shocked. All the spectators had their mouths wide open. They were all geniuses and had seen many heaven-defying geniuses, but today, they had seen two of them at once. Tyrant was still fine as he had a higher cultivation base after all. Jiang Chen was the one that they couldn't understand and accept, because Jiang Chen was merely a late immortal king. It seemed like he was able to suppress Cao Jiao, who was a late immortal emperor. Just the thought of it made their scalp tingle. Even if Jiang Chen had a powerful transformation technique that could increase his combat strength, and even if Jiang Chen had flames that could restrain Cao Jiao, such a battle was still too terrifying. On the other side, the mighty Blood Demon King rushed into the battlefield. Its terrifying sharp claws grabbed the head of an early immortal emperor genius. No! That genius exclaimed in horror. That was the fear that came from the bottom of his heart, because he found out that he was being controlled by the Blood Demon King. He didn't even have the chance to move. As long as the Blood Demon King wanted to, his head could be crushed at any time. The Blood Demon King didn't disappoint him, because in the next moment, the Blood Demon King crushed his head. That genius let out a final wail. Blood gushed out wildly, leaving behind the last dazzling color in this world. Roar! The Blood Demon King roared again and again. He attacked from both sides, not giving his opponent any chance to react. 2 more geniuses were killed. Killing early immortal emperors was as easy as killing ants. They couldn't even withstand a single blow. 3 of the 8 geniuses were killed in a blink of an eye. Only then did the remaining 5 regain their senses. Each and every one of them was frightened out of their wits. How could they still have the slightest fighting spirit? Yang Bufan couldn't be bothered anymore. Immediately, they fled in all directions. Rah, rah. The Blood Demon King had gone berserk. Endless blood chi was unleashed from his body, forming a huge energy net that sealed the entire battlefield. This was an absolute suppression. No one could escape. The 5 geniuses struggled violently as though they had fallen into a quagmire, but to no avails. In the sky, Cao Jiao saw everything. The shock on his face couldn't be concealed at all. Cao Jiao, none of you can leave today. All of you will die here. Chapter 1624. At this moment, Cao Jiao's facial expression was incomparably unsightly. Given his eyesight, he could see that all those early immortal emperor geniuses were finished. None of them would be able to survive. Ling Du and the other 2 had been completely restrained by Tyrant and couldn't come to their rescue. As for himself, he was entangled by Jiang Chen. Cao Jiao was now in the mood to vomit blood. Gadfly was already dead. If a few more members of the Corpse Een sect were to die, the loss would be unimaginable. He, who had always been so confident and arrogant, felt powerless for the first time. He originally thought that he could completely control the situation, but now it seemed that it was not the case at all. A real evildoer was far more terrifying than he had imagined. Jiang Chen, ask that evil creature to stop. Let's forget about today's matter. We won't make things difficult for you any longer. Cao Jiao gritted his teeth and spoke. He was a very shrewd man. Even though he hated Jiang Chen to the bone, he could still choose to compromise and give up on the revenge of the corpse puppet. Such a man was undoubtedly very scary. There weren't many people who could remain calm at this moment. However, to Cao Jiao, this was something that he had no other choice. He absolutely didn't want to compromise, but the current situation had completely exceeded his expectation. If this continued, he had the confidence to escape, but all the geniuses of Corpse Een sect would be killed. This wasn't what he wanted to see. Haha, compromise? Cao Jiao, do you think you are qualified to do so? I have already said that none of you will be able to leave today. You, Cao Jiao, are no exception. Jiang Chen burst into laughter. What a joke! Cao Jiao wanted to compromise at this moment, but Jiang Chen naturally wouldn't allow it. Jiang Chen had never left any future troubles when he did things. His enemies must be exterminated, especially the geniuses of Corpse Een sect. He would never show any mercy to them, because Jiang Chen knew very well that if he fell into the enemy's trap, he would certainly end up miserably. There was absolutely no chance for him to compromise. Jiang Chen, don't go too far. Don't think that you have the ability to kill me just because you killed my corpse puppet. You won't have a good ending if you insist on a life-and-death struggle. Cao Jiao spoke maliciously. Even at this moment, he still had some confidence in himself. While Cao Jiao and Jiang Chen were talking, another 3 people died in the hands of the Blood Demon King. 2 of them were from Corpse Een sect. The remaining 2 were from Great Cloud Empire and Divine Line sect. Although they were still alive, they weren't far from death. At this point, everyone from the corpse sect, including Niu Meng, was dead except for Chao Jiao. Bastard! Chao Jiao cursed loudly and released the gloomy and cold aura from his body in an instant. This time, he was completely enraged. The last bit of reason he had almost collapsed. This was the biggest defeat he had ever experienced in his life. It would become the greatest shame of his life. Even if he managed to escape, today's battle would leave an unerasable shadow in his heart. In fact, it was already an extravagant hope for Chao Jiao to escape. Jiang Chen had never thought about giving Chao Jiao any chance. At this moment, Chao Jiao couldn't pose any pressure to Jiang Chen at all. Neither could Jiang Chen regard him as an opponent. Clang! A crescent moon scimitar appeared in Chao Jiao's hand. The black crescent moon scimitar was emitting an incomparably gloomy and cold light. This was Chao Jiao's natal immortal weapon. It was very terrifying. However, in the face of the blazing heavenly saint's sword, the momentum of the crescent moon scimitar was obviously weakened and greatly suppressed. Jiang Chen, I'm going to kill you. Chao Jiao injected all his energy into the crescent moon scimitar and slashed at Jiang Chen in the most ferocious manner. Howl! The scimitar produced an ear-piercing whistling sound. The void was sliced in half and it arrived in front of Jiang Chen in the blink of an eye. This was the blade of death. Even the aura it exuded carried the aura of death. In the face of this blade that carried the aura of death, Jiang Chen's countenance remained unchanged. Like a soaring god of war, he swung the heavenly saint's sword. Hoo-hoo! The heavenly saint's sword had completely turned into a heavenly sword. Endless flames surged around it like a fire dragon. The light it emitted was hundreds of meters long, piercing through the void. Qi waves surged and Qi soared into the sky, colliding with the crescent moon scimitar. Rumble! A large area of the void was annihilated in an instant. Destructive energy drifted everywhere. Chao Jiao's power was too gloomy and cold. It couldn't cause any harm to Jiang Chen at all. The raging flames could even burn down Chao Jiao's aura. This time, Chao Jiao was sent flying dozens of meters away. This result was within Jiang Chen's expectations. Because Chao Jiao had lost his corpse puppet, he was already greatly affected. His combat strength was not as good as before. Coupled with the fact that his mind was in a mess, his attacks were even more disorganized. Coupled with the suppression from Jiang Chen's 3 supreme flames, Chao Jiao could only be completely suppressed by Jiang Chen. Chao Jiao, what other ability do you have to fight against me? Jiang Chen took a step forward like a peerless god of war. His eyes were like the scorching sun. Holding the long sword upside down, he arrived in front of Chao Jiao in the blink of an eye and fiercely slashed down once again. Jiang Chen's movement was too fast and too fierce. Without any other choice, Chao Jiao could only raise the crescent moon blade in his hand to meet the attack. Rumble! Another world-shaking collision occurred. Under Jiang Chen's ferocious attack, Chao Jiao was sent flying again. This time, he was sent flying dozens of meters away. Barf! Chao Jiao spurted out a mouthful of blood. The arm that was holding the crescent moon blade was trembling violently. Jiang Chen's attack was too sharp. He couldn't bear it anymore. Ha-ha! Jiang Chen let out a wild laugh. His battle sword once again arrived above Chao Jiao's head and slashed down. Damn it! Chao Jiao was about to go crazy. As a first-class genius of Corpse-Ean's sect, he had never experienced such a stifling battle. His combat strength had been completely suppressed by Jiang Chen. He couldn't use his full strength at all. Otherwise, he wouldn't have ended up like this. He felt that even if Jiang Chen's combat strength was tyrannical, if he could use his full strength, Jiang Chen would definitely be no match for him. Unfortunately, there were no buts in this world. Reality was reality. In the face of Jiang Chen's ferocious attacks, he could only continue to resist. Clang! This time, it was even more miserable than before. The crescent moon blade in Chao Jiao's hand was directly sent flying. One of his arms was drenched with blood and he kept spurting out blood from his mouth. Chao Jiao, you're finished. Jiang Chen didn't show any mercy. His long sword slashed down once again. Chao Jiao awoke from his rage when he saw this, and then he shattered space with his bare hands with the intention of fleeing. He'd already discerned that only death would await him if he didn't leave now, and he wouldn't be able to leave even if he wanted to. He didn't know how a flawless trap would end up like this in the end, but he didn't have the time to think about all of this now. The most important thing was to stay alive. Don't you think it's too late to leave now? A sneer appeared on the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth. If Chao Jiao had chosen to escape from the very beginning, Jiang Chen might not have been able to stop him. However, it was almost impossible for Chao Jiao to leave now. If he allowed Chao Jiao to leave like this, Jiang Chen would feel that he had lost too much face. Chila! The heavenly saint's sword cut through the void and penetrated deep into the void. Suddenly, a miserable shriek rang out from within the void. Chao Jiao, who had already escaped into the void, was forced out by Jiang Chen. The terrifying long sword had cut off one of his arms. Jiang Chen, don't kill me. Chao Jiao was terrified. No one wanted to die. He didn't want to die either. What's the use of keeping you alive? Jiang Chen didn't want to talk nonsense with Chao Jiao. With a slash of the sword, Chao Jiao's head was severed. Then, the full moon saber and identity brocade pouch fell into Jiang Chen's hand automatically. An incomparably powerful genius of Corpsene's sect, an unparalleled late immortal emperor expert, had died tragically in the hands of Jiang Chen. The whole process was extremely sharp. Chao Jiao didn't have any strength to resist at all. Countless onlookers were shocked. This was an unexpected result. They were so shocked that they couldn't speak a word. After today's battle, the name of Jiang Chen would surely spread across the entire Golden Horizon. It was destined to establish the prestige of Jiang Chen. Arg! Almost at the same instant Chao Jiao was killed, two miserable shrieks were heard from the other side. The last two early immortal emperors didn't manage to escape and were crushed into pieces by the Blood Demon King. Yang Bufan gave the Blood Demon King a thumbs up. Amazing! Now, Chao Jiao was dead. The 8 early immortal emperors were also dead. Only Yuan Yi and the other two were left in the battlefield. But at this moment, their facial expression changed dramatically. They had never thought that Chao Jiao would be killed by Jiang Chen so quickly. It was supposed to be a well-planned massacre, but in the end, they had buried themselves. Chao Jiao is dead. Run! Lang Xueqi shouted out loudly. Then he turned around and ran. At this moment, he couldn't care less about his face, and he couldn't care less about killing Jiang Chen for revenge, because they no longer had the chance to do so. Even if they could escape, they would have to run away when they saw Jiang Chen in the future. All of you stay. None of you can leave. After killing Chao Jiao, Jiang Chen's qi was still as strong as before. The heavenly saint's sword appeared in front of Yuan Yi in an instant, cutting off his escape route. Lang Xueqi was also stopped by the Blood Demon King. Naturally, Ling Du wouldn't be able to escape either, because Tyrant wasn't a good-for-nothing. 3 against 3. A look of despair suddenly emerged on the faces of Yuan Yi and the other two. Tyrant and the Blood Demon King might not be very scary. After all, they could still escape if they couldn't win, but Jiang Chen was just too scary. If Jiang Chen could kill Chao Jiao, he could certainly kill them. Jiang Chen, do you really want to shed all pretense of cordiality? If you kill me, there will surely be a war between Great Qian Empire and Great Cloud Empire. Yuan Yi spoke. Humph. Great Qian Empire has never been afraid of war. Chapter 1625. Seeing Yang Bufan's attitude, despair suddenly appeared on Yuan Yi's face. That's right. If a war broke out, Great Qian Empire absolutely wouldn't be afraid. Whether it was in terms of national strength or financial resources, Great Qian Empire wasn't inferior to them. Besides, Yang Bufan's status in Great Qian Empire was much higher than Yuan Yi's in Great Cloud Empire. Yang Bufan's attitude could also represent the attitude of Great Qian Empire. Did you hear that? I can confidently tell you that if a war breaks out, your Great Cloud Empire will face annihilation. Like a peerless general, Jiang Chen pierced his sword through Yuan Yi's glabella and killed him. Not to mention Great Cloud Empire, all the geniuses he killed were geniuses from the 11 major powers of East Xuanyu. Jiang Chen didn't care about their background at all. Not to mention Great Cloud Empire, Jiang Chen wouldn't be afraid even if he had to face all the major powers. All along, Jiang Chen had offended too many major powers. Didn't Saint Origin Palace still fall into his hands? Amitabha. With a chant of Buddha sect, Tyrant's Tao Light Buddha body reached its peak. Like a huge mountain, it pressed down on Lang Xueqi, seriously injuring him. Lang Xueqi's mind was in a mess now. He couldn't support his full combat strength to fight Tyrant. Plus, Tyrant was too strong. He wasn't in a disadvantageous position even when fighting 3 enemies at the same time, so it was even easier for him to deal with Lang Xueqi, who was in a panic. Jiang Chen took a glance at Lang Xueqi and charged at Ling Du with his combat sword. As for Lang Xueqi, he was already finished. He wouldn't be able to escape from Tyrant's attack. There was no longer any need for Jiang Chen to make a move. At this moment, Ling Du was in the same state as Lang Xueqi. His mind was in a mess, and all he could think of was to escape from here. Therefore, he was completely suppressed by the Blood Demon King and didn't have the strength to fight back. Now that Jiang Chen had joined the battle, Ling Du became a bird in a cage. Even if he had wings, he couldn't fly out. Ling Du, I let you escape last time. This time, even if you have 9 lives, you will still die here. Dang. Jiang Chen's murderous aura soared to the sky. He did not give Ling Du the slightest chance. The long sword pierced through his body, and a violent destructive energy rushed out from Ling Du's body. No, Ling Du let out a final scream of despair. His entire body was destroyed by the terrifying sword qi, turning into a mist of blood. Jiang Chen collected their immortal weapons and brocade pouches. Ever since he entered the Golden Horizon, Jiang Chen had collected a lot of immortal weapons. Almost all the immortal weapons he killed had been collected by him and stored in the Zulong Tower. Although these immortal weapons were useless to Jiang Chen, they were all extremely high-grade immortal weapons. It would be a pity to throw them away. In any case, they were spoils of war. Arg. Right at the moment when Jiang Chen killed Ling Du, Lang Xueqi was brutally killed by Tyrant's Tao Radiance Buddha body. The Tao Radiance Buddha body originated from the God Trembling Monument. It was a supreme divine body, and it was extremely frightening. Tyrant had just stepped into the Tao Radiance Buddha body, and could only unleash some superficial knowledge of it. If one day, Tyrant could cultivate the Tao Radiance Buddha body to its peak state, the frightening degree of it would be unimaginable. After killing Lang Xueqi, Tyrant slowly retracted his qi and returned to his original appearance. In the state of the Tao Radiance Buddha body, he was like a peerless arhat, the incarnation of Buddha. At this point, all the experts of the 3 major powers who besieged Yongbufan had died tragically. None of them managed to escape. It was too tragic. To the 3 major powers, this was an extremely serious loss. The onlookers sighed. No one could have imagined that the inescapable net would turn into such an ending. Jiang Chen and the others who were not favored by the others had become the victors in the end, using the most ferocious means to kill all the enemies. Jiang Chen didn't stay here for too long. He left with Yongbufan, looking for a quiet place. Little Chenzi, I didn't expect that your cultivation base has improved to such a terrifying level in just a few days. Now, even Chao Zhou has been killed by you. If you continue to grow at this rate, I can't imagine how terrifying you will become one day. Yongbufan couldn't help but marvel at the terrifying speed of Jiang Chen's growth. He recalled the time when he met Jiang Chen for the first time in Evil Abyss. Jiang Chen was still a very insignificant figure. At that time, Jiang Chen was just like an ant in front of him, the evil lord. It had only been a short period of time, but that unknown figure had already surpassed him. Soon, even he could only look up to Jiang Chen. Let's not talk so much first. This is a drop of Great Earth Immortal Milk. Take it quickly. After you finish refining the Great Earth Immortal Milk, not only will your injuries recover completely, your cultivation base will also advance to the peak of Intermediate Immortal Emperor Realm. Without saying another word, Jiang Chen took out a drop of Great Earth Immortal Milk and handed it to Yongbufan. Out of the 9 drops of Great Earth Immortal Milk, he had refined 1, Lan Lingji had refined 1, Long Shan had taken away 1, and now he had given 1 to Yongbufan. There were still 5 drops left. These were rare treasures that must be kept well. Yongbufan was now a brother who had gone through life and death together with Jiang Chen. Therefore, Jiang Chen wouldn't be stingy to Yongbufan. The stronger Yongbufan's cultivation base was, the more help he would be to Jiang Chen in the future. What? Great Earth Immortal Milk? Yongbufan exclaimed. His eyes immediately fell upon the Great Earth Immortal Milk. The pure and dense qi immediately made him feel refreshed. Sure enough, it's the Great Earth Immortal Milk. I never thought that such a rare treasure of the heavens and earth really exists. Little Chenzi, I never thought that you could get such a treasure. No wonder your cultivation base has improved so quickly. I have heard that this kind of immortal milk is formed by combining the essence of the heavens and earth. It's a supreme divine medicine of the heavens and earth. It has the effect of reviving the dead and regrowing the bones. You are right. After refining this Great Earth Immortal Milk, not only will my injuries recover quickly, My cultivation base will also advance to the peak of intermediate immortal emperor realm. The benefits are just too great. Yang Bufan didn't stand on ceremony with Jiang Chen and took the drop of great earth immortal milk. He knew that there was no need for politeness between brothers. Plus, he knew Jiang Chen's character. Jiang Chen would never take back what he had given away. Moreover, the fact that Jiang Chen was willing to give him the great earth immortal milk indicated that Jiang Chen had really treated him as a brother. Of course, this was for sure. Otherwise, he wouldn't have risked his life to save him today. A drop of great earth immortal milk was a great kindness. He, Yang Bufan, would accept this kind of friendship. Just as Jiang Chen rescued Yang Bufan, on the other side, Long Shan and Lan Lingji had also arrived at their destination. In front of them was an ancient city. It wasn't big, only a few miles in radius. It seemed like a castle. The ancient city had existed for a very long time. The outside of the city was full of traces. It was desolate and uninhabited, but at this moment, they could sense a lot of qi from the inside of the city. It seemed like this city had been occupied by someone. Little sister Lingji, are you sure this is the place? Long Shan asked. That's right. The message from the talisman is coming from this direction. There should be a lot of disciples of exquisite paradise trapped in this ancient city. I have no idea what's holding them back. Lan Lingji had a worried look because she had already sensed the qi of the disciples of exquisite paradise. There were at least 10 disciples of exquisite paradise in this ancient city. The distress signal was sent from here. Let me use my fiery golden eyes to check. Long Shan's qi fluctuated. Immediately, he was about to cast out his fiery golden eyes, but was stopped by Lan Lingji. Brother Shan, don't. The qi of your fiery golden eyes is too strong. It's very likely to attract the attention of the enemies in the ancient city. If our people fall into the hands of the enemies, their lives may be in danger. Lan Lingji spoke worriedly. She had always been meticulous in doing things. Moreover, the lives of her people were now involved. She mustn't be careless. There seems to be a guard outside the ancient city. I'll catch one and ask him about the situation inside. Long Shan retracted his fiery golden eyes. However, his eyesight was too good. He immediately spotted the hidden guard outside the ancient city and vanished in a flash. At this moment, outside the ancient city, 2 youngsters dressed in flowery robes hid themselves very well. The 2 of them were currently chatting, laughing and joking. Hee. Our harvest this time isn't small. We've caught so many beauties at once. Why do you think the disciples of Exquisite Paradise and Celestial Flower Valley are so good? Each of them is as beautiful as flowers. My heart is itching just by looking at them. One of them had a sinister smile on his face, as though he was about to drool at the thought of those beauties. That's for sure. East Xuanyu's Exquisite Paradise and Celestial Flower Valley have long been in our sights. They are the biggest targets of our all-pleasure sect. Therefore, Senior Brother Yen has found this hidden ancient city as our base camp, constantly capturing the beauties of Exquisite Paradise and Celestial Flower Valley. Kaka. The other man was also laughing evilly. Senior Brother Yen has remarkable abilities. Yesterday, he even caught the Saintess of Celestial Flower Valley. However, those beauties are still there and can't be touched. It really makes my heart itch. What do you know? Senior Brother Yen has his own plan. After capturing the Saintess of Exquisite Paradise, he will choose a good day and everyone will use the Yin-Yang Union art to enhance the overall strength of our all-pleasure sect. I heard that the Saintess of Exquisite Paradise is called Lan Lingji. She's a peerless beauty. Senior Brother Yen has been drooling over her for a long time. The 2 of them chatted happily, not noticing that danger had already descended upon them. A shadow appeared silently in front of them. Their facial expression changed slightly. The smile on their faces froze instantly. Their bodies began to tremble because an unbearable force was pressing down on them like a mountain, making it hard for them to breathe, let alone cry for help. Papa. Chapter 1626. 10 miles away from the ancient city, Long Shan threw the 2 of them to the ground with a puff. These 2 were merely half-step immortal emperors. The gap between them and Long Shan was just too great. Just the pressure from his qi alone had already paralyzed them. They exchanged a glance with each other, then stood up tremblingly. Their eyes first fell on Lan Lingji. Even in this critical moment, they were still shocked by Lan Lingji's experience. For a moment, their eyes couldn't move away from Lan Lingji. "I'll dig your eyes out if you continue to stare at me." Lan Lingji spoke coldly. That kind of gaze was extremely annoying to her. If it wasn't because she wanted to know the situation in the ancient city from them, she would have already killed them with that gaze. The two of them shuddered and hastily retracted their gaze, turning to Long San. They didn't dare to look at Long San. They knew very well that it was this yellow-robed young man who caught them just now. Under his control, they didn't even have the chance to move. There was an insurmountable gap between them. "She's the saintess of exquisite paradise, Lan Lingji," Long San said with a smile. He had heard every single word of their conversation. Even if they didn't say it, he could already guess the situation in the ancient city. "What? She's Lan Lingji?" The two of them exclaimed at the same time. Their eyes couldn't help but look at Lan Lingji again. This time, they were both shocked and amazed. This Lan Lingji was even more beautiful than the rumors. Sure enough, the reputation of the saintess of exquisite paradise wasn't just for show. "I'm going to ask you some questions now. If you dare to answer with a single lie, I'll kill you." Lan Lingji Langling asked, "Who are you people?" "Saintess, we're from All Pleasure Sect in northern Xuanyu of ethereal immortal domain." One of them answered. "All Pleasure Sect? That disgusting force that specializes in stealing men and prostituting women?" All Pleasure Sect was notorious. Even in Eastern Profound Domain, Lan Lingji had heard that each and every member of this sect was a lecher. They cultivated the art of harmonious union in order to improve their cultivation base. If that was all, it wouldn't be so detestable. After all, the things between men and women couldn't be any more normal. However, the members of this sect specialized in robbing men and prostituting women. Many of their disciples were looking for virgin girls to force themselves upon. Most of them were disdainful and disgusted when they mentioned All Pleasure Sect. This sect was even more detestable than Corpse Een Sect. Since the other party was from All Pleasure Sect, Lan Lingji didn't find it strange that the disciples of Exquisite Paradise were captured and brought here. Among the 11 major powers in Eastern Profound Domain, the disciples of Exquisite Paradise and Celestial Flower Valley were all female. Moreover, each of them was as beautiful as a flower. So it was normal for them to be targeted by All Pleasure Sect. "Tell me everything that happened in the ancient city. The more detailed, the better. Whoever doesn't tell me everything will die immediately." Lan Lingji's chi fluctuated. The pressure of a late immortal emperor spread out. The two's facial expression changed drastically. Under such pressure, how would they dare to be negligent or conceal anything? "Saintess, please calm down. We've told you that a lot of people from All Pleasure Sect have entered the Golden Horizon. The disciples of All Pleasure Sect have long been drooling over the disciples of Exquisite Paradise and Celestial Flower Valley, but we didn't have any chance to come into contact with them. As such, the Golden Horizon is a great opportunity for us. That's why Senior Brother Yen has decided to attack you all. After we came in, we weren't in a hurry to look for any treasures. After Senior Brother Yen found this hidden ancient city, he began to capture the disciples of Exquisite Paradise and Celestial Flower Valley. Currently, more than 20 people have been captured in the city, including the Saintess of Celestial Flower Valley. And you?" The man looked at Lan Lingji's expression and wanted to say something. "Continue." Lan Lingji's tone was ice cold. "Senior Brother Yen is determined to get you, Saintess. So if you go to the city to save them, you will certainly not be able to return. Although Saintess is very strong, she's absolutely no match for Senior Brother Yen." The disciple spoke in a trembling voice, fearing that Lan Lingji would kill them out of anger. The reason why the people of All Pleasure Sect stayed in this world was to enjoy the happiness of a family. Therefore they were most afraid of death. "What's the name of your Senior Brother Yen? What's his cultivation base? And how many people are there in the ancient city? What's their cultivation base?" Lan Lingji continued to ask. In her heart, she had already sentenced this so-called Senior Brother Yen to death, and even all the people of All Pleasure Sect in the ancient city. Senior Brother Yan's name is Yen Yulong, a late immortal emperor. There are a total of 50 people in the city, 2 late immortal emperors, 2 intermediate immortal emperors, and the rest are early immortal emperors and half-step immortal emperors. The disciple spoke honestly, not daring to hide anything. After that, he stole a glance at the expression of Long San and Lan Lingji. Seeing the indifferent expression on their faces, As though they didn't take all pleasure sect seriously, the disciple was somewhat surprised. In his point of view, they should be showing extreme shock or even fear after hearing such a lineup. As a matter of fact, if Lan Lingji was alone, she would certainly be extremely worried, but with Long Shersan by her side, it gave her a sense of security. She had witnessed the strength of Long Shersan. A late immortal emperor was no match for him. Even Yi Peng of the immortal court had been killed by him. So many people. It seems like most of the people of all pleasure sect are here. Very well, I'll wipe you all out at once. Long Shersan spoke in an incomparably relaxed manner. Wiping out a major power was a very satisfying thing. As far as I know, although all pleasure sect is a major power in North Xuanyu, its strength shouldn't be this tyrannical. Why are there so many geniuses in your sect? Lan Lingji asked curiously. Although all pleasure sect was a major power in North Xuanyu, its overall combat strength should be about the same as the 11 major powers in East Xuanyu. For example, a major power like Great Qian Empire. When they were in Golden Horizon, there wasn't a single late immortal emperor. There were only 2 intermediate immortal emperors, Yang Lang and Shan Chong. All pleasure sect actually had 2 intermediate immortal emperors and 2 late immortal emperors. This was somewhat ridiculous. Because we have obtained some benefits in this ancient city, our overall strength has improved. Initially, senior brother Yan was the only late immortal emperor, but now, he has already reached the peak of late immortal emperor realm. His means are very powerful. Experts of the same level aren't a match for him. If you all go in, you will only be courting death. Another person spoke. It's a pity for the treasure vault. Hearing that the other party's overall strength had advanced because of the treasure vault in the ancient city, Long Shersan's tone couldn't help but be a little gloomy. It was truly a pity that the treasure vault had been completely absorbed by all pleasure sect. Even if they rushed in now, they were afraid that they wouldn't be able to get anything. Brother Shersan, what should we do now? Lan Lingji looked over at Long Shersan. Now that everything had been clarified, the next thing they needed to do was to save the people. This was their main purpose of coming here. Currently, more than a dozen experts of Exquisite Paradise were imprisoned here, including those of Celestial Flower Valley. As Celestial Flower Valley had always been on good terms with Exquisite Paradise, they naturally couldn't just watch them die. That's easy. Since all pleasure sect has encountered me today, it will be their doomsday. Wipe them all out. Leave no one alive. Long Shersan spoke in a relaxed tone, totally not putting all pleasure sect in his eyes. Lan Lingji had no doubt about this, because Long Shersan had the ability to do so. However, what she was worried about now was the safety of her own people. I'm worried that if we act now, the other party will use our people as a hostage. Lan Lingji knitted her brows. Long Shersan nodded. This was indeed a problem worth considering. After all, the other party had 2 intermediate immortal emperors and 2 late immortal emperors. It was possible for them to kill all the experts of Exquisite Paradise and Celestial Flower Valley at the critical moment. In that case, it would be a great loss for them. Long Shersan looked over at the 2 and asked, "Tell me, where are the people of Exquisite Paradise and Celestial Flower Valley being imprisoned?" "They are imprisoned in the central dungeon of the ancient city." The disciple of all pleasure sect answered, not daring to hide anything. "2 esteemed experts, we have said what we need to say. Can we leave now?" One of the disciples spoke in a submissive tone. "Leave." Long Shersan looked at the disciple as if he was looking at an idiot. What was this bastard thinking about? Why was he still leaving at this moment? Pah! Long Shersan suddenly stretched out both of his hands and slapped on the foreheads of the 2. Their heads were crushed and they died on the spot. "Do you still want to leave at this moment? Sooner or later, Master Monkey will personally go to North Xuanyu and uproot all pleasure sect." The corner of Long Shersan's mouth revealed a hint of a cold smile. As a mighty battle saint ape, just like De Huang Dog, he was a figure that was neither righteous nor evil. He was warlike and bloodthirsty by nature. In his eyes, killing had always been an extremely common thing. "Brother Shersan, let's strike first in case something unexpected happens." Lan Lingji looked over at Long Shersan. She had already developed a sense of dependence on Long Shersan. After following Long Shersan, the saintess who was originally capable and decisive in her actions had started to follow Long Shersan's lead. "Sister Lingji, let's split up now. Later, I will break into the ancient city and start a massacre, drawing out that Yen Yulong and the other late immortal emperor expert. You will sneak into the dungeon to rescue them. Long Shersan spoke. This was the best solution given the current situation. After all, the ancient city was heavily guarded. Long Shersan would attract the enemies while Lan Lingji would find a way to sneak into the dungeon. As long as there weren't any late immortal emperors guarding the dungeon, given Lan Lingji's ability, she would be able to solve everything. Rescuing them wouldn't be a problem. All right, it's settled then. Be careful. Lan Lingji nodded, feeling that Long Shersan's plan was feasible. Chapter 1627. The sky above the ancient city was quiet. All of a sudden, a silhouette descended from the sky. It was a yellow-robed man. He looked extremely handsome, especially his eyes, which were unusually bright. It was really rare for a man to have such a pair of beautiful eyes. The man looked to be in his 20s. He carried a dazzling golden iron staff on his shoulder. Both of his arms were hanging from the iron staff. He walked in the air, taking one step at a time into the ancient city. Soon, he arrived at the inner region of the ancient city. Now that the ancient city had been completely occupied by All Pleasure sect, the security was very tight. So the appearance of the man immediately attracted the attention of the disciples of All Pleasure sect. "Who's there?" someone shouted. 4 to 5 disciples of All Pleasure sect rushed forward and blocked Dragon Shersan's path. The 5 of them were wearing colorful robes and looked very frivolous. They released their powerful chi and shouted at Dragon Shersan. "Dragon Shersan, Dragon Shersan, Dragon Shersan, Dragon Shersan." Hee. Long Shersan looked at them and chuckled. Without saying anything, he continued to walk forward step by step. "Stop. I'm asking you a question. Are you mute?" The leading disciple of All Pleasure sect was a powerful early immortal emperor expert. He didn't seem to have a good temper. Seeing that Long Shersan ignored him and continued to walk forward, he was immediately infuriated. His chi was unparalleled. He didn't put these people in his eyes at all. This was the territory of All Pleasure sect. There were true experts guarding this place. Ordinary people would only be courting death if they came here. Who would dare to behave atrociously here? Long Shersan didn't want to talk nonsense with the opponent, because the opponent didn't even have the qualification to talk to him. In a flash, he appeared in front of the early immortal emperor disciple and kicked out at lightning speed. The kick landed squarely on the crotch of the disciple. An explosive sound was heard. The lower part of the disciple's body immediately turned into a mist of blood. Arg! The disciple of All Pleasure sect immediately covered his mouth with both hands and let out a blood-curdling scream. That scream didn't sound like it came from a human. It was just too miserable. Given how sharp Brother Monkey's kick was, ordinary people wouldn't be able to withstand it. Long Shersan's kick had blown up the lower part of the disciple's body. The lower part of the body was the weakest part of a man. It couldn't bear a heavy blow at all. Long Shersan's kick had not only destroyed his lower part, but also his cultivation base. Before the remaining 4 of them could react, Long Shersan moved again. He kicked out 4 times at lightning speed. Every kick was incomparably accurate. Along with a wave of miserable screams, the 5 of them fell from the sky. Each of them held their lower parts and screamed miserably. Blood kept flowing out from their lower parts. The scene was extremely brutal. Haha! Your All Pleasure sect is going to become a sect of eunuchs. Long Shersan laughed aloud. Initially, he wanted to start a massacre. Now, it seemed that crippling them was more satisfying than killing them. The best way to torture a man wasn't to let him die, but to make him suffer a fate worse than death. To a man, nothing was crueler than losing the most important thing to a man, especially to the disciples of All Pleasure sect. Long Shersan had not only deprived them of the qualification to be a man, but also deprived them of their cultivation base, turning them into true trash. In this golden horizon, a person who was completely crippled would only end up with death. Arg! The miserable screams were so shrill that they resounded across the sky above the ancient city. It was impossible not to attract attention. The 5 of them were lying on their sides on the ground with their bodies arched like lobsters. Swish, swish, swish. Silhouettes of All Pleasure sect rushed out from the ancient city. But when they saw the miserable state of the 5 people, their facial expression changed dramatically. Then, they stared at Long Shersan with incomparable anger. "Son of Abtch, are you the one who did this?" One of them yelled. He was an intermediate immortal emperor expert who had an extremely high reputation in all pleasure sect. He was incomparably angry now. No one had ever dared to deal such a heavy blow to all pleasure sect. As the saying went, killing is merely a matter of nodding one's head to the ground. Is there anyone else here besides me? Long Xueqi shrugged, not putting the other party in his eyes at all. You're courting death. Who are you? The disciple of all pleasure sect bellowed. In his point of view, the other party was courting death for daring to come to this ancient city and severely injure the disciples of all pleasure sect. I'm the one who has come to send you on your way. Remember, I'm Long Xueqi. I will let you know the reason of your death. Remember to seek revenge from Brother Xueqi in your next life. Long Xueqi spoke word by word. His body began to emit a domineering aura. There was no need for him to conceal his identity. Brother Monkey had always done things this way. He slowly held the iron staff in his hand and smashed it at the other party. Bang! His action was too fast and too violent. The intermediate immortal emperor who had been shouting earlier was smashed to death by Long Xueqi. His head was smashed to pieces. He didn't even have the chance to let out a wail. He couldn't even withstand a single blow from Long Xueqi. What? The remaining people exclaimed. Each of them looked at Long Xueqi as though they had seen a ghost. Their eyes were filled with intense fear. They weren't fools. They knew that the opponent was just too strong. He wasn't someone they could fight. Hoo-hoo! The iron staff in Long Xueqi's hand was like a tiger. He spun a few circles and struck again. This time, he didn't use the iron staff. Just like before, he turned into a dozen phantoms and launched countless kicks in the blink of an eye. Immediately, wails were heard. All of a sudden, the disciples of all pleasure sect fell from the sky one by one, suffering the same treatment as the previous few. They were all crippled. Every kick of Long Xueqi landed on their lower body. In just a short period of time, another dozen were destroyed by Monkey. According to the two people outside the city, there were a total of 40 to 50 disciples of all pleasure sect here. This was just the beginning, but more than a dozen of them had already been killed by Long Xueqi. All pleasure sect, go and become eunuchs. Long Xueqi looked at the miserable scene below with a cold face. Then, he raised the iron staff in his hand and smashed it at a palace in front of him. Hung Long. Dust flew and raging flames filled the sky. A palace was smashed into ruins by Long Xueqi. Powerful silhouettes flew out from the center of the ancient city. Putting aside the movement of the staff, the miserable wails alone had alarmed everyone in the ancient city. Even the true experts couldn't sit still anymore. At this moment, a lot of disciples of all pleasure sect came out. All of them were dressed in colorful clothes. It looked very awkward for a group of men to be dressed like this. Chapter 1628. Although this man looked pompous, his cultivation base wasn't weak. He had already reached the terrifying late immortal emperor realm. Beside him was another late immortal emperor. Long Xueqi had seen through their cultivation base. Yan Yulong must be one of them. Who's Yan Yulong? Long Xueqi asked plainly. I am. Do you know me? The youth with the folding fan stared at Long Xueqi with a threatening gaze. The anger in his eyes couldn't be concealed at all. Judging from the other party's behavior, he seemed to have come for him. Long Xueqi glanced around and found that there were about 20 people here. Including the dozen that he had killed previously, there should still be a dozen of them left. He reckoned that they were guarding the people in the dungeon. However, as long as there wasn't a late immortal emperor in the dungeon, no one would be able to stop Lan Lingji. To Lan Lingji, rescuing the people would be a piece of cake. Currently, Long Xueqi's action had completely attracted the attention of the people of all pleasure sect, especially Yan Yulong and Yan Yulong. They wouldn't have thought that someone would sneak into the dungeon at this time. It seems like you're already here. Tell me, do you want to die or become eunuchs like them? Long Xueqi asked, as if he was talking about something that should be taken for granted. Judging from his expression, he was certain that these people of all pleasure sect would die today. What an arrogant man. It has been a long time since someone dared to talk to us in such a tone. A puny intermediate immortal emperor is simply courting death. The late immortal emperor Lang Lang beside Yan Yulong spoke. He took a step forward. His body was filled with cold killing intent. This man looked incomparably coquettish, but he always exuded a disgusting qi. At least, Long San hated this man. There wasn't a single person in All Pleasure Sect that Long San didn't hate. The people of All Pleasure Sect are really disgusting. Do you think you can touch the people of Exquisite Paradise and Celestial Flower Valley? Long San Lung said. So you came for those women. Unfortunately, if you didn't act, I might have given you a chance to join the He Huan sect and enjoy those fairies. But now, you don't have that chance. You've hurt so many disciples of the He Huan sect. Even if you had 10 lives, it wouldn't be enough for you to die. Yen Yulong said faintly. He opened his folding fan and fanned it in front of his chest. I'm not interested in the All Pleasure sect. Let's see if you're lucky enough to die. Long San raised his iron rod and aimed it at Yen Yulong. His behavior was full of provocation. Kill him. Yen Yulong closed his folding fan with a clatter. 2 rays of cold light shot out from his eyes as he gave an order to the late immortal emperor beside him. Although the man was also a late immortal emperor, he seemed to be following Yen Yulong's lead, not daring to show any neglect to Yen Yulong's order. All right. The man's qi fluctuated. All of a sudden, he struck out a huge hand at Long San. Upon seeing this, Long San shook his head. This man's qi was light. Obviously, he had just advanced to the late immortal emperor realm not long ago. There was a huge gap between him and Yi Peng. Long San had only used 3 strikes to kill Yi Peng, but he only needed 1 strike to deal with this guy. Reckless fool. Dragon San had a cold smile on his face. His movement was very simple. He raised his iron staff and smashed it down on the disciple of He Huan sect. Who? The violent air-breaking sound was like the roar of a mad dragon. The void was smashed into 2 halves. The energy that overflowed from the iron rod interweaved into a huge net. The huge net poured down, enveloping the disciple of All Pleasure sect, making it impossible for him to escape. Not good. The disciple wasn't a fool. He immediately felt the terrifying qi from Long San. That was an extremely dangerous qi. He was sure that it could threaten his life, but it was already too late for him to avoid it. He could only face it head-on. Hung Long. Shursan's iron staff was indestructible. As soon as they collided, all the attacks from the All Pleasure Sect's disciple were shattered. Then, the iron staff smashed down on the All Pleasure Sect's disciple's head with unstoppable force. Arg! The late immortal emperor let out a shrill wail. His head was smashed by the iron staff, turning into a mist of blood. The remaining headless corpse fell from the sky. The gap between them was just too great. Although the disciple of All Pleasure Sect was a late immortal emperor, his foundation was too weak. He should have advanced after obtaining the treasures in the ancient city. His foundation wasn't stable at all. He could only be considered to be slightly stronger than a peak intermediate immortal emperor. There was no way he could be compared to Yi Peng. Moreover, because this disciple had underestimated Long San, he didn't exert his full strength. By the time he realized that something was wrong, it was already too late. As a result, he was killed by Long San with a single strike. What? The scene made Yen Yulong exclaim. His calm expression suddenly turned incomparably unsightly. Although his junior brother's cultivation base wasn't as good as his and his combat strength was much weaker than his, he was still a late immortal emperor supreme expert, while his opponent was only an intermediate immortal emperor. Under such circumstances, his junior brother was killed in a single strike. If he didn't see it with his own eyes, he wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death, but now, the fact was laid in front of him. He had no choice but to believe it. How could this be? How can this bastard be so powerful? Senior brother Lu is a supreme late immortal emperor expert, but he couldn't even defeat an intermediate immortal emperor. Is this man a peerless monstrous genius? He's actually so powerful that even senior brother Lu was killed in a single strike. What should we do now? He might be a super abnormal being or a super genius of the immortal court. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so terrifying. It seems like even senior brother Yen isn't a match for him. Damn it! Why is there such a malefic star? But we don't have to be afraid of him. Senior brother Yan's means are very powerful. Senior brother Lu can't be compared to him. With him here, it won't be a problem to kill him. At worst, we will join forces. I don't believe that we can't defeat him with so many of us. Each of the disciples of All Pleasure Sect was appalled. Such a scene was beyond their wildest dreams. In their opinion, with 2 late immortal emperors, all pleasure sect could do whatever they wanted in Golden Horizon. No one would be able to stop them even if they ran amok. But now, their confidence and sense of superiority were gradually disappearing. It was all because of the yellow-robed youth who had suddenly appeared. Don't be surprised. This is just the beginning. Since this ancient city has been occupied by your all-pleasure sect, there's no need for it to continue to exist. All of you are going to die. None of you will be able to escape. Long Shersan spoke indifferently, as though killing these people was as easy as killing a group of ants. It couldn't cause any ripple in his mind. Meanwhile, in the dungeon, a dozen or so disciples of the He Huan sect stood guard at the entrance of the dungeon. The dungeon was very large and very cold. More than 20 people were imprisoned inside, and all of them were beautiful women. However, their complexions were very ugly, and some of them were paralyzed on the ground, powerless. There was a kind of poison in all pleasure sect that would temporarily lose one's cultivation power after taking it. Apparently, these female disciples of Exquisite Paradise and Celestial Flower Valley had been poisoned by such a poison. Among these women, there was a woman in white who seemed to be in her 20s. Even though her face was a little pale, it couldn't conceal her impressive figure and exquisite face. Although the other women around her were also good-looking, they paled in comparison to hers. Although this woman was inferior to Lan Lingji, she was still a rare beauty in this world. She was the saintess of Celestial Flower Valley who was imprisoned here. At this moment, there were a dozen disciples of all pleasure sect guarding outside the dungeon, but their faces were unsightly, because they could see the situation outside very clearly. The 2 leaders were intermediate immortal emperors. They were the strongest 2 in the dungeon. They could see the situation outside clearly through the dungeon. What's the background of that yellow-robed youth? How can he be so powerful? Even senior brother Lu has died in his hands, causing us to suffer a great loss. He's too powerful. He's here for the women of Exquisite Paradise and Celestial Flower Valley. In my opinion, we should use these women as hostages to reduce our losses. Don't worry. Senior brother Yan hasn't attacked yet. Senior brother Yan's means aren't comparable to senior brother Lu. I believe that senior brother Yan will be able to deal with that yellow-robed youth. After all, he's only an intermediate immortal emperor. That's right. Just now, senior brother Lu was too impulsive and underestimated his opponent. That's why he died in the hands of the yellow-robed youth. Otherwise, it's impossible for him to kill senior brother Lu. The dozen of them spoke one after another. They could see the situation outside clearly. The might of the yellow-robed youth had given them a strong blow. Such a blow was unacceptable to them. The only thing they could do now was to keep an eye on these women and wait for senior brother Yan to kill them. If even senior brother Yan wasn't a match for the yellow-robed youth, these women would be their last trump card. The few of you, go and keep an eye on those women. Once the situation outside is disadvantageous to us, drag all of them out immediately. An intermediate immortal emperor disciple of all pleasure sect ordered the other disciples. Yes. The 4 of them answered, turned and walked into the dungeon. However, when they reached the dungeon, they were surprised to see a blue-clothed beauty suddenly appear without any warning. Who's that? You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.